Chapter 283 Emergency Level 1. On the other side, Ling Mo had slept a full 36 hours before waking. Her stomach immediately protested with a loud grumble, prompting her to get up and head for the bathroom to wash up. As she rose, she felt something beneath her hand. Looking down, she realized it was her wages from the game, 13 silver coins, earned over the 3 days of work. In addition, she had income from being a recycler. Ling Mo also pulled out 3 emerald green leaves, promises made by Yunya earlier. These were from the elven mother tree, capable of reawakening latent abilities. She wondered briefly, the other elven tree seeds she had collected, would their leaves have similar effects? The answer was no. The leaves she held were special, only naturally fallen, completely intact leaves from the mother tree had this effect. She placed 1 leaf into the alchemy box. Almost immediately, 2 new options appeared: Elven Potion, consuming this grants 1 elven trait, appearance, combat ability, or another attribute, randomly determined. Essentially a genetic potion. Reawakening Potion, allows a complete reawakening of a person's talent. The new talent is random and cannot be reversed. A person can use this potion 5 times in their lifetime. A single mother tree leaf allows 3 uses. After being made into a potion, the effect extends to 5. The alchemy box was undeniably impressive. Ling Mo kept the other 2 leaves safe and checked her other rewards. Among them was a staff designed for those with spiritual talent. It could change size at will and could be folded like a belt for easy carrying. Ling Mo was extremely satisfied and stored it in the glove's secret compartment. After washing up, she walked to the first floor, holding her painfully hungry stomach. Is anyone here? Seeing the empty first floor, she headed straight to the kitchen. She retrieved a self-heating hot pot, prioritizing food above all else. While waiting for it to cook, she inquired about what had happened while she was unconscious. Learning that Qiaman had put the combat mechas and ships up for sale, Ling Mo quickly opened her private messages. Unsurprisingly, they were flooded, read-unread notifications stretching endlessly. Most were about combat mechas, battleships, AI cores, elvenwood furniture, treatment chambers, and sleep chambers. She opened a message from 123 Woodman. 9 bro, I want all the combat mechas, battleships, AI cores, elvenwood furniture, treatment chambers, and sleep chambers you have. Price is no problem. Ah, greed, wanting it all. Ling Mo asked, did you put those from the production line up? 123 Woodman, no. You said you wanted to keep 3 sets. I didn't know which 3, so I didn't touch them. Ling Mo, she decided it was fine that way. Another message from 123 Woodman popped up. 123 Woodman, 9 bro, some players in the base have made some great things recently. I'll send them over to you. Before she could react, the system alerted, ding. Player 123 Woodman has sent a set of clothing to Drunk Soy Sauce via item-specific delivery. This special outfit, made using the player's talent, ensures the wearer looks perfect regardless of the layers underneath. Then came a continuous stream of notifications, all gifts from 123 Woodman. Food, clothing, daily essentials, was this bribery? Or extreme bribery? The clothes were obviously male-sized, far too big for her. Ling Mo also discovered someone had a talent dedicated to making condiments. Drunk Soy Sauce, stop, no more gifts. Drunk Soy Sauce, everything you've sent me is fine, except for the treatment and sleep chambers. She had originally planned to use the chambers to open another shop, but the system only allowed 1 shop per person. In the end, she stored them both on the 5th floor. In the base, 123 Woodman leapt from his chair in excitement upon seeing her reply. His commotion drew the attention of other staff. Xieching rushed over. So? Did he reply? What did he say? 123 Woodman relayed Ling Mo's words. Besides the treatment and sleep chambers, everything else was approved for trade. Considering the 5th floor changes at Don't Miss It, Xieching understood immediately. Ask if we can buy one for research, Xieching said. Scientists were waiting. Previously, because other countries had been faster, those battle mechas and ships were snatched away, researchers nearly drowned in their own frustration. Even quiet, scholarly types could be ruthless when passionate. 123 Woodman hesitated, then typed, 9 bro, can we buy 1 treatment chamber and 1 sleep chamber? Followed by a tearful dog emoji. Ling Mo thought for a moment, then agreed. She wasn't impervious to appeals. Plus, she guessed why they wanted the chambers, to study them, and to repair hers if they broke. Drunk soy sauce, fine. Also, I have a few production lines, do you want them? Production lines? 123 Woodman's first thought wasn't of ordinary lines. He immediately typed, what kind of production lines? Meanwhile, he instructed staff nearby, call it a level 1 emergency. Double the supplies. Chapter 284 1 billion. What is a level 1 emergency? Any situation related to drank soy sauce and went drunk crazy is called a level 1 emergency. Sure enough, there was no beating around the bush on drank soy sauce and went crazy's side. A reply quickly came. Drank soy sauce and went drunk crazy, the production line used to manufacture nutrient solution. You should already be cultivating military rations radish on a large scale by now, right? If not, you can also purchase raw materials from me. The price is negotiable. 123 Wooden Man didn't even see the sentence at the end. He only saw the words nutrient solution production line. Ever since they brought the nutrient solution back from the game, they had been researching it. After obtaining military rations radish, they even tried producing nutrient solution themselves. But the result was either failure, or success at the cost of consuming enough military rations radish to feed 10 people, or even more, for an entire day. Such wasteful nutrient solution might as well not be produced at all. Moreover, the nutrient solution they produced tasted even worse than the finished product they had brought back. The original nutrient solution, though unpleasant, was at least drinkable. The one they developed themselves was completely undrinkable. Thick and sticky, it even gave off a strange odor, like a mouthful of thick phlegm that had just been spat out. Even if you forced yourself to gulp it down while suppressing the nausea, you wouldn't be able to stop yourself from vomiting. After Ling Mo negotiated the price with 123 Wooden Man, she handed the matter over to Chia Man to handle. The shop also listed a portion of brain computers for sale. There was no helping it, the demand was simply too high. After arranging everything, the small hot pot was just about ready. Just as Ling Mo was about to eat, a voice sounded in her ear again. Master, I'd like to apply for a batch of funds. Ling Mo paused her movements and asked curiously, what do you need funds for? To upgrade the system. After upgrading, I'll be able to better assist Master in managing the shop and the other planets. After hearing Chia Man's explanation, Ling Mo felt very tempted. But on second thought, an upgrade like this probably wouldn't be cheap. So she asked, about how many gold coins will this upgrade require? 1 billion. How much? 1 billion. Was this price determined based on her wallet balance? Even so, Ling Mo still agreed to Chia Man's request. The reason was simple, she didn't have many places to spend money right now. Keeping so much money on hand did nothing except allow her to occasionally stare at it when she had nothing better to do. Moreover, after experiencing stockpiling supplies during the apocalypse, Ling Mo always felt that money was more practical when spent. She still had plenty of unspent cash stored in her space. As soon as Ling Mo agreed, the balance in her bank account quickly shrank by a large chunk. Ding! Federal bank notification, 1 billion has just been deducted from your bank card. Your current balance is 24,367,549.43. Looking at the neatly precise balance, Ling Mo counted the digits. Not bad. At the very least, on Blue Star, she would definitely be the richest person. No, wait, she suddenly remembered that someone else had a wallet that could spit out money at any time. She couldn't be the richest after all. Second place would do. After receiving Ling Mo's approval, Chia Man immediately began the upgrade. The upgrade is expected to be completed in 5 days. During these 5 days, I will activate automatic mode. Please wait patiently, Master. After saying that, Qiaman's voice disappeared completely. Ling Mo briefly familiarized herself with this automatic mode. Simply put, it retained only the most basic functions, while all other functions were shut down. It was similar to the batch of brain computers she had brought back. The only difference was that Ling Mo's brain computer could still connect to the interstellar network, and previously issued commands were still being executed. Finally, I can eat. After being busy for half the day, she could finally have a hot meal. Just as Ling Mo was about to pick up her chopsticks, there was a loud bang behind her. She turned around and saw Yik Kai rushing out of the room with an excited expression. When he saw Ling Mo eating in the living room, Yik Kai froze for a moment. "You're awake?" Ling Mo took a bite of vegetables from the hot pot and nodded. "Just woke up." "Where are the other two?" "Fuyu went out. Early this morning he was muttering about something attracting him and said he wanted to go look for it. Boss went to the base. We brought back quite a few good things this time, including a small assembly line, supposedly for making nutrient solution." As Yik Kai spoke, he walked into the kitchen, then quickly came back out holding a self-heating rice meal. He sat down opposite Ling Mo and added water to it using a water storage mushroom as he continued. "Originally, we planned to keep that assembly line for ourselves, but the taste of the nutrient solution is just..." Yik Kai gave Ling Mo a look that said, "You know what I mean. We're not lacking food anyway, so why suffer like that? Besides, making nutrient solution requires a large amount of military rations radish. We may have quite a bit on hand, but the quantity hasn't increased. That assembly line would be completely wasted in our hands." After speaking, Yik Kai looked at Ling Mo curiously. "What did you bring back this time?" Hearing this, Ling Mo blinked at him mischievously. "Want to know?" Judging by her expression, it must be something good. Yik Kai's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. Under his expectant gaze, Ling Mo slowly uttered a single word: "Sugar." Yik Kai waited a moment longer. And what? Isn't sugar enough?" Ling Mo glanced at him as if to say, "Young man, you're far too greedy." On Blue Star right now, sugar was absolutely a rare commodity. Not just sugar, even red dates were sold one by one. Ling Mo bringing back a pile of sugar, was there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. Seeing the disappointed look on Yik Kai's face, Ling Mo decided to stop teasing him. "This is for you." She pushed a blue metal box toward him. "What's this?" Yik Kai picked up the metal box and asked curiously. Ling Mo continued eating her hot pot without even turning her head. "A brain computer." Hearing this, Yik Kai's eyes widened. "A brain computer? Isn't this the one sold and drank soy sauce and went drunk crazy shop?" More than just him entered the game. "If he can get something, why can't I?" Ling Mo said casually. "When you put it that way, that makes sense. But how did you get a brain computer?" Yik Kai asked curiously. Ling Mo looked up, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Of course I ran into an acquaintance." "An acquaintance?" Yik Kai looked puzzled. "What kind of acquaintance could you run into inside the game?" Judging by Ling Mo's stay-at-home personality, she probably didn't have many friends. And even if she did, they were likely just nodding acquaintances. Yik Kai subconsciously assumed the acquaintance Ling Mo mentioned was another player. But what kind of player could help Ling Mo obtain something like a brain computer? "You didn't happen to run into drank soy sauce and went drunk crazy, did you?" Chapter 285 Brain Computer. No, she was drank soy sauce and went crazy. Drank soy sauce and went crazy was her. How could she possibly run into herself? "Do you remember the elf we met during the sea competition? The one who gave us the spatial buttons?" Afraid that Yik Kai might not remember, Ling Mo gave him a reminder. Yik Kai's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, and then to shock. He suddenly slapped the table. "Those elves look exactly like the one we met." Ling Mo nodded. Now you know how I got it, right? Because she could use Yunya as an excuse, Ling Mo dared to take out the brain computers. Moreover, the batch she brought out was somewhat different from the ones sold in the shop. Ling Mo had Qiaman reinstall some of the functions on these brain computers, allowing them to connect to the interstellar network. Although these brain computers couldn't compare to Qiaman in intelligence, they were absolutely far superior to mere data collection devices. Besides, Yik Kai and the other two had long since applied for interstellar ID cards. Even if there were an interstellar investigation, there wouldn't be any problems. After hearing the explanation, Yik Kai couldn't put down the brain computer in his hand. When he opened the box, there was only a very small chip inside. How do you wear this? Yik Kai looked at Ling Mo for help. It was said to be installed on the eye and directly connected to the brain. But for Yik Kai, this was an enormous challenge. After all, he had never even worn contact lenses before. Ling Mo finished the last bite of hot pot, wiped her hands with a wet tissue, and walked toward Yik Kai. She took the brain computer from his hand, held it up near his left and right eyes, and asked, "Which eye do you want it installed in?" Seeing Ling Mo's malicious smile, a bad premonition rose in Yik Kai's heart. Left eye, no, right eye. Right eye. As Ling Mo moved closer, Yik Kai subconsciously leaned back. However, Ling Mo gave him no chance to escape. She pulled him over in one motion, holding the brain computer in one hand while prying open his right eye with the other. Installing the brain computer wasn't complicated. As long as it was placed inside the eye, it would automatically move to its designated position. So before Yik Kai could even react, Ling Mo was already done. The scream forming in Yik Kai's throat didn't even have time to come out before Ling Mo stepped back. That's it? Yik Kai's face was filled with shock and disbelief. What do I do next? Ling Mo tapped the corner of her own eye with a finger. Power on. Imitating her, Yik Kai tapped the corner of his right eye. Soon, the scene before him changed. It's there. It's there. Yik Kai was like a child seeing the world for the first time, bursting with excitement. Let's add each other as contacts. It'll be easier to communicate in the game from now on. As she spoke, Ling Mo sent over a friend request. Yik Kai accepted it instantly. For the next stretch of time, Yik Kai didn't even eat. He focused wholeheartedly on studying his brand new toy. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't disturb him. After finishing her meal, she prepared to head upstairs. Qiaman was upgrading, and she couldn't use her mental power either. She might as well not go out casually during this period. It was a good opportunity to cultivate properly and observe the conditions of the planets. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, Yik Kai suddenly called out to her. Mo, you prepared ones for Boss and Fuyu too, right? Ling Mo nodded. Of course. Why? Perfect. Give them to me, I'll deliver them for you. Seeing the "I'm about to cause trouble" look on Yik Kai's face, Ling Mo agreed without hesitation. She didn't mind watching a good chase scene to pass the time. She took out 2 boxes containing brain computers and tossed them to Yik Kai. Catching the boxes, Yik Kai added, "By the way, when you have time, enter the combat training mode once. The guy inside has asked me about you several times already. I feel like he suspects I ate you or something. And he's been hitting harder and harder lately. Seriously, has interstellar technology advanced this much? It's just a combat training mode, but it feels like fighting a real person." Ling Mo didn't hear that last sentence. She only replied with a simple okay. Then she promptly forgot about it. Back in her room, Ling Mo prepared to use the golden heavenly eye to check on the situation of the planets. Especially Chingyong Star, she wondered how the development was progressing. This time she had brought back quite a lot of sugar and planned to raise it on Chingyong Star. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her brain. Only then did Ling Mo remember that both her golden heavenly eye and red heavenly eye had been swallowed by Xiao Bai. Now, controlling those heavenly eyes required mental power. And at the moment, she couldn't use mental power at all. Ling Mo lay on the bed, her expression blank. Fortunately, she didn't remain dejected for long. Without mental power, she still had robots. Luckily, she had bought plenty of robots before and deployed them on different planets. On Yik Star, most of the robots had switched to underwater mode and were currently busy at work. Ling Mo observed her surroundings by controlling one of the robots. In just a few months, Yik Star could be described as having transformed completely. Back when it was still a garbage star, Yik Star was lifeless. Even the wind blowing across the sea felt lonely. Now, visible to the naked eye, Yik Star had grown prosperous. Under the sea, balloon kelp had spread across a vast area. The fish that fed on and lived among the balloon kelp had begun reproducing rapidly. The carnivorous fish were also gradually growing in number thanks to the expansion of the herbivorous fish population. Ling Mo estimated that by the end of the next game session, these fish would be ready for harvest. On the sea surface, full vines and xiao vines were growing recklessly. Every day, large quantities of full vines and xiao vines matured, then were transferred into Ling Mo's space by the golden heavenly eye and red heavenly eye. From there, they were sent to the shop for sale. Looking at the thriving vines, Ling Mo wondered whether she should throw some waterwood stones over to shorten their growth cycle once again. That could wait until her mental power recovered. In any case, she had plenty of waterwood stones in her space. And if necessary, there was also Little Mocha Star. Little Mocha Star also contained waterwood stones, just not as many as Mocha Star itself. After that, Ling Mo checked on the Yunhai whale eggs. The incubation was progressing well, and the 2 dolphin whale beasts were taking excellent care of them. Originally, Ling Mo had wanted to look for some island turtles. But at this stage, the island turtles were simply too small. Without mental power, they were truly difficult to find. Since she couldn't find them, she let it go. Ling Mo didn't force the matter. As long as they were alive, that was enough. Chapter 286 7-Colored Dye Bug. After returning from Yunhai Star, Ling Mo checked on the situation of the other planets. Everything on Chingyong Star was progressing in an orderly manner. Ling Mo could even already see the prototype of a city. Sure enough, when it came to infrastructure construction, no country could compare with China. The mining on the other 2 garbage planets was also going very smoothly, though there was a small problem on Little Mocha Star. It wasn't anything major, just that some people were trying to plant their country's national flag on Little Mocha Star. Some even wanted to leave the mining area and explore other parts of the planet. Ling Mo absolutely would not allow this. She had only permitted them to mine on the planet, not to claim it as their own. As the saying goes, once there's a first time, there will be a second. If she retreated even a single step, these people would find ways to advance 3 more. They wouldn't think you were kind and gentle. They would only think you were easy to bully and would continue pushing their limits. Fortunately, Ling Mo had left herself a safeguard when she signed the contracts. At the end of every contract, she added a clause stating that the final interpretation rights of the contract belonged to her. She hadn't hidden this either, it was presented openly. It was basically telling everyone clearly, if you want to sign, then sign. If you don't, hurry up and make room for someone else. There were robots stationed on Little Mocha Star as well. Together with the Golden Heavenly Eye and Red Heavenly Eye conducting patrols, anyone found crossing the boundary would be eliminated immediately. At times like this, she had to show absolutely no mercy and give them no opportunity to push further. After taking a look around the various planets, Ling Mo finally withdrew her attention in satisfaction. Not long afterward, a commotion broke out downstairs. She didn't even need to think to know what was happening. Ling Mo took out a lollipop, put it in her mouth, walked out of her room, and came to the stairway on the 2nd floor. At that moment, a chaotic scene was unfolding in the living room on the 1st floor. A real chickens flying and dogs jumping situation. Ling Mo watched as Yik Kai, Jiang Xian, and Fuyu performed a dramatic display of running along walls and leaping across furniture. Then the 3 of them fought their way from inside the house to the outside. Since she wanted to enjoy the fresh gossip firsthand, Ling Mo followed them outside. Then she saw Yik Kai, while being chased by the other 2, suddenly grow a pair of cyan wings and fly into the sky. Boss, you two should just give up. The sky is my home field. And I was just being kind earlier, don't be so petty. Although he said that, Yik Kai's expression was full of confidence and provocation, which only added fuel to the fire. Could they tolerate that? Maybe an uncle could, but they certainly couldn't. Next, Ling Mo saw Jiang Xian and Fu Yu take out flying devices. Clearly, Yik Kai had forgotten about that. Seeing the two of them chasing after him on their flying devices, he immediately turned and fled. The wings behind him were formed from his talent ability, so they were naturally far more convenient than flying devices. Has Yik Kai's ability evolved? Ling Mo wondered. She thought about the wings she had just seen behind him. When she had first learned about the abilities the three of them awakened, she had asked Qiaman to gather information related to them. She was absolutely certain that Yik Kai's hurricane ability should not allow him to grow wings, unless his ability had evolved, or he had awakened a second ability related to flight. The second possibility was obviously unlikely. Setting aside the issue of age, if Yik Kai had truly awakened a second ability, he wouldn't have hidden it from them. That left only the first possibility. But she would still need to wait for Qiaman to come back to confirm it. While Ling Mo was lost in thought, Yik Kai had already been captured by Jiang Xian and Fu Yu and pinned to the ground. I discovered this not long ago. Lucky you, kid. Fu Yu took out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a colorful dye bug. Ling Mo immediately recognized the insect, and information about it appeared in her mind. 7-colored dye bug, a mutated species among dye bugs, with stronger effects and a longer duration. Ordinary dye bugs could only dye the surface, but the 7-colored dye bug dyed even the internal organs in rainbow colors, from the inside out. Not even the teeth were spared. And it took about half a year for the colors to completely disappear. Fortunately, this insect caused no harm to the human body. Research even showed that using dye bugs to dye hair or skin could protect hair and skin and even slow aging. Amid Yik Kai's screams, a rainbow-colored man was born. The 7-colored dye bug didn't create neat rainbow stripes like a real rainbow. Its coloring was completely random. So Yik Kai looked like someone had blasted him with paint-filled rainbow water balloons. Ha 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 ha. Thunderous laughter erupted in the villa. Facing the merciless laughter of Ling Mo and the others, Yik Kai's eyes practically shot flames with anger. This isn't fair. Boss and Fu Yu, you two teamed up. After laughing enough, Jiang Xian rubbed his stiff facial muscles and glanced at him lazily. Who said anything about fairness? Besides, you totally deserved it. Who told you to poke our eyeballs? Fu Yu nodded in agreement. Misfortune caused by heaven can still be forgiven. Misfortune caused by oneself cannot be lived through. Yik Kai pointed at them in grief and indignation. And then, ha 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 ha. Ah. I'm cutting ties with you. From now on, you walk your broad road and I'll walk my single plank bridge. We'll stay out of each other's business. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Watching Yik Kai's resolute back, Ling Mo felt a rare trace of guilt. Is he okay? Were we a little too much just now? Seeing this, Jiang Xian waved his hand. Don't worry about him. Since childhood he's cut ties with me about 800 times. He's never meant it. Besides, looking like that, he'll be back soon. As he spoke, Jiang Xian checked the time and raised 3 fingers to start counting down. 3, 2, 1. The moment he finished counting, Yik Kai's figure indeed appeared at the doorway. Under the gaze of the 3 of them, he trudged back to his room with heavy steps. See? Told you, Jiang Xian said, spreading his hands. Over the next few days, since she had no mental power and Qiaman wasn't around, Ling Mo didn't go out and simply stayed at home. During that time, the reset potion and elf potion made from elf leaves caused another huge sensation. The reset potion could reset a person's talent, giving hope to many players who had awakened useless abilities. The elf potion was even more incredible, It was a potion capable of altering genes. Although Ling Mo had sold gene potions before, the appearances produced by those potions did not match the aesthetic preferences of most people. Chapter 287 Not so fast to return. But elves were different. In most people's impressions, elves are beautiful and powerful. Now that there was an opportunity to become an elf right in front of them, it was estimated that very few people could resist being tempted. Originally, Ling Mo thought that the sales of the restart potion would be a bit higher, but she didn't expect that the number of people who wanted to buy the elf potion would far exceed those wanting the restart potion. Every day, a large number of people left messages under the shop asking her to sell the elf potion. But this kind of thing wasn't something Ling Mo could control, since everything was random. So Ling Mo simply ignored those people's requests. Ding! The intelligent brain upgrade is complete. A mechanical voice sounded, and Ling Mo's eyes instantly lit up. Finally, Kaiman had returned. And along with Kaiman, her mental power had returned as well. Ling Mo felt the surging spiritual power within her body and almost burst into tears. After so many days, I missed you all so much. Kaiman, besides what you mentioned before, did this upgrade add any new functions? Ling Mo asked. After spending so much money, there should at least be some new features. Of course there are. Kaiman's cheerful voice came through. Ling Mo immediately sensed something different. Kaiman's voice had become smoother, and the emotions in it seemed richer as well. I've just updated the largest and most comprehensive information database in the interstellar network. Now I can process multiple tasks simultaneously. At the same time, I can also project the collected data so that more people can view it. It's equivalent to a shared memory palace. Process multiple tasks at the same time? Weren't you able to do that before? Ling Mo asked curiously. I could before, but not as many as now, and the speed wasn't as fast either. In short, the Kaiman standing before you now is brand new. Also, I've added another important function. I can now directly connect with the intelligence systems of mechas and spaceships. You couldn't do that before? Of course not. The intelligence systems installed on mechas and spaceships are different from civilian intelligent brains like us. But this time, because I'm among the earliest batch of intelligent brains to upgrade, I was given a special upgrade so that I can function the same way as those military intelligence systems. Just from Kaiman's excited tone, it was clear how happy this made him. It was just a pity that they currently had neither a spaceship nor a mecha. No, wait, she actually did. There were plenty stored in her space. But Ling Mo honestly wasn't very interested in those mechas because they were simply too ugly, completely different from the mechas and spaceships she had imagined. Besides, spaceships currently had little to no use in the game. It could even be said they were completely useless, so she wasn't in a hurry. Now that Kaiman had returned, Ling Mo immediately thought about Yik Kai's situation from before. After she explained Yik Kai's condition in detail, Kaiman quickly gave an answer. Based on the description provided by the master, it's likely that Yik Kai consumed azure wind feather, a fruit that looks like a feather. After wind-type ability users eat it, they undergo directional evolution, which means growing wings. This fruit only works for wind-type ability users. For other people, it's just a tasteless and unpleasant fruit. At that moment, Ling Mo's message box suddenly flashed twice. Yik Kai, come downstairs to eat. Ever since they got intelligent brains, calling people had turned into sending messages, officially called getting used to the existence of intelligent brains. Ling Mo went down to the first floor. Today it was Fuyu's turn to cook. On the table were 4 steaming dishes and 1 soup, along with purple chow rice. This used to be the most ordinary meal, but now very few families could afford to eat like this. The group had gotten used to chatting while eating. Oh right, the patrols in Area A seem to have increased a lot recently. Did something happen? Ling Mo asked. As soon as her mental power returned, Ling Mo eagerly scanned the entire base from top to bottom, only to find that the patrols in areas A and B had increased several times compared to usual. Especially Area A, guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5. What exactly were they preparing for? It seems a killer has appeared in the base, specifically targeting people in Area B. In just a few days, more than 10 people have already died, and all of them were players, Chingyong Star said. What does that have to do with Area A? Yik Kai asked. Fuyu gave him a look that clearly said, how can you be this dumb, and explained, players who can live in Area B usually have above-average strength and abilities. And since the victims were all players, the base thinks the target might actually be players themselves. Area A is harder to attack because of the patrols. Area B has patrols too, but not nearly as many, and those patrols aren't official military units, so there are more loopholes. So the base suspects this was done by a spy? Ling Mo said. Chingyong Star nodded. It's not suspicion, it's basically confirmed. When those people were found, all the bones in their bodies were broken. It looked like they had been tortured for interrogation before finally having their necks snapped. The killer seems to be searching for something. So now the base is strictly investigating those who recently entered. We'd better not go out much these days, just in case we get dragged into trouble. Ling Mo nodded. I don't like going out anyway. Although she said that, Ling Mo had already taken the matter seriously. If a spy had truly infiltrated the base, that would definitely not be a good thing. After dinner, Ling Mo lay on her bed with her eyes closed and spread out her mental power. Since the killer only targeted people in Area B, there was a chance that person was still there. Ling Mo decided to focus her search on Area B. To find the person, she searched extremely carefully, almost inch by inch, even checking mouse holes. Wait, why are the mice in Area B so fat? No. This looked more like a hamster. How did this little thing survive until now? And it seemed to be living quite comfortably, following the hole downward. Ling Mo quickly discovered the reason. This hamster had actually started growing mushrooms underground. It was truly an unbelievable sight. So Ling Mo collected the hamster along with its mushrooms into her space, planning to study them slowly later. Right now, finding the killer was the priority. After thoroughly turning over the entire Area B, she still hadn't found the person, but she did discover quite a few hidden food storage spots. If Ling Mo's moral bottom line hadn't been strong enough, she would have taken all that food long ago. If they're not in Area B, could they be somewhere else? Right, now everyone in Area B was on high alert. It would actually be harder to act again there. If she were that person, she wouldn't stay in Area B either. Ling Mo tried to put herself in the killer's shoes. If I were the murderer, where would I go now? Chapter 288, Dealing with the Killer. If he was really the killer, the first thing was that he couldn't stay in Area B. Even with the saying darkness under the lamp, staying there would be far too risky. His target had always been players, so Area D was unlikely. Almost everyone there were ordinary people, surviving with only basic manual labor. Area C did have some players, but the proportion was low. Either the households had many members and thus plenty of labor, or a single player was supporting a whole family. To minimize costs, he would have no choice but to live in Area C. Area B, on the other hand, was either inhabited by solitary individuals or by families with 2 or more players. As for Area A, money alone wasn't enough to live there. When Ling Mo and the others moved in, they had exchanged a huge amount of goods. Later, they kept negotiating with the base to bring in more items from the game, which allowed them to live there. The other residents of Area A. Just look at this base, it was built using their money. The rich contributed funds, the strong contributed labor, and materials came from those who had them. If he was the killer, unable to stay in B, he would certainly move to Area A. Although Area A's defenses were strict, everyone's attention was focused on Area B. That left Area A with a potential vulnerability. With this in mind, Ling Mo began to thoroughly inspect Area A using her mental power. Having already scanned it many times before, Ling Mo knew every blade of grass and every tree, so any abnormality would stand out immediately. Soon enough, she noticed something unusual. In a nearby villa lived a family of 7, grandparents, maternal grandparents, parents, and a 12-year-old girl. Within this family, there were two players, the young couple. They had moved in before Ling Mo and the others and generally lived peacefully, with only occasional minor conflicts. But today, something seemed off. The four elders, who usually stayed in separate rooms, were all together in a single room, appearing frightened. The couple could move about, but they acted cautiously and stealthily. Most importantly, their child was missing. Instead of the 12-year-old girl, there was a grown man commanding the family. Perfect. Ling Mo had found the killer. Watching this man bossing the family around, Ling Mo's fists clenched. She wanted to deal with this threat immediately, but first, she needed to locate the missing girl. For Ling Mo, this wasn't difficult. Coming from Area B to Area A, he wouldn't have had much time to hide the girl. She was probably still somewhere in Area A. Sure enough, in a hidden corner of Area A, Ling Mo discovered freshly disturbed ground. Further exploration revealed a hidden cellar. After removing the cover, she found the girl lying inside, eyes closed, breathing faint but alive. If she had been found any later, the child might have died. With the girl safe, it was time to deal with the culprit. Ling Mo had originally considered handing him over to the base, which might have yielded useful information from interrogation. But after a moment's hesitation, she discarded the idea. First, the base was busy and might not have time to deal with him. Second, this person didn't seem like a spy. He seemed to be coming specifically for her. After searching so many people, none of them drank soy sauce and went crazy? Inside the villa, the man raged helplessly. Over the past few days, he had combed through Area B, killing so many, yet none were the target. Now, he had to admit he had been heading in the wrong direction all along. Drank soy sauce and went crazy was no longer in B, but in A. Hearing his muttering, Ling Mo was certain this man was coming specifically for her. Someone so reckless last time is long dead, grass over their grave now tall. Worth mentioning, after Ling Mo's previous chaos, the Red Dot Nation no longer dared live there. Other nations eyed the island, but due to the current special circumstances and their fear of drank soy sauce and went crazy, they had no choice but to give up. Thus, the island naturally fell into China's hands. Centuries later, Red Dot finally returned to the motherland, a truly joyous occasion. Ling Mo first teleported the unconscious girl into her space for safety. Then, without hesitation, she crushed the man's heart from a distance. Compared to the agony he inflicted on his victims before death, this man's death was effortless. Ling Mo considered herself merciful. Meanwhile, the couple next door looked exhausted and terrified. The wife's face still showed traces of tears, but they dared not show any anger. Their daughter had been kidnapped, and her whereabouts were unknown until now. "Don't worry, that person promised that as long as we obey, he won't harm Xia Xia," the husband reassured. Yet the more he spoke, the more fiercely the wife's tears flowed. Seeing this, the husband sighed helplessly. His words were not only for her, but to comfort himself. At that moment, a painful groaning came from the room. The couple rushed in to see. The man who had been sitting arrogantly and giving orders now had a purple face, one hand clutching his heart, filled with pain. Seeing them, he opened his mouth to beg for help, but no sound came out. The wife hurried forward, panic-stricken. "You can't die. You can't die. You haven't told me where my daughter is. Give me my Xia Xia." Yet her pleas could not bring him back. After his death, the man's body suddenly disappeared. Just as the couple was stunned, their daughter suddenly appeared. The wife could hardly believe her eyes. Seeing her daughter returned, she burst into tears of joy. Alongside their daughter came several bottles of potions. The husband immediately recognized them. They were sold only at Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy's shop. Could it be? A thought flashed in his mind. Chapter 289, The Prophecy Robe. At that moment, the unconscious Xia Xia slowly opened her eyes and saw her tear-streaked mother, overwhelmed with emotion. But her body was too weak to move. Although she couldn't move, she could still speak. "Mom, just now I saw fairyland. It was so beautiful. Being in Ling Mo's space hadn't left Xia Xia completely unconscious. The environment inside the space was comfortable, allowing her mind to regain some awareness, letting her see glimpses of her surroundings. But the clarity didn't last long. Soon, Ling Mo brought her back. As for the man's body, Ling Mo naturally took care of it. She didn't leave him in the space for long, instead disposing of the corpse outside the base, completely eliminating all traces. Before discarding him, Ling Mo found several space buttons on the man. The contents were a chaotic mix, mostly food supplies. These must have been taken from the people he had killed. Besides the food, there were a few items. One item, a purple robe, caught her attention. This robe could block her mental power. She took the robe out of the space. Its fabric was icy cool, like the finest silk. Despite its large size, it felt weightless in her hands. The robe's aesthetics struck Ling Mo's heart immediately. "Chairman, scan this robe," Ling Mo instructed. Scanning. Name, Prophecy Robe Ability, a divine artifact created specifically for seers. When worn, it enhances the wearer's divination abilities and protects against the backlash caused by divination. This is a coveted item for all seers. However, it is very picky. If the wearer's talent is insufficient or their performance is mediocre, the cost of divination will double. This artifact. Doesn't it seem tailor-made for Fuyu? Since it had no use for herself, Ling Mo decided to give it to Fuyu to maximize its potential. But how to deliver it posed a problem. Handing it over directly would require explaining its origin. To avoid unnecessary complications, she would use her drank soy sauce and went crazy identity. Soon, an idea came to her mind. She placed the prophecy robe in her shop, listing its name and abilities in detail. The price was set to free. In red letters, it stated it was meant for a destined person, only someone with sufficient divination talent could claim it. Of course, this was just for show. Behind the scenes, Ling Mo controlled who could take it. She also added a condition: the robe could never be used to divine her identity without her permission. For others, this promise might be meaningless, but for seers, it was as sacred as swearing to a deity. Ling Mo set it up so only Fuyu could take the robe. After completing this, Ling Mo silently praised her own cleverness. Now, she just had to wait for Fuyu to claim it. It shouldn't take long. After all, countless people watched the shop 24 hours a day. Sure enough, the news that a free artifact was available at Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy shop quickly went viral. And this wasn't an ordinary artifact, it was a growth-type artifact. The value of this item was immediately clear. Other countries' leaders may not have known, but ordinary people were seeing a growth-type artifact for the first time. Most artifacts they owned were one-time use, disappearing after a single use. Even so, they were incredibly precious. Hearing the news, countless people flocked to the already crowded shop. Luckily, Ling Mo's shop wasn't physical, so it could accommodate everyone, otherwise, the crowd would have been overwhelming. The prophecy robe, however, could only be used by those with divination talent. Even though the final recipient had already been predetermined, Ling Mo brought out a talent tester to prevent others from sneaking in. This machine had been obtained from the rabbit beast man, discovered when she was organizing her space recently. Once the robe was taken, the tester itself would also be sold as an item. Ling Mo placed the prophecy robe in a separate area, isolating anyone without divination talent. This blocked 99.99% of people immediately. Of the remaining 0.01%, many would still be rejected due to insufficient talent. Thus, only a very small number could even access the robe. After dealing with the prophecy robe, Ling Mo turned to another matter. Her previous auctions had accumulated many items. She decided to sell the one-time use escape tools and other useless trinkets. Ling Mo didn't lack means of escape, so these items were redundant. Most of the trivial items had no practical use, like vases, only good for display. While sorting through them, she discovered something interesting, not exactly an item, but 8 identical triangles. They caught her attention because of their identical shape and material, and their mutual attraction, like magnets. When she tried assembling them, she found that the 8 pieces formed a single item. Once assembled, it became a palm-sized yellow octagonal box. It resembled a compact, complete with a small mirror inside. When Qianman scanned it, there was no record in the databases. After some experimentation, Ling Mo quickly understood its purpose. If used properly, it was a powerful tool. If misused, it was just a mid-level item. It functioned as a dispenser, generating 8 random tokens each day. Each token had a different function, somewhat like talismans in the cultivation world. 8 tokens per day, refreshed daily. And used tokens wouldn't carry over, they would reset every day. Chapter 290, Fuyu's Prophecy. Aside from the other items, Ling Mo planned to have the universal gloves duplicate the rest. Ever since acquiring the gloves, this was the tool she used most frequently. Especially given that they could copy items, essentially, one item, 1,000 uses. However, the universal gloves couldn't duplicate one-time use items, and the duplication process itself took time. Moreover, the duplicated items also had a time limit. But that didn't matter much, since the originals already had time restrictions. Ling Mo looked over the vast array of items in her space. She had a busy schedule ahead. The prophecy robe had finally been claimed by Fuyu. Everyone was both curious and a bit envious. Some even contacted Fuyu, offering large sums to purchase the robe. Even people from the base reached out. Through these conversations, Ling Mo confirmed that China indeed possessed growth-type artifacts. Beyond China, rumors also suggested that the Lighthouse and Maoxiong regions had similar growth-type items. Hearing this, Ling Mo was a little annoyed. During the auction, they hadn't dared to show any growth-type artifacts, instead offering a pile of inconsequential items to fool her. Because of that, even looking at the 123 wooden man left her irritated. Based on our research, each growth-type artifact has unique growth conditions and usage methods, but without exception, their potential is enormous. The woman speaking now wore a sharp suit, radiating professionalism. Her purpose was clear, she wanted Fuyu to hand over the prophecy robe. How can you assume the robe will be wasted in Fuyu's hands? Though the woman acted for her country, Ling Mo couldn't bear to watch someone demean Fuyu like that. It was as if only in their hands could the robe truly shine, anyone else would be squandering it. The woman hadn't expected Ling Mo to interject. After all, she was known for her aloofness, often remaining a silent observer during negotiations. Psychologists had even suggested that Ling Mo was emotionally cold, only teaming up with Jiang Xian and the others for protection. With the 4 together, each was only out for themselves. So the woman assumed Ling Mo would stay silent again. She frowned at being interrupted but knew Ling Mo wasn't a mere figurehead. Normally quiet, when Ling Mo spoke, neither Jiang Xian, Yik Kai nor Fuyu dared oppose her. She patiently explained, I don't mean to interfere. The prophecy robe is an extremely rare growth-type artifact. Now that everyone knows it's in Fuyu's hands, countless people are watching. You need to understand the saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. That statement was reasonable. If Ling Mo hadn't already studied the robe's properties, she might have agreed. In fact, the prophecy robe was essentially a top-tier defensive artifact. Worn, it offered constant protection, 24/7. Seers were notoriously fragile, after all. With the robe's defense, even a cannon couldn't touch them, losing a single hair would be the maximum damage. The description didn't mention this because it was its most understated ability. If Ling Mo had a seer's talent, she would have been reluctant to release such an artifact. Yet, while powerful, the robe couldn't be worn by just anyone. Its growth depended on absorbing the backlash from divination. To make it stronger, Fuyu only needed to continue practicing divination. This information was conveyed to him the moment he claimed the robe. However, if a seer's talent was insufficient, the backlash wouldn't just fail to strengthen the robe, it would intensify the penalty. So, the woman's concern was unnecessary. Jiang Xian looked at Fuyu. How do you plan to handle this? Whatever you decide, we're with you. Fuyu exhaled and looked at the woman. Ministerly, thank you for your concern. But since the robe chose me, it means we are fated. As for those watching me, if they're capable, let them try. At barely 20, fresh out of school, full of youthful courage, he was fearless. And he had the strength to back it up. Seeing his resolve, Ministerly didn't press further. She might have wanted to, but with these people able to bring items from the game into reality, she knew using force would make her look foolish. Very well. If you encounter danger or change your mind, you may contact me anytime. After saying this, she began to leave. Just as she turned, Fuyu called after her. Ministerly, when I received the prophecy robe, I divined once. The next natural disaster will begin after the end of the next game round. All eyes immediately fell on Fuyu. Ministerly didn't doubt his words. After all, this came from someone chosen by the robe. And do you know what the next disaster is? Under everyone's tense gaze, Fuyu slowly said, blizzards, extreme cold, and in 3 days, a massive outbreak of pestilence will occur. Hearing this, Minister Li's expression changed drastically, as did her colleagues. Thank you for the warning, she said, quickly departing with her team. They had come for the prophecy robe, but now there were far more pressing matters. After the next game round ended, they would have very little time, especially with the pestilence outbreak in 3 days. Because of the previous game, the flower shell beetles brought back by Ling Mo and Fuyu had already restored some crops, but growth was far from maturity. They needed to return immediately and prepare. Chapter 291 Preparations. Watching Ministerly leave in such a hurry, the group exchanged glances. Should we start preparing in advance as well? Ling Mo asked. Yik Kai replied, no need. When we worked on the basement before, we already reinforced the house. Hearing this, Ling Mo recalled that period. They really had done a lot of work hammering and fixing things. Then should we add a fireplace in the living room and stockpile some firewood? Ling Mo suggested. Also, maybe we should try this. She pulled something from her pocket, opened it, and started reviewing the video they had seen before. In it, people were preparing for winter. First, they used curved frames to surround the house, then covered it with plastic sheets and secured them. This setup provided warmth while also creating extra activity space. It was clearly the first time Chingyong, Yik Kai, and Fuyu had seen such a method, and they were impressed. However, such support frames must be custom-made. And during extreme cold, heavy snow will fall. Ordinary frames won't suffice. Use rebar, and the plastic sheets must be thickened, Chingyong explained. Fuyu added, also, reinforce the roof so that it doesn't collapse under the snow. Once they calculated everything, they realized there was quite a lot to do, and all before the next game round began. Not to mention, in 3 days, a massive pest outbreak was expected. After planning, they divided the tasks among themselves. Yik Kai, being able to fly, handled reinforcing and repairing the roof. Chingyong took care of the fireplace inside. Fuyu was responsible for the greenhouse and custom frames outside. Ling Mo would take on the remaining scattered tasks. Since factories had long stopped production, and deliveries were cut off, acquiring thickened plastic sheets was no small feat, but as the saying goes, heavy rewards bring forth brave men. Ling Mo posted a task on the game forum, using the name Heaven Owes Me a Trillion. It was her first time speaking on the forum. The reward, 10 units of military rations low. The post caused a huge stir. Almost everyone on the forum paused their discussions to focus on it. Many asked if it was real. Ling Mo patiently replied, of course it's real. The trade is already listed. Only thick, large sheets will qualify. I'll choose the most sincere trader. Not long after, a message popped up, I love flower boys, friend, can you say what the plastic sheets are for? Ling Mo didn't respond immediately. The reason was simple, she didn't want the price to be driven up. Who knew when the base would release the same information? Speed was crucial. With 10 units of military rations low as bait, people quickly started offering trades. Ling Mo selected several of the best quality sheets. Now her space was piled high with plastic sheets, so many, it looked like a small mountain. She placed some in the living room, keeping the rest for backup. With plastic sheets secured, they turned to firewood. A fireplace was useless without fuel. While Ling Mo didn't lack fuel, she needed a legitimate reason to bring it out. Symbolically stockpiling some was the solution. Warm clothing was next. Although they had thermoregulation suits and extreme heat mushrooms, the suits had limits, and the mushrooms were finite. Extra clothing was necessary. The fastest way to gather these supplies was to recruit help. Ling Mo had plenty of military rations low for trading. She posted several long-term trade offers. 100 pounds of firewood could be exchanged for 1 military ration low vine. Winter clothing and blankets could also be traded similarly, quality dependent. Astute players sensed something unusual. If the previous post raised suspicion, this one confirmed their suspicions. Ling Mo, using her drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy identity, created a recycling stall in the Don't Miss shop. They would collect firewood, coal, and thick clothing. The rewards weren't as high as before, enough to signal her intentions without overpaying. Naturally, some understood her strategy and began participating. Collecting firewood and coal was easy. After extreme heat, countless trees had perished. 100 pounds of firewood for a military ration low was essentially giving it away. Warm clothing was rarer, most had been ruined by pests. Ling Mo remembered keeping the pelts from black wolves' hunted animals and processed them for use. By afternoon, everything they needed was ready. Jiang Xin, Yik Kai, and Fuyu also focused on their respective tasks. The villa had many empty rooms beyond their living spaces and the food storage basement. Ling Mo decided to utilize all of them. Before doing so, she sealed every crack to prepare for the pest outbreak in 3 days. By afternoon, a sharp alarm rang throughout the base, reserved for emergencies. The base announced the upcoming high-level pest outbreak in 3 days. Everyone was instructed to lock doors and windows, take protective measures, and avoid going outside. Additionally, they warned that the next natural disaster after the game round might be extreme cold, advising everyone to prepare accordingly. Panic, unease, and fear quickly spread throughout the base. Some clever individuals had already begun taking action. The base also introduced a new rule: children under 18 could be sent to the base by their parents for safety, under base supervision. Participation was entirely voluntary. Chapter 292 Children are the hope of a nation. You guys tell me, why would the base release such an order? Yik Kai asked in confusion. Did you forget about the previous planet auction? Fuyu replied. Hearing that, Yik Kai's eyes widened. You mean the higher-ups want to send these children to another planet? With Blue Star's current situation, sending them to another planet might actually be better than letting them stay here, Jiang Xin said. Ling Mo, standing beside them, nodded. The environment on Chingyong Star was indeed better than that of Blue Star. Even before the apocalypse, Chingyong Star's environment had been superior. But didn't other countries say that the environments on those planets were extremely harsh and unsuitable for human habitation? Yik Kai asked. That's not entirely correct, Fuyu reminded him. There's also Little Mocha Star. Of course I know that. But didn't drunk on soy sauce forbid anyone from entering Little Mocha Star? Other people might not be allowed in, but that doesn't necessarily mean China isn't. After all, since the beginning of the apocalypse, it had been obvious to everyone that drunk on soy sauce favored China. And don't forget, Fuyu continued, the next natural disaster I predicted is most likely extreme cold. Looking at what happened during the extreme heat phase, even adults struggled to survive, let alone children. At that time, children would probably be the first to be abandoned. Some people, in order to survive, would do anything. If that's the case, then wouldn't the elderly also be in great danger? Yik Kai said. Fuyu slowly replied, children are the hope of a nation. The statement sounded cruel, but it was the truth. Yik Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, if that's the case, I need to go home. Jiang Xian and Fuyu also decided to return home, leaving Ling Mo alone. Ling Mo used the golden heavenly eye she had left on Chingyong Star to observe what was happening there. She saw tens of thousands of excavators working simultaneously on the planet. The scene was beyond shocking. Many facilities had already been built. Ling Mo even spotted the flower fairies among them. Looking at the structures that had already been completed, she saw dormitories, schools, libraries, and hospitals. It seemed the country had been planning this for a long time. When Ling Mo saw the school, she couldn't help but laugh. Those children would probably return to school life not long after arriving on Chingyong Star. She saw teachers already inside the school buildings, while textbooks were being printed urgently. Desks and chairs were prepared as well. Even if classrooms were a bit crowded, there would be no major problems. After the previous extreme heat and pest disaster, the two groups with the highest death toll were the elderly and children. Especially children under 3 years old, many simply couldn't survive in the extreme heat. The country had likely realized this, which was why they issued that order. Looking again at the base's announcement, there was an additional note: pregnant women could also be taken care of by the base. If a child was under 3 years old, one guardian could accompany them. Unfortunately, there were now very few children on Blue Star, and almost no pregnant women. In such an extreme environment, both pregnant women and children were often seen as burdens. It was rumored that in some other countries, due to food shortages, cannibalism had already begun. In comparison, China's situation was far better. They could even still access the internet. Once the announcement was released, some people questioned it while others demanded an explanation. Why should their children be placed under unified management? Where exactly were their children being taken? But the base refused to reveal anything. Chingyong Star was now the nation's top secret and absolutely could not be disclosed. Some people tried to stir up trouble because of this. However, they underestimated the unity of the Chinese people and their trust in their country. Even though the base refused to answer questions, many still chose to send their children away. The reason was simple: if the children stayed with them, they would only suffer more. At the base, they might at least get a full meal. And without children, life for the parents would become easier. Some people even tried to send their elderly family members as well, but they were refused. Soon, the entire base became lively. Many people led their children toward the administrative hall, forming a long line. Of course, not everyone was willing to part with their children. Some wealthy or powerful individuals chose to wait and see. They believed they had enough food and resources to care for their children and didn't want to endure the pain of separation. The base did not force them. If those families truly could take care of their children, the base welcomed that outcome. After all, taking in such a massive number of children at once placed tremendous pressure on them. Even with exoskeleton mechs, combat mechs, and countless awakened ability users working together, their current construction speed, at full capacity, could only guarantee one building every 3 days while maintaining quality. In the past, such speed would have been unimaginable. Yet it still wasn't enough. Truck after truck of children were transported away, heading toward what would hopefully be a brighter future. Seeing this, Ling Mo took the opportunity to release the Tangtangs from her space into Chingyong Star as well, reminding them not to reveal their identities. She gave them a mission: comfort the children. Among the children being sent away, the majority were very young. After all, small children couldn't contribute labor and were considered burdens, while teenagers, especially boys, were already half a workforce and could help their families. These younger children, suddenly placed in a completely new environment, would certainly struggle to adapt. Even if the military arranged professionals to care for them, they couldn't possibly look after every child perfectly. There were simply too many. Besides the Tangtangs, Ling Mo also sent the soothing bell. After doing all this, Ling Mo sighed. There was only so much she could do. Meanwhile, Ling Mo handed this month's land restoration liquid to the robots on Yunhai Star, letting them use it to transform the soil and pour some into the oceans. Using the golden heavenly eye again, she observed Yunhai Star's condition. The planet had changed a lot, and yet in some ways it hadn't. This referred mainly to the ocean. Kaiman, has Yunhai Star actually changed? According to the detection results, currently more than 80% of the land exposed above sea level on Yunhai Star has transformed from barren soil into fertile soil suitable for plant growth. The nutrient level in the ocean water has also risen from previously 0 to 0.1%. Chapter 293, The Insect Plague, The Final Frenzy. 0.1%? That much? One had to know that Yunhai Star was an entire planet, and a very large one at that. Going from 0 to 0.1% was already a huge increase. I didn't expect the land restoration liquid to be this powerful. Wouldn't that mean that before long, Yunhai Star could become like Hylon Star? However, Qianman quickly shattered that fantasy. The reason it had reached 0.1% was because Ling Mo had released quite a number of living creatures there. Most of that 0.1% contribution came from those living organisms. The land restoration liquid might help, but it wasn't nearly as miraculous as she had imagined. After hearing Qianman's explanation, Ling Mo's excited mood immediately cooled down. Forget it. I'd better just continue collecting supplies. Over the past few days, she had gathered quite a lot of things, firewood being the most abundant. Every few minutes someone contacted Ling Mo wanting to trade firewood. Most of those people had foreign IP addresses. Domestic bases had already issued warnings, so people were busy stockpiling warm supplies instead of trading. Ling Mo didn't accept every offer. Even if she wanted to collect it all, she simply couldn't handle that much. Part of the firewood she left outside, while the rest she stored in her space. If all the firewood had been kept outside, they probably wouldn't even have space to step inside the house anymore. By the third day, the base gradually became quiet. During those days, Ling Mo had already prepared nearly everything she needed. Daytime on the third day passed quickly. Nothing happened. The so-called insect disaster didn't appear. Many people began suspecting that the prediction might be false. Fu Yu, however, remained firm. I can't be wrong. The day isn't over yet. That night, Ling Mo, who was in her room, suddenly sensed something unusual. Something was flying toward the base. And there were a lot of them. Ling Mo immediately realized what they were. Insects. A massive swarm of insects was rushing toward them. Not just from one direction, they were coming from all sides. Like a well-trained army, the insects surrounded the entire base. At the same time, the emergency alarm rang throughout the base, warning residents to return indoors immediately because a large number of insects were approaching. Meanwhile, more than a dozen fighter jets filled with insecticide took off simultaneously. Previously, because the base frequently sprayed insecticide, insects were rarely seen. Even when they appeared, there were only a few and they didn't affect daily life. But now, insects were emerging everywhere. From the soil, floors, walls, roofs, even toilets. Looking at the overwhelming scene outside, Ling Mo and the others couldn't help but feel uneasy. Good thing Mo soaked water with flower beetle gallbladders and sprayed the whole house inside and out earlier, and sealed every crack, Jiang Xian said. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble now. Yik Kai frowned. Most of these insects are crawling out of the ground. Did they suddenly learn how to burrow underground? Maybe they're eggs that were laid long ago and only just hatched, Ling Mo suggested, offering a reasonable explanation. Or maybe they suddenly appeared, Fu Yu said. Don't forget, these insects appeared out of nowhere from the beginning. Either way, it didn't really matter now. Ling Mo looked at Fu Yu. When will this insect disaster end? Fu Yu sighed. The final carnival before death. It'll probably last until the next natural disaster arrives. Hearing that, Ling Mo watched the insects repeatedly slamming against the windows outside. The windows were bulletproof glass, thickened for insulation, so they wouldn't break easily. Fu Yu's words, the final carnival, meant that the insects had sensed the coming disaster. They knew their extinction was approaching. So they attacked the human base like mad. Just as Fuyu predicted, the insect plague continued for several days without any sign of stopping. The sound of fighter jets constantly roared overhead. Dead insects kept falling from the sky, piling up thickly on the ground. Yet no one dared to go outside to clean them. Seeing the piles of insect corpses, Ling Mo secretly collected some and fed them to the chickens, ducks, and geese inside her space. The sky looked pitch black, not because of the weather, but because countless insects blocked out the sunlight. Life for Ling Mo and the others remained mostly the same. Except for being unable to leave the house, nothing else had changed. One day, Jiang Xian was knocked out of combat mode once again. Seeing the injuries on him, Ling Mo gasped. That looks really serious. The person in combat mode seems to be hitting harder and harder. Even lowering the difficulty didn't help. Could the machine be broken? But the machine was probably far past its warranty period. Even if it was broken, they had no way to repair it. Jiang Xian stood up from the ground and waved his hand. It's fine. It's not broken. I can tell he isn't using his full strength. My injuries look serious, but they're just superficial wounds. Ling Mo nodded skeptically. Oh. I see. By the way, Mo, Jiang Xian suddenly said, you haven't entered combat mode for a long time, have you? Ling Mo nodded and hugged herself innocently. Seeing how badly you guys get beaten every day scares me. Besides, I have Black Wolf. When it comes to fighting, the three of you together might not even beat me. Jiang Xian fell silent. Even though it was true, hearing it said so bluntly was a bit painful. Black Wolf is Black Wolf, and you are you, Jiang Xian said sternly. From now on, you must enter combat mode once every 3 days. She used to be very diligent about it. Jiang Xian silently complained in his mind. If Ling Mo heard that, she would definitely protest. She was still hardworking. She just hadn't entered combat mode recently, but she still trained regularly and visited the other training modes. Getting stronger didn't necessarily mean getting beaten up. Under Jiang Xian's relentless pressure, Ling Mo finally entered combat mode. The moment it activated, a fist suddenly flew straight toward her. Holy! Ling Mo was so startled she blurted out a curse. No honor in this fight. Fortunately, she wasn't someone who cared about fighting honor either. Weapons could be used in combat mode. People usually didn't bother using them, but they were allowed. Ling Mo used her universal gloves to create a baseball bat, then swung it with full force at the person in front of her. Chapter 294. If you break them, you can't afford the compensation. The person on the opposite side clearly hadn't expected Ling Mo to fight back. His body reacted faster than his brain. He leaned backward, narrowly dodging Ling Mo's attack. He had just been about to counterattack, but when he saw that the attacker was Ling Mo, his eyes widened in surprise. Ling Mo, however, didn't care about any of that. After her first strike missed, she didn't pause for even a second before swinging again. This went on for about 10 minutes. During the entire time, the other party only defended and had no intention of counterattacking. Eventually Ling Mo became tired and finally stopped moving. She sat down on the ground without caring about appearances, hugging the stick in her arms while breathing heavily. Then she looked up at the person across from her. Finished venting? He asked calmly. Ling Mo sat while he stood. Combined with his helpless tone, faintly carrying a hint of indulgent patience, it felt exactly like an elder who had just finished scolding a disobedient junior. I heard you've been looking for me? Ling Mo decided to change the subject. He clearly hadn't expected her to ask that question. Yao coughed awkwardly. I haven't been looking for you constantly. It's just that you hadn't appeared for a long time, so I thought something might have happened to you. Although he didn't know exactly what problem had occurred in the program designed by Ayer, these different personalities should technically be in a competitive relationship. Normally, if any one of them showed weakness, the other three would join forces to eliminate them. With that assumption in mind, and with Ling Mo not appearing for such a long time, he naturally assumed that she had been absorbed by the other three. Yao didn't know why he cared so much. But the person in front of him, well, person for now, gave off a certain aura that made him feel comfortable. Even though all four of them originated from the same program, the other three never gave him this feeling. Ling Mo looked confused. What could possibly happen to me? In reality, she had just been avoiding coming in to get beaten up. Hearing the slight disappointment in Ling Mo's voice, Yao instinctively asked, "Did something happen?" But immediately afterward he felt foolish. The other party was just an AI made of data. What could possibly happen to her? Ling Mo, on the other hand, was thinking something completely different. The AI in front of her came from the interstellar era, after all. Maybe he knew a way to deal with the insect disaster. Even though she already had Qiaman had said himself that from the moment he was manufactured until the first time he was activated, he had always been in Ling Mo's hands. His understanding of the interstellar world was limited to information available online. In simple terms, if it existed on the internet, he knew it. If it didn't exist online, he had no idea. "I'm dealing with a huge number of insects," Ling Mo said sincerely while looking at Yao. "Do you have any good solutions?" Insects? Was she infected with some kind of virus? "I'll go back and have someone check it." Ling Mo automatically interpreted that sentence as him going to check online. But this was Blue Star. What internet was he supposed to use? Ling Mo sighed. As expected, she had been too hopeful. Asking a program for help was indeed unrealistic. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ling Mo prepared to leave. After venting earlier, she already felt much better. "I'm leaving first." Just as she was about to exit, Ling Mo suddenly turned back and said to Yao, "Oh right. From now on, be gentler with the other three. If you beat them too badly, you won't be able to afford the compensation." Jiang Xian, Yik Kai, and Fuyu were her teammates and bodyguards. If something really happened to them, even selling this machine wouldn't be enough to compensate her. Ling Mo's words made Yao pause. She was protecting the other three? Had he guessed wrong? Maybe she wasn't in a competitive relationship with the other three. She might actually be playing the role of a mediator among them. If that was the case, it explained why her fighting style was the least professional. Because she was never meant to fight in the first place. Thinking further about what she said earlier about insects, could it be that during this time she had been cleaning viruses within the system? And since he had hit the other three a bit too hard recently, breaking the balance between them, she deliberately appeared today to warn him? Many thoughts flashed through Yao's mind in an instant. But outwardly he remained expressionless. "I'm helping them improve quickly," he said calmly. "An enemy wouldn't show you mercy." Ling Mo blinked. That actually made sense. "But that still won't do," she insisted. "If you injure them badly, then when they face real enemies, they won't even be able to fight back." When Ling Mo exited combat mode, she saw Jiang Xian, Yik Kai, and Fuyu sitting neatly in a row on the sofa. The moment she appeared, all three pairs of eyes immediately focused on her. Seeing that Ling Mo looked completely uninjured, surprise flashed across their faces. "Maybe the injuries are hidden under her clothes?" Yik Kai muttered. When they saw that Ling Mo moved freely with no sign of injury, Jiang Xian couldn't help asking, Mo, you're not hurt?" Hearing that, Ling Mo finally understood why the three of them had been sitting there staring at her. They had been waiting to see her get beaten up. And here she had been pleading for them earlier. "Are you disappointed that nothing happened to me?" Ling Mo asked with a half-smile. Jiang Xian immediately gave a polite yet awkward smile. "How could that be?" His expression clearly said, "How could you think that of us?" "Exactly. Why would we hope you'd get beaten, MMPH?" Before Yik Kai could finish speaking, Fuyu quickly covered his mouth. Ling Mo snorted and turned to walk into the kitchen. Because they were afraid insects might crawl in through the chimney, it had already been sealed earlier. They were also worried that the massive insect swarms might chew through electrical wires, causing widespread power outages or even fires. So when the insect disaster began, the base had proactively cut off the electricity. this wasn't exaggeration. Some countries had barely restored a portion of their electricity after the extreme heat disaster. But when the insect plague arrived, even that remaining electricity was completely destroyed. When repair teams arrived, they found the locations they needed to fix covered in piles of dead insects, with the air filled with the smell of burned bugs. Now, everyone in the base was living in a state of no water and no electricity. Cooking wasn't allowed. The smell of food would excite the insects even more. So people could only eat the food they had stockpiled earlier. Ling Mo's group was relatively fortunate. They had plenty of food, especially self-heating hot pots and self-heating rice meals. But even so, after eating those things too often, it was inevitable that they would get tired of them and want something different for a change. Chapter 295 The Game Begins, New Players. Hearing Yik Kai say that he was tired of eating little hot pot and self-heating rice, Ling Mo took out a basin of steamed buns and a bottle of chili sauce from her space button. The other three stared at the plump, white buns with shining eyes. After eating and drinking their fill, Ling Mo returned to her room, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes. Do you think she was meditating and cultivating? No. She was observing the situation on Chingyong Star. This had become Ling Mo's favorite thing to do these past few days. Life now was filled with tension. The pressure was too great, so she liked to watch cheerful things to relax. At this moment, on Chingyong Star, various excavators and those who had awakened their talents were still working non-stop. On the other side, inside the buildings that had already been completed, it was a completely different scene. Some kindergartens and elementary schools had already been put into use. At the beginning, these children were still frightened and confused. Some of the younger children became extremely anxious and scared because they had been separated from their parents. Even though people around them kept gently comforting them, those who needed to cry still cried. At that moment, the soothing bell arranged by Ling Mo suddenly appeared. The pleasant ringing echoed through the air like a gentle hand, continuously soothing the children's anxious emotions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the soldiers stationed on Chingyong Star also brought out the food they had prepared in advance. From the start of the apocalypse until now, these children had fallen from heaven into hell. In the past, adults and their families would chase after them to feed them. Now, if they wanted a bite of food, they had to fight for it. Every one of them was sallow and emaciated from hunger. Food was abundant on Chingyong Star, and the children who came here quickly adapted to life. Some of the older children even began taking the initiative to help take care of the younger ones. The flower elves and Tang Tang also quickly integrated into the group of children. Especially Tang Tang, the sugar they produced was very popular among the children. Looking at the harmonious scene on Chingyong Star, Ling Mo seemed to see the blue star of the past. Zhao Jia was 15 years old this year. When his parents sent him onto the vehicle, he thought he had been abandoned. But he didn't cry or make a fuss. He just tightly hugged his two younger sisters. Yes, he had a pair of twin younger sisters, 5 years old this year. Even though he worked hard every day to find food, the two girls were still starved to the point of being yellow-faced and skeletal, barely alive. The pressure of raising 3 children at once was enormous, so Zhao Jia did not blame his parents at all. He only secretly vowed in his heart that he would take good care of his sisters. However, when they arrived at their destination, he was completely dumbfounded. Smooth roads, clean streets, everything felt like a dream. Zhao Jia felt as if he had returned to Blue Star before the apocalypse. Later, he blankly followed the crowd, and under the arrangement of a person wearing a military uniform, he and his sisters were placed in a dormitory that housed 36 people. That very day, they received new clothes and ate a long-missed full meal. Aside from the 3 siblings, there were 33 other people in the dormitory. Although the space was a bit crowded, Zhao Jia was very happy. Because the environment here was countless times better than before. Moreover, the people who arranged for them to live here said that a new dormitory building would soon be completed, so they should make do for now. Zhao Jia wanted to say that it wasn't making do at all. Being able to live here and eat until full every day already made him very happy. After resting for a few days and once everyone had adapted to life here, they were arranged to begin studying. In the past, Zhao Jia hated going to school the most. Now, sitting in the classroom again and watching the teacher walk in from outside holding a textbook, he was so moved that he almost cried. Ling Mo withdrew her gaze from Chingyong Star. She wondered when the natural disasters on Blue Star would end. Kaiman, do you know the reason why these natural disasters are happening on Blue Star? Ling Mo suddenly asked. According to investigations, Blue Star is currently undergoing an unknown transformation, which is why extreme weather has appeared. Originally, based on Blue Star's condition, these changes should have slowly appeared over the next 1 million years. However, because humans destroyed the environment, overexploited resources, and polluted the planet, this change was accelerated. After hearing Qiaman's explanation, Ling Mo silently cursed her bad luck. Ordinary people could spend a lifetime saving water and electricity, and it still wouldn't equal a single day's consumption by the rich. Then the talents we awakened, are they related to the game or to the changes happening on Blue Star? This time, Qiaman did not answer Ling Mo's question. After receiving no response for quite a while, Ling Mo sighed. Alright, if you can't say it, then forget it. She was just a little curious. However, she felt it probably didn't have much to do with the game. Otherwise, why would things like awakening stones and awakening potions exist? This meant that people in the interstellar world could also awaken talents. The appearance of the game probably only accelerated this process. As the days passed, the insect disaster outside began to show signs of weakening, but it was still impossible to go out. And as the time for the game to begin slowly approached, aside from the original players, all those who had awakened talents and those who had previously been eliminated from the game became extremely nervous and anxious. Although the game had said that the selection would be from all people on Blue Star, the difference between having a talent and not having one was still huge. Without a talent, it was very easy to be eliminated during the game. Because of Ling Mo's existence, far more people in China awakened talents later on compared to other countries. It is worth mentioning that even without awakening potions, some people had begun awakening on their own. However, the process was extremely dangerous. Out of 10 people, only one could successfully awaken. The remaining 9 all died miserably, their entire skin looking as if it had been scalded in boiling water. This made Ling Mo recall the high fever she had experienced during her own awakening. So if nothing unexpected happened, after this, the number of players from China would reach an unprecedented new height. As the time for the game's start drew closer day by day, Ling Mo also began her once-a-month fixed routine, cooking. Because she couldn't light a fire, she could only make something simple this time. She casually steamed some rice and made a few sandwiches, just enough to get by. After the game began, Ling Mo returned to her space, took a shower, dried her hair, tied it up, changed her clothes, and put on a mask. After coming out of the space, she glanced at the time. There were only 15 minutes left until 12 o'clock. All that remained was to wait quietly. When there were 5 minutes left before midnight, the voice of the game system suddenly sounded. Dear players, hello. Before the game officially begins, please allow us to first welcome the arrival of the new players. Chapter 296, Blind Box Matching Game, 1. At the same time, a number appeared in front of every player. This number represented the current number of players still in the game. Ling Mo counted it, there were a full 1 million players. That number sounded like a lot, but compared to the tens of billions of people on the entire Blue Star, 1 million was practically nothing. No wonder the game wanted to increase the number of players. Just as Ling Mo was sighing about it, the original number suddenly began increasing at an extremely rapid speed. Very soon, the number of players reached 10 million. 5 minutes later, the rate at which the player count increased finally began to slow down. At that moment, the game system's voice sounded again. Welcome to the new players. Let me reiterate once again, this game is a support-type game. Now, the game begins. On Tamir Star, the Tamir people who live there are extremely fascinated with mysterious and thrilling things. Therefore, Tamir Star is the largest producer of blind boxes, and the blind boxes produced here are loved throughout the entire interstellar world. Recently, the annual Interstellar Carnival Shopping Festival is about to arrive. The massive number of blind box orders has given the Tamir people a terrible headache, so they have no choice but to hire a group of people to help them pack the orders. Work hard, laborers. As the system finished its last sentence, Ling Mo's vision suddenly went black. The next second, she appeared inside a huge room. Looking around, aside from herself, the room was filled from floor to ceiling with various goods. Other than that, there was nothing else. Ling Mo looked at the piles of goods in the room and thought about the task the game system had just mentioned. Don't tell me I have to pack all the goods in here? At that moment, Ling Mo noticed a pile of white paper-like sheets placed beside her. On top of them were the words "Blind Box Packaging Box." Ling Mo tried picking up one of the sheets and indeed saw some lines drawn on it. Following those lines, she folded it, and after a short while, a white box appeared in her hands. Ling Mo looked at the plain white box. For blind boxes, the most important thing was that people couldn't tell what was inside. Only then would opening it bring a sense of surprise. Therefore, the exterior had to look exactly the same. Just then, the game system's voice sounded again. Task issued: pack all the goods in the room. The packaging method must comply with Tamir Star's blind box regulations. The time limit for the task is 5 days. Players who fail to complete the task within 5 days will lose their player status. After hearing the task, Ling Mo didn't dare waste any time and immediately began working. First, she roughly looked through all the goods in the room. Although there were many of them, they were all small items. "Chairman, what is this?" Ling Mo picked up a small black box. There were no words written on it, only a symbol that looked like an X. Since it was a product meant to be sold, Ling Mo did not open it. Infinite earphones. A best-selling earphone model from 3 years ago. Back then it was impossible to buy even if you had money. Now it's also impossible to buy, even if you have money. Ling Mo, when had Chairman learned to speak so sarcastically? But a bestseller from 3 years ago? Wasn't this basically because it couldn't be sold anymore, so they packaged it as a blind box? Ling Mo had fallen for this kind of thing before. She meant in her previous life. The merchants advertised that you could win phones and tablets, and the price was extremely cheap. But after buying it, all you got were charging cables and earphones, and you could tell from the material that they cost almost nothing. Sometimes getting earphones or charging cables was already considered lucky. More often, people just opened a pile of garbage. They advertised that a few dozen yuan could win items worth thousands, and that thousands could win items worth tens of thousands. If you didn't get anything good, they would simply say your luck was bad. They were just exploiting people's gambler mentality, the desire to take advantage of a good deal. So after being tricked once, Ling Mo had always kept her distance from blind boxes. With that money, wouldn't it be better to buy something else? Next, Ling Mo picked up several other goods and asked Chairman about them. Without exception, the results were all the same, former bestsellers from several years ago. That was still acceptable since they had once been popular. Some of the items, however, were completely unbranded products with no certification at all. Looking at the room full of goods, Ling Mo thought that whoever bought the blind boxes she packed was going to be very unlucky. Even so, she continued working. Life wasn't easy, Ling Mo sighed. Besides, gamblers weren't worthy of sympathy. At first, Ling Mo thought packing items into boxes would be extremely simple. But after packing one blind box and placing it at the shipping outlet, the display showed unqualified. Looking at the blind box that had been returned, Ling Mo fell silent. She examined it all over but couldn't figure out what the problem was. So she decided to try a few more times. But after more than 10 attempts, every single one was returned. Just as Ling Mo frowned and pondered what was going on, a notification sound suddenly rang in her ear. After opening it, she saw that Yik Kai had sent a message in the chat group. Ever since they obtained their intelligent terminals, The four of them had added each other as friends and created a group chat for easier communication. Yik Kai, why do the blind boxes I pack keep getting returned? This was exactly the same question Ling Mo wanted to ask. So she stared at the screen, waiting to see how the other two would answer. Fu you, if they keep getting returned, it's because you didn't put enough items inside. There's a small hole next to the boxes. Grab a handful of the stuff in there and put it in when packing the blind box, and it won't get returned. After seeing Fu Yu's answer, Ling Mo immediately looked beside where the boxes were placed and indeed saw a hole about the size of a basketball. She reached her hand inside and felt something that seemed like paper. When she pulled her hand out and saw what she was holding, Ling Mo was stunned. Wasn't this shredded raffia paper? So the reason the blind boxes kept getting returned earlier was because she forgot to put in the filler paper? Man, do interstellar people also like giving raffia paper when sending gifts? Ling Mo asked curiously. What raffia paper? This is fragrant silk. Different colors can emit different scents. Isn't that basically the same thing? Raffia paper would also smell nice if you sprayed perfume on it. Ling Mo stuffed the fragrant silk in her hand into the blind box that had previously been returned and marked as unqualified, then sent it to the shipping outlet again. Sure enough, this time the blind box was not returned. After figuring out the reason the boxes were being rejected, Ling Mo's speed increased considerably. Because she had spiritual power, Ling Mo immediately began multitasking. Part of her spiritual power folded the boxes, another part grabbed the fragrant silk. Meanwhile, Ling Mo herself was responsible for placing the items into the boxes already filled with fragrant silk. With this whole workflow running together, Ling Mo saved a great deal of time. Chapter 297 Blind Box Matching Game 2. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo's movements became more and more practiced, and the pile of goods in front of her began to shrink faster and faster. Ling Mo discovered that as long as the box was intact and contained fragrant silk and one item, it would basically be judged as qualified. From this, Ling Mo concluded that the batch of blind boxes she was packing probably wasn't very expensive. But since they were electronic products, they shouldn't be too cheap either. During a break, Ling Mo asked Man to search online for the price of this type of blind box. The price ranged between 20 and 30 gold coins. Among all blind boxes, this price wasn't considered expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. It was roughly in the lower middle price range. Then Ling Mo asked Man to search for the original prices of those electronic products. As expected, the prices were about the same as the blind boxes, most of them were even cheaper than the blind box price. Ling Mo cursed the merchants for being profiteers. Soon, the goods in front of her had decreased somewhat. But compared to the overall amount, what Ling Mo had completed so far was only the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, this mission allowed 5 days, otherwise very few people would probably be able to complete it. There were no time references around her, and the lights above illuminated the entire room as brightly as daytime. In such a situation, it was easy for people to lose track of time. Fortunately, Ling Mo had Man, who could report the time to her periodically. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt hunger coming from her stomach. Looking at the time, it was already noon. She took out the meal she had prepared in advance and decided to fill her stomach first. Packing blind boxes required both patience and physical strength, so she had to eat enough. Just then, a sound came from the door, and a tube of nutrient solution was delivered in by a machine. Looking at the green nutrient solution, Ling Mo showed a look of disgust. This nutrient solution was the cheapest and worst tasting among all nutrient solutions. She thought to herself that these Tamir people were really stingy, actually giving them this kind of thing to eat. She casually tossed the nutrient solution into her space and took out the lunchbox she had prepared earlier. Just as she was about to start eating, the system's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Warning! Player and Linda, who loves green algae chips, privately opened product packaging and used it. This behavior is judged as theft. Player status is immediately revoked and the player will be deported. The cost of the blind box must also be compensated. Warning! Player Jerry privately opened product packaging and used it. This behavior is judged as theft. Player status is immediately revoked and the player will be deported. The cost of the blind box must also be compensated. Warning. Player Mountains and Seas are in my hands privately opened product packaging and used it. This behavior is judged as theft. Player status is immediately revoked and the player will be deported. The cost of the blind box must also be compensated. 3 warnings sounded in succession, the system's voice becoming more furious each time. While shoveling food into her mouth, Ling Mo thought that the 3 people being announced were probably newly selected players. Veteran players now usually prepared their own food in advance to avoid the awkward situation of having nothing to eat. After eating and drinking her fill, Ling Mo continued working. With 5 days available, as long as the time was allocated properly, completing the task wouldn't be a problem. However, Ling Mo also wanted to set aside some time to do other things. From the information Xiaoman had found online, Ling Mo learned that Chingyong Star produced many blind boxes every year that couldn't be sold. Even if those blind boxes were repackaged, no one would buy them, and they would eventually be discarded directly. At the same time, besides being famous for blind boxes, Chingyong Star was also known as a major technological hub. The infinite earphones Ling Mo had seen earlier were all produced on Chingyong Star. Even the learning machine Ling Mo had been using previously was made on Chingyong Star. And a long time ago, Chingyong had also been the largest research and production base for palm screens in the entire interstellar world. Palm screens, simply put, were a combination of gloves and mobile phones. They were very convenient to use, just open your hand. Because of palm screens, Chingyong Star had once been the most prosperous place in the entire interstellar world. Unfortunately, after the appearance of intelligent terminals, the palm screen market suffered a huge blow. Gradually, palm screens were replaced by intelligent terminals. In order to complete the task as quickly as possible, Ling Mo decided to sacrifice her sleep time. Anyway, not sleeping now didn't affect her much, and she also had various potions that could restore energy at any time. Ling Mo's plan was to finish the task within 3 days, then wander around nearby to see if she could gain anything. Once she made up her mind, she immediately went into workaholic mode and began frantically packing blind boxes. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Now Ling Mo and her 2 streams of spiritual power worked together with remarkable coordination. Occasionally, she would take time to drink a recovery potion to restore the spiritual and physical energy she had consumed and eliminate fatigue. She worked continuously like this until the afternoon, and the number of items in the room had clearly decreased. When it was time to eat again, Ling Mo was already starving, so she stopped working and began to eat. The moment she took her first bite, Ling Mo let out a satisfied sigh, feeling as if her entire body had come back to life. She casually opened her intelligent terminal to see if the other 3 had sent any messages. "Yik Kai, what kinds of things are you guys packing?" Seeing the message, Ling Mo replied underneath. Ling Mo, various electronic products. Jiang Xian, pretty similar to you. I'm packing spaceship blind boxes. A stiff smile emoji followed the message. Just from the text alone, Ling Mo could already feel Jiang Xian's helplessness and despair. Fuyu, I'm packing pet insect blind boxes. I have to say, interstellar people really know how to have fun. Their tastes are quite unique. Although the words sounded calm, Ling Mo could hear a hint of hysteria hidden within them. Compared to that, Ling Mo's situation actually seemed relatively good. Ling Mo at Yik Kai, what kind of blind boxes are you packing? Yik Kai, doll blind boxes. My whole room is full of dolls. I feel like 1,000 eyes are staring at me right now. He then sent an emoji that looked like it was about to cry. Yik Kai at Jiang Xian, at Fuyu, boss, Yu, can I sleep with you guys when we get back? Jiang Xian, get lost. Fuyu, no. Also, don't call me Yu. Ling Mo, if you're scared, I can let Black Wolf sleep with you. You can lie in its arms. Yik Kai, I'll pass. I'm afraid I'll be in its arms one day and in its stomach the next. Jiang or maybe in the toilet. Ling Mo shoveled the last bite of her boxed meal into her mouth, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, closed the chat interface, and continued working. The moment her eyes opened, it was time to work again. At this moment, Ling Mo wished she could be like Neza, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 298 Blind Box Matching Game, 3. At the same time, Jiang Xian watched as a perfectly good spaceship was dismantled into countless parts. Curious, he asked the person beside him, "What are you doing?" Yes, Jiang Xian wasn't the only one in his work area. There were several other players as well as several robots working together. The robot directed mechanical arms on both sides and replied, "This is a spaceship blind box. As long as all the parts are collected, you can obtain a complete spaceship." Hearing this, Jiang Xian looked at the pile of dismantled parts and asked, "Then roughly how many blind boxes would I have to open to gather all the parts?" The robot thought for a moment before answering, "If you're lucky, opening about 300 blind boxes should be enough." 300 blind boxes. That meant the spaceship had been dismantled into at least 300 parts. And Jiang Xian didn't ignore the robot's phrase, "if you're lucky." If even good luck required 300 boxes, what about bad luck? Jiang Xian suddenly remembered when he was a child eating crispy noodles and collecting water margin cards. If you collected a complete set of characters, you could exchange them for 5 yuan, but he had never managed to collect them all. This spaceship blind box probably used the same kind of trick. Once a spaceship had been completely dismantled, it was time for the players to step in. Because some spaceship components were very large, the blind box containers used were also huge, requiring several people to cooperate to complete the packaging. Before the spaceship dismantling had begun, Jiang Xian had secretly turned on the recording function of his smart terminal. With the mindset that it might be useful someday, he recorded the entire dismantling process. Since spaceships could be sold as blind boxes, it probably wasn't classified information anyway. After all, once someone bought a blind box, they would have to assemble it. If Jiang Xian could at least record a video to study later, Yik Kai's situation was basically a live scene of Chinese-style horror. All around him were dolls, every kind of doll imaginable. Big ones, small ones, tall ones, short ones, and even life-sized dolls. At first he didn't think much of it, but the longer he stayed there, the more something felt wrong. A chill crept up his back. Especially the human-sized dolls. To pack them into boxes, all their parts had to be separated first. Yik Kai packed the doll's head, body, and limbs into boxes one by one. He felt like he wasn't packing blind boxes at all. It felt more like he was dismembering a corpse. To make matters worse, the lights in their room malfunctioned shortly after they started working. They didn't go completely out, just partially broken. The entire room instantly became dim and flickering, just imagine it. In a dim, flickering room filled with dolls staring directly at you, smiling. Under those circumstances, it was impossible not to overthink things. Fortunately, Yik Kai was healthy and didn't have any heart problems. Otherwise, in a situation like this, he probably would have had a heart attack already. The only fortunate thing was that he wasn't alone. The good news, there were other players with him. The bad news, the remaining players were all girls, and they looked even more terrified than he was. Their screams rose one after another, wave after wave. Meanwhile, on Ling Mo's side, in the middle of her work, Ling Mo accidentally packed 2 items into the same blind box. She originally thought it would be rejected. But to her surprise, the blind box passed the inspection just like that. This further confirmed Ling Mo's earlier guess. The batch of blind boxes she was packaging really wasn't considered important. After testing it a few more times and successfully passing each time, Ling Mo gradually became bolder. A blind box is a blind box, shouldn't it contain a surprise when opened? After that, when Ling Mo packed blind boxes, she changed her strategy. If the item was large, she put fewer pieces inside. If the item was small, she put more pieces inside. Her principle was simple, economical and practical. The advantages of doing this quickly became obvious. The speed at which the goods in the room decreased became noticeably faster. Ling Mo herself also felt much more relaxed. At this rate, she might finish the task earlier than her original 3-day plan. Several more hours passed. Ling Mo checked the time. It was already past midnight. She stopped working and stretched. Originally, she had planned not to sleep, but she still had the moon wheel and the soothing bell to maintain. Previously, because her spiritual power had been heavily depleted and she couldn't use it easily, she had temporarily handed the moon wheel and soothing bell to Xiaobai to maintain for a few days. At first everything seemed fine. But after a few days, Xiaobai's body began to shrink visibly. Soon it had become nothing more than skin and bones. Fortunately, Ling Mo's spiritual power recovered in time, otherwise Xiaobai might have lost its life. Even now, Xiaobai still hadn't fully recovered. So in order to have enough spiritual power for the next day, Ling Mo stopped using her mental abilities and switched to manual packaging. At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly noticed something she had never seen before. It was square-shaped, about the size of a palm, with a clear handprint on it, probably for someone to hold. What is this thing? Just as Ling Mo was about to pick it up and examine it, she noticed the words and product description on the side. Smart weight analyzer, simply hold it gently, and it can easily measure the holder's weight, body fat percentage, and other indicators, accurately determining your current physical condition. After reading that, Ling Mo immediately lost interest and tossed it into a blind box with a look of disgust. What an evil invention. However, what Ling Mo didn't know was that her earlier actions had already caught the attention of the Tamir people. The weight of blind boxes was all recorded. Once the weight was detected to be incorrect, the system would immediately report it. However, just as Ling Mo had guessed, because this batch of blind boxes wasn't important, it hadn't attracted much attention. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned only one person to this area. Supervisor, is this really okay? Inside the monitoring room, a creature with a long face, brown skin, round eyes, a big mouth, 2 nostril holes instead of a nose, and no hair asked. Its arms were actually tentacles, several of them, and the limbs it used to walk were tentacles as well. Another Tamir person who looked the same but wore different clothing replied, "They're just cheap items anyway." In previous years, this kind of blind box would sell poorly in large quantities. Her approach might actually increase sales. When this batch of blind boxes hits the market, remember to promote this incident as a marketing gimmick. That will work? It will work, the supervisor said firmly, and another thing. One of the supervisor's tentacles pointed at Ling Mo on the screen. Cut half of her salary this time. Although she provided us with a new idea, the company has company rules. She violated the regulations. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Chapter 299 Blind Box, Matching Game 4. If Ling Mo had been here at this moment, she definitely would not have been able to resist throwing the blind box in her hand straight at that face that looked like an eggplant. At the same time, Ling Mo suddenly felt faint malicious intent coming from all directions. She looked around warily. Had someone set their sights on her? Without the help of her spiritual power, the packaging work was undoubtedly dull. Before long, Ling Mo started yawning. This was even more boring than when she used to pick up cow dung at the farm. Picking up cow dung at least required no skill, spacing out wouldn't affect the work. But packing blind boxes involved 3 different tasks: folding the boxes, grabbing the fengfei silk, and placing the items inside. Oh right, there was also putting the lid on and then placing the blind box onto the conveyor portal. Ling Mo realized this wouldn't work, the speed was simply too slow, so she immediately began changing her strategy. First, she folded more than 100 boxes in one go, then filled each box with fengfei silk. Finally, according to the size of the items, she placed 2 or 3 items into each blind box, closed the lid, and sent them all off together. Sure enough, the speed improved significantly. If only a few more people could come help, Ling Mo sighed. Just as her words fell, the previously quiet room suddenly flickered with a guessing light, and then a mechanical voice sounded. If you feel unable to complete the work, you may hire robots to assist. You only need to pay 1 silver coin to hire a robot for 1 hour. After hearing this, Ling Mo blinked in confusion. What did that mean? If she remembered correctly, she had come here to work in the first place. Now they were telling her to spend money hiring robots to do the work instead? Why did that feel wrong somehow? If Tamir already had robots, then why hire players like them? Was it because they were cheaper? Earlier, the robot said 1 silver coin per hour. They had to work here for 5 days, but their wages were still unknown. However, judging from the wages players received in previous rounds, only a very small number earned gold coins, most received silver coins. But if a robot worked non-stop for 5 days, that would be 120 silver coins, equivalent to 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins. Looking at it this way, players like them were simply cheap labor. At this moment, Ling Mo still didn't know that her own salary had already been cut in half without her knowledge. Right now, she very much wanted to throw everything down and quit. But she couldn't. After all, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Since that was the case, she could only make up for it in other ways. With that thought, Ling Mo became even more determined to finish the task quickly. So she immediately hired 3 robots. One was responsible for folding the blind box cartons, another for placing the feng-fei grass, Ling Mo herself was responsible for putting items into the boxes, and the final robot would place the finished blind boxes onto the conveyor portal. Soon, 3 robots, similar to the ones Ling Mo had seen during the first and second games, walked in from outside. The moment the door opened, Ling Mo caught her first glimpse of the scene outside the room. Although she had already used her spiritual power to understand the area around her when she first entered the game, there was still a big difference between sensing something with spiritual power and seeing it with her own eyes. The 3 robots she hired clearly knew each other. After receiving the tasks arranged by Ling Mo, they first scanned the goods inside the room. The task is estimated to be completed within 5 hours. Please pay 5 silver coins in advance. They were asking for money before even starting work. Ling Mo was shocked by the robot's behavior. Shouldn't wages be calculated after the work is done? Ling Mo argued reasonably. And besides, they had just said the work could be completed within 5 hours, so why did she need to pay 5 silver coins? The 3 robots calmly explained, because we are working part-time during our spare time, you must pay our wages in advance. We need to confirm your financial capability. Simply put, they wanted to check whether Ling Mo could actually afford to hire them. 5 silver coins per robot meant 15 silver coins for 3 robots. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately didn't want to rent them anymore. It wasn't that she couldn't afford such a small amount of money, but having someone stretch out their hand for payment so confidently made her feel uncomfortable. As if sensing her thoughts, one of the robots said, even if you wish to cancel, you still need to pay 1 silver coin each. The time started counting the moment we entered the room. Good grief, forced sales. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, who said I was going back on my word? I'll hire you for 1 hour first and see how fast you work. As she spoke, she took out 3 silver coins and gave 1 to each robot. After receiving the coins, the 3 robots looked at each other, apparently not expecting Ling Mo to say that. Ling Mo's reasoning was simple, whether she hired them or not, she still had to pay that 1 silver coin. Rather than handing over 3 coins for nothing, she might as well let them work for an hour. Originally, Ling Mo had planned to count herself as part of the workforce. But once the 3 robots started working, she realized she couldn't even get involved. Although the robots didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, each of them could control several mechanical arms at once, leaving Ling Mo with nothing to do. With such high work efficiency, 1 silver coin per hour actually didn't seem so bad. What Ling Mo didn't know was that the reason the 3 robots were working so hard was simply because they wanted to be hired again. Their normal working state wasn't like this at all. While the 3 robots worked, Ling Mo didn't stay idle either. The blind boxes packed by the robots only contained 1 item each. Ling Mo found a spot where she wouldn't interfere with them and began packing blind boxes herself. As she packed, she also started chatting with the robot closest to her. Are blind boxes from Chingyong Star selling well? Ling Mo asked with curiosity. Of course. All the blind boxes across the entire interstellar region are produced on Chingyong Star, the robot replied proudly. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded and continued asking, besides this kind of blind box, what other types are there? Types of blind boxes? There are countless. Spaceship blind boxes, doll blind boxes, gift blind boxes, pet blind boxes, dress blind boxes, cosmetics blind boxes, everything you can imagine. After speaking, the robot glanced around the room and said in a low voice, the blind boxes you're packing here are the cheapest kind. Most of the items inside are unsold products that couldn't be sold normally. After being packaged as blind boxes, they can finally be sold. That's why only one person was assigned to work here. Other blind box workshops usually have several people working together. Chapter 300 Blind Box Matching Game 5. Hearing this, only 2 words appeared in Ling Mo's mind, just as expected. She then continued asking, then every year, are all these blind boxes sold out? The robot shook its head. Some limited edition blind boxes can be sold out because of scarcity marketing, but some cannot. For example, the ones you are packing right now, most of the time they don't sell out. Then where do the unsold blind boxes go? Ling Mo asked. They are stored in warehouses, of course. When the quantity reaches a certain level, recyclers are hired to collect and dispose of them. After all, they're just useless items that failed to sell even after several sales rounds. Hearing this, Ling Mo already had a rough idea in her mind. Soon, an hour passed. The 3 robots stopped working at the same time. Their screens rotated, and a pair of blue electronic eyes looked toward her. 1 hour is up. How was our work speed? Would you like to continue hiring us? Hearing the robot's words, Ling Mo wondered if she had misheard. She could swear she detected a pleading tone in its voice. She nodded. Then let's do another hour. At that, the 3 robots seemed slightly disappointed, but they didn't refuse. After taking the silver coins, they resumed working. Only then did Ling Mo notice that these 3 robots seemed somewhat different from the ones she had encountered before. There were even patches that looked like rust on them. They were nothing like the robots she had previously seen, those had been spotless, reflecting metallic luster under the light. Even the material of these robots seemed different. Whenever Ling Mo encountered something she didn't understand, she asked Kaiman directly. Kaiman, the 3 robots in front of me seem a bit different. She originally wanted to say they were different from the robots she saw in the first and second rounds of the game, but then remembered that Kaiman hadn't been with her at that time, so she changed her wording. Of course they're different. These robots are very old models, the 11th generation. Robots in the interstellar world have already been updated to the 25th generation. What's the difference? Before the apocalypse, the speed of smartphone upgrades on Blue Star had also been extremely fast. Every new model claimed to add new features and technological breakthroughs. But what was the result? Other than becoming more expensive, there wasn't much noticeable change, at least Ling Mo didn't feel any. Of course there's a difference. For example, the new generation of robots have more agile movements, higher work efficiency, and independent thinking abilities. They can completely live as independent individuals. 11th generation robots are still tool-type robots, they require energy supplies in order to function. Energy? What kind of energy? Would electricity work? Of course electricity works. But as interstellar technology continues to develop, charging stations that can recharge robots have become increasingly rare. After another hour passed, Ling Mo hired them again for yet another hour, and then another, until the 3 robots finished packing all the blind boxes in the room. The moment the final blind box was packed, the game system's voice sounded in Ling Mo's ear. Congratulations to player drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy for completing the task. You now have 2 choices. First, continue working to earn more rewards. You will no longer be restricted by the game mission. Second, end the task. During the remaining time you may move freely, but you must not do anything that disgraces this system. However, your salary will be significantly lower compared to other players. Please make your choice. Looking at the two options, Ling Mo didn't hesitate for even a second, she immediately chose the second. Whoever wants to be the sucker can go ahead. She was the second richest person on Blue Star. She didn't need to rely on such tiny earnings to survive. If anyone wanted to be exploited like a workhorse, they could go right ahead. After Ling Mo made her choice, the door behind her opened. Once the three robots completed their task, they quickly turned around and left. When Ling Mo stepped out of the room, what greeted her was a stretch of pure white. Blue fluorescent light glowed faintly through the seams, creating a strong sense of futuristic technology. Occasionally, various types of robots passed by. When one robot saw Ling Mo, it stopped. Wearing a uniform, it began scanning her identity. At that moment, Ling Mo took out her recycler badge. After scanning the badge, the robot said, "Junior Recycler. Why are you here instead of working?" Facing the robot's questioning, Ling Mo calmly replied, "It's my first day at work today. I got lost." The robot hesitated for a moment before saying, "Follow me." She looked young, so the robot assumed she wouldn't lie. Meanwhile, Ling Mo was already celebrating inside. This was truly searching everywhere without success, only to find it effortlessly. Following the robot through several twists and turns, they soon reached their destination. Calling it a warehouse would be an understatement. It looked more like a giant junkyard, filled with blind boxes of all kinds. Some had been stored for so long that they had already been crushed flat by the boxes piled on top of them. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo felt heartbroken. She only hoped the items inside hadn't been damaged. Once the robot left, Ling Mo immediately pounced happily onto the pile of blind boxes. She didn't even care that 3/4 of her spiritual power had just been drained by the moon wheel and the soothing bell. After all, she still had 1/4 left, that was enough. Ling Mo picked up the nearest blind box first. It was a toy blind box containing a toy spaceship. Although it was called a toy spaceship, it was actually a one-to-one replica of a real spaceship, with the only difference being its size. Every component inside was extremely detailed. Ling Mo checked the spaceship models listed inside the blind box. The black and gold one she held turned out to be a hidden edition. That said, judging by the dust covering the blind boxes, these spaceship blind boxes had probably been sitting here for quite a long time. Without hesitation, Ling Mo stuffed all the spaceship blind boxes into her storage space. After collecting them all, she finally had a place to stand. She picked up another blind box and opened it. Inside was a pink chubby ball plush toy, which actually looked quite cute. There was no other description inside the box, so Ling Mo could only rely on Kaiman. Bubble Fat Dragon, a toy designed specifically for preschool children. When squeezed tightly in the hand, it releases countless bubbles around it. These bubbles are stronger than ordinary bubbles and do not burst easily. Although it didn't seem particularly useful, Ling Mo liked bubbles. She stored all the Bubble Fat Dragon blind boxes into her space and soon spotted another type of blind box nearby. Chapter 301 Blind Box, Matching Game 6. After clearly understanding the specific use of the item inside the blind box, Ling Mo decided to call it the ultimate show-off artifact. Just imagine, who wouldn't want colorful auspicious clouds and golden light filling the sky whenever they appeared in front of others? Just thinking about that scene was enough to make anyone excited. And with the item in Ling Mo's hands, not only could it make 7 colored clouds and golden light appear behind you, it could also create all kinds of backgrounds, flower petals, snowfall, angels, demons, practically everything. Atmosphere Creation Chip, install it on any object and carry it with you. When the holder activates the chip, it will automatically create various illusions behind them, attracting everyone's attention. P.S. One chip corresponds to only one special effect. The blind box was palm-sized. After opening it, a black chip lay quietly inside. This one is. Flower fairy descends. After activation, flower petals would fall all around, creating a beautiful and dreamlike scene. Ling Mo was very tempted by this chip's effect. After all, who hadn't been passionate and dramatic when they were younger? However, Ling Mo remembered that the blind boxes here were unsold products that had been eliminated, which meant that there were probably better atmosphere chips available. After asking Kaiman to search, there really were. Not only were they more powerful, they could also be implanted directly under the skin, making them much more convenient to use. What especially caught Ling Mo's eye was the line saying delivery within 1 hour. Without hesitation, she clicked purchase. After buying it, Ling Mo continued collecting blind boxes. There were still many kinds left, and the items inside were incredibly varied, from tiny toy pots and pans to huge spaceships. Truly, anything could become a blind box. Of course, the majority were still toy blind boxes. In the end, Ling Mo stopped checking them individually. She simply stored all the blind boxes directly into her space and let Xiao Bai, Moon Wheel, Black Wolf and the other pets inside sort them out. What about the soothing bell, you ask? Of course it had gone to Chingyong Star to comfort the children. By now, the soothing bell had become the children's favorite companion. An hour later, a robot found Ling Mo among the piles of blind boxes. Your delivery. Please sign for it. After receiving the package, Ling Mo eagerly opened it. Inside was a black metallic box. When she opened it, there was a white chip inside. Compared to the previous black chip, this one was much smaller, only the size of a grain of rice. Following the instructions, Ling Mo activated it and placed it on her skin. The moment it touched her skin, she felt a sharp sting, like being pricked by a needle. Then the chip directly entered beneath her skin. Curious, Ling Mo touched the spot where she had applied the chip. She could feel a small hard bump under the skin, though it wasn't obvious unless she deliberately touched it. Ling Mo had purchased the latest top-tier version. The biggest difference from the earlier chip was that this one could simulate all kinds of scenes, realistic enough to fool the eye, and could even recreate memories. Of course, the price wasn't cheap. Most people couldn't afford it. After that, Ling Mo continued collecting the mountain of blind boxes. At the same time, she found a new source of enjoyment: online shopping. Once the most prosperous planet in the interstellar world, although it had declined because of the rise of intelligent brain systems, there was still a saying: a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Many things could still be bought here, and they could all be delivered within an hour. Ling Mo immediately started searching for various items to keep warm, the first being temperature-regulating clothing. The latest version of temperature-regulating clothing could maintain the wearer's body temperature at the optimal level no matter what environment they were in. The next thing Blue Star would face was extreme cold. But thinking about it carefully, she seemed not to be afraid of the cold at all. She had been so busy earlier that she had almost forgotten about this. Since she wasn't afraid of the cold, the extreme cold posed no threat to her at all. Even so, Ling Mo still ordered a set for herself. She wasn't afraid of the cold, but who knew what other extreme weather Blue Star might face later. Besides her own, Ling Mo ordered several more sets for Jiang Xian, Yik Kai, and Fuyu as well. Right after placing the order for the temperature-regulating clothing, she discovered temperature-regulating clothing blind boxes. This version was even higher quality than the one she had brought back to Blue Star before, so Ling Mo happily stored them in her space. In addition to that, she bought a huge pile of items for dealing with various situations. All of them would arrive within an hour. From morning until night, Ling Mo finally finished storing all the blind boxes in the area into her space. At the same time, she also received the final package she had ordered that day. It could be said that all day long, aside from eating, Ling Mo had done only two things non-stop. One was storing blind boxes into her space, the other was receiving deliveries. Compared to the first day, it had been an extremely productive day. Looking at the now empty surroundings, Ling Mo felt a great sense of accomplishment and stretched lazily. Since entering the game, she had gone nearly 36 hours without resting. Ling Mo decided to rest for a few hours before exploring other places. After all, she had already collected all the blind boxes here, and Chingyong Star had far more than just blind boxes. So Ling Mo found a clean spot, sat down, and began meditating. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly felt something cold touch her face. Opening her eyes, she saw a robot standing in front of her. "You? Why are you here?" Ling Mo asked, looking at the familiar robot. "That's what I want to ask you," the robot replied. "Why are you in my house? And what did you do to my house? Where did everything here go?" The robot's three rapid questions immediately left Ling Mo stunned. "Your house? Isn't this a warehouse for expired blind boxes?" "It was a warehouse for expired blind boxes," the robot said matter-of-factly. "But since hardly anyone ever comes here, it eventually became my home." Hearing that, Ling Mo felt a bit speechless. She noticed that only one robot was here. "Where are your other two friends?" she asked. Hearing this, the robot looked at her resentfully. "They ran out of power. Today the company removed the last charging station. Soon, when my own power runs out, I'll end up like them, placed in a dark warehouse forever." After hearing the robot's words, Ling Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. She said, "Since you're going to be eliminated anyway, how about coming with me? I can guarantee that you'll never run out of electricity again." Chapter 302 Blind Box, Matching Game 7. "Go with you?" The robot's blue screen face displayed a large question mark. Ling Mo nodded and then gently grabbed the robot by the shoulder, her voice laced with temptation. "Exactly. Come with me, and you'll never go hungry again. From now on, you can eat as much electricity as you want." "I have no reason to trust you," the robot replied cautiously, still wary. It hadn't forgotten that its two companions had been prematurely decommissioned due to overconsumption of energy, all because of this person in front of it. Seeing the robot's caution, Ling Mo knew its heart was already starting to waver. She pressed her advantage. According to Kaiman, this 11th generation robot could not only recharge, but also restore its energy by consuming electrical devices. Ling Mo took out a battery from her space. It was one she had hoarded before the apocalypse, saved for emergencies. Since then, the battery had never been opened. The robot stared at the AA battery in her hand, puzzled. "What is this?" "It smells so good," Ling Mo explained. "This is a battery. Try it, you've never tasted anything like it." The robot hesitated briefly, then, thinking it was alone and with nothing to lose, resolutely placed the battery into its mouth. After chewing, its eyes brightened. Delicious, it had not had such a taste in ages. Moreover, the energy contained inside was abundant. "The first battery was too small," the robot said, looking at Ling Mo. "I couldn't really taste it. Unless, you give me more." Ling Mo immediately understood the robot's little scheme but didn't expose it. Instead, she took two more batteries from her space. Although the robot said it hadn't tasted anything, it didn't eat them immediately. Its internal energy was already at saturation, eating more now would waste it. The robot pondered the batteries in its hands, seemingly making a grand decision. "All right, I'll go with you. But I have one condition." "What condition?" Ling Mo asked. "I have more brothers and sisters. You must take them all with you," the robot replied. Ling Mo didn't hesitate. "No problem." After all, she had already planned to do this. Guided by the robot, Ling Mo left the warehouse. After twisting and turning for about 10 minutes, the surroundings began to look worn and decrepit. The white walls had yellowed slightly, and the gaps no longer glowed blue. This place clearly had some history. The robot led Ling Mo to another warehouse. The warehouse doors were already rusted, and opening them revealed a vast crowd of 11th generation robots, stretching as far as the eye could see. "Can we really take all of these?" the robot asked nervously. As it wondered if its request had been too much, Ling Mo replied casually, "Of course. In the robot's astonished eyes, Ling Mo began storing all the robots into her space. Suddenly, Ling Mo realized a problem. Kaiman, these robots seem to have been inactive for a long time. Can they still restart after charging? Not all electronics or appliances improve with time. Many stop working if left idle for too long. Ling Mo looked at the thick layer of dust covering the robots. These robots had clearly been in the warehouse for years, except for a few near the door that looked slightly cleaner, the ones that had recently stopped running. 2 of these were the robots that had helped her earlier. Kaiman confirmed her assumptions. They can be used. Some long-stored data may be lost, but everything else should function. The 11th generation is one of the most durable, which is why they're still operational today. That's good, Ling Mo said. With this reassurance, her pace of collecting the robots increased. Meanwhile, Moonwheel, Xiaobai, Black Wolf and the other animals were diligently sorting through the piles of blind boxes in her space. Different types of blind boxes had to go into different storage areas, and damaged ones had to be separated. Before they could even finish, a large number of robots suddenly appeared in her space, startling them. Ling Mo decided to keep a portion of the robots to manage her space, around 20 or so, more than enough. Her space was already huge, and as her power grew, it continued to expand. She could clearly feel that crops inside the space were ripening faster. Previously, she hadn't been able to fully utilize her space, wasting resources. Now, with these robots, all of these issues were solved. Ling Mo didn't want to keep too many, as maintaining them all would be too costly, so she let the rest go. The robot she had conversed with earlier would definitely stay, since it already knew her identity. She couldn't risk it being sold or revealing her identity. The rest of the robot's fates were left for that robot to decide. By the 3rd day afternoon, Ling Mo had finally collected all the robots from the warehouse. How many exactly? Ling Mo didn't know, but it certainly exceeded 100,000. Before reaching that number, she counted them hundreds at a time. Once she passed 100,000, she got too lazy to count. After leaving the blind box factory, Ling Mo's next step was free to enjoy as the game system had promised. Standing in a completely unfamiliar place, Ling Mo's expression was cold, her presence intimidating. In truth, she was merely urging Kaiman to download the navigation software. 2 minutes later, the software was installed, along with a job recruitment app, ready for her next move. Chapter 303 Blind Box, Matching Game 8. Ling Mo first opened the job recruitment app and searched for the term recycler. Almost instantly, a long list of job postings appeared before her. This method was so much faster than searching one by one. She filtered out the distant locations and useless items, prioritizing food first, then various technological products. After searching, she selected a meat processing factory that was less than a kilometer away. Following the navigation, Ling Mo arrived at the destination in under 5 minutes. On the way, she quickly learned about this meat processing factory. Unlike Liangchen Ranch, this factory specialized in meat and cooked food, with canned meat being the most popular. Canned meat, popular means high production means lots of leftovers. Perfect. At the entrance, she noticed a robot standing idly. Ling Mo showed her recycler badge and walked up. The robot glanced at her badge and asked, "You're the recycler here to apply?" Then it looked behind her, displeased. "Why are you alone? Where is everyone else?" Ling Mo guessed the robot had mistaken her identity. She didn't correct it. "I don't know, it's just me. Could you take me to the workstation first?" The robot hesitated briefly and then nodded. "All right, follow me." Passing an open room, Ling Mo saw people packing gift boxes. "Are those blind boxes?" she asked. The robot replied, "Of course. Even our meat processing factory must keep up with trends." After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the warehouse. Ling Mo glanced inside. It was piled with canned food, all near expiration or expired. The furthest from expiration had only 2 weeks left. According to the robot, the warehouse had been cleared once by other recyclers, and these were just newly sorted leftovers. Periodically, factories would accumulate unsold near-expiry products. Per interstellar law, near-expiry products must be sold at no more than one-third of their original price. But to prevent people from only buying cheap near-expiry goods and leaving normal products unsold, some merchants preferred stockpiling near-expiry goods rather than selling them. Once the robot left, Ling Mo picked up the nearest can, a small beef can, marked with a small label. Turning her head, she saw medium and large versions, finally understanding the size system. The warehouse was indeed a meat processing factory, filled with all kinds of canned meat. Ling Mo quickly collected all the cans into her space and prepared to move on to the next factory. Meanwhile, about an hour later, a thin middle-aged man arrived at the factory. The robot blocked him, no entry without permission. The man coughed and showed his recycler badge. "Can I enter now?" The robot scanned the badge and asked, "Alone again?" The man explained, "Others are late, arriving tomorrow." Recyclers held a special status in the galaxy, and the robot had no choice but to overlook the tardiness. "Follow me," it said, leading the man inside. At the same time, Ling Mo felt her spiritual energy running low, so she took several energy-restoring potions to recover. After collecting the last batch of cans, she prepared to leave the warehouse, feeling a boost in her spiritual energy. Whether real or illusion, it felt significant. As she exited, she passed the robot and the man. The robot recognized Ling Mo and was not surprised. Recyclers could only collect so much in one day. Ling Mo had lasted an hour, already impressive. However, what shocked them came next. When the robot led the man to the warehouse, they found it completely empty. All the previously stacked near-expiry canned goods had vanished. The robot immediately realized, "Looks like your services aren't needed here anymore." The middle-aged man opened his mouth to argue but had no words. The robot was correct. The factory hired recyclers to handle near-expiry products, and now that the goods were gone, the work was done. He cursed in his mind, "Who is disrupting the market? I must report this or it will affect our profits." Meanwhile, Ling Mo, unaware she was being observed, was on her way to the next factory. Kaiman had said that factories closed at 8 p.m., so she needed to collect as much as possible in the next hour. The next factory was another food processing facility, not far from her location. Following the navigation, she arrived in 10 minutes. The process repeated, the warehouse was full of chili sauce, beef paste, and pickles, and Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Chapter 304 Blind Box, Matching Game 9. Ling Mo dove straight into the warehouse. These were all good items, especially the pickled mustard tubers, zhaotsai. On Blue Star, a small pack of zhaotsai could be more expensive than vegetables. Vegetables were perishable and required cooking, but zhaotsai? Unpack and eat. In the galaxy, zhaotsai was larger and more varied than on Blue Star. Ling Mo checked the production date, still 1 month until expiration. The various sauces had half a month left. Collect everything. By the time the factory was about to close, Ling Mo had cleared all near-expiry products from the warehouse. Walking the streets, she saw brightly lit shops, as the nightlife had just begun. Since she couldn't enter other factories yet, she decided to explore first, then find a place to rest. Truly the largest blind box production hub in the galaxy, she thought. Along the way, Ling Mo saw all kinds of blind boxes for sale, each surrounded by a crowd. Nearby stores still had their goods on shelves, yet people were so obsessed with blind boxes. Her gaze landed on a small stall. Warm and cozy blind boxes? Curious, she approached. The boxes were simple, the crowd sparse. Even if someone stopped, they'd glance and leave. The stall owner greeted her warmly, "Little lady, look at my blind boxes. Very cheap, and guaranteed to have good stuff inside." "What kind of blind boxes are these?" Ling Mo asked. She used her spiritual energy to scan. They were packed full, but the contents were invisible. "They're cushion dolls," the owner replied. "I make them myself, filled with fire fluffy cotton and sleep-enhancing petals." Fire fluffy cotton, a self-heating cotton discovered on Fire Fluffy Star, now spread across the galaxy. Ling Mo asked, "Are all of them cushion dolls?" The owner confirmed, "Of course. I originally sold dolls, but sales were poor. So I tried turning them into blind boxes, but with limited funds, result, sales were even worse." Excited that someone was interested, the owner opened all the blind boxes in front of Ling Mo. Ling Mo froze, not from shock, but because the stall owner suddenly grew several extra hands. She realized it was a special talent, 1,000 hands. The awakened can grow 1 to 10 extra hands, increasing with power, up to 1,000. Useful, but multitasking is not simple. The owner had unboxed all the dolls, each unique but exquisitely crafted. "I'll take them all," Ling Mo said cheerfully. Who could resist a warm pillow in winter? She paid and stored all the dolls in her space, then continued walking. Along the way, she noticed snack stalls. She bought whatever she liked, it was rare to get such a chance. Suddenly, a cute girl appeared on a giant screen nearby. Immediately, everyone's gaze was drawn to her. Galactic people, also fangirls and boys? Ling Mo realized she too was involuntarily drawn to the girl. When the girl disappeared, she snapped out of it. "Kaiman, did that girl activate some charm-like talent?" "Talent, all eyes on me." Awakens attention of everyone nearby. Those with this talent usually become celebrities or public figures. Having explored enough, Ling Mo used Kaiman's navigation to find her lodging. After checking in, she flopped onto the cloud-shaped soft bed. Opening her smart brain, she found many unread messages. "Yik Kai at Momo, why haven't you spoken all day?" Ling Mo at Yik Kai, I was outside, didn't see messages. Fuyu? Jiang Xian? Jiang Xian, outside, you mean the outside we thought of? Ling Mo, probably. Fuyu, did you finish the task? Ling Mo, yep, now I have free time. The next day, Ling Mo woke early and went to the mechanical processing factory she had scouted. This factory produced various fully automated toys, but it wasn't small time, it used to make handheld screens. Ling Mo came to try her luck. She arrived early, so the factory hadn't opened. Bored, she counted mushrooms on the side. Finally, at 7 a.m., the factory doors slowly opened, and a sleepy robot came out. Ling Mo dashed forward. The robot, thinking it was an intruder, instinctively prepared to defend itself. "Don't panic, I'm friendly," she reassured, showing her recycler badge. The robot relaxed, saying, "We're not recruiting recyclers right now." Ling Mo realized the posting she checked was half a year old, awkward. Chapter 305 Blind Box, Matching Game 10. Ling Mo wasn't worried, her eyes lit up as she thought of a clever idea. "I'm not here to apply for a job," she said with a smile. "I'm here as a volunteer." "Volunteer?" The robot looked puzzled. "What's that?" "Someone who helps you work without payment," Ling Mo explained. The robot's screen brightened. "Free work? That's irresistible, even for a robot." Ling Mo nodded, "Yes, really. More real than real gold." After a moment's hesitation, the robot said, "Then follow me." As they walked into the factory, Ling Mo noticed there were no blind boxes in sight. "Don't you make blind boxes here?" she asked. The robot casually replied, "Our blind boxes are produced by contracted blind box factories." A few minutes later, they arrived at a row of warehouses. "Take whatever you want from these," the robot said, then paused, sizing up Ling Mo's small frame. "Or, you don't have to take everything. Just do your best, don't stress." Ling Mo smiled, "Don't worry. No pressure at all." The robot nodded, "Good. I can't leave my post too long, so I'll go now." "Take your time." Once the robot left, Ling Mo approached the nearest warehouse and pushed open the door. A cloud of dust rose immediately, another old warehouse. As the dust settled, Ling Mo surveyed the room. It was packed with various cleaning robots. "Kaiman, what are these?" she asked. These were small robots designed for clearing roads and obstacles, but their small size and low efficiency led to them being phased out. Small size? That's compact and unobtrusive. Low efficiency? Take your time. Ling Mo activated her spiritual energy and started moving all the cleaning robots into her space. Once the warehouse was cleared, she moved to the next one. Again, a cloud of dust greeted her. This time she stepped back, waiting for the dust to settle before entering. This is a motorcycle? Kaiman? Children's ski motorbike, designed for large-bodied alien children, but those races rarely liked snow, so sales were poor and the product was discontinued. The ski motorbikes were taller than her. She wondered just how big the intended children were. Alongside the bikes were ski equipment, night vision goggles, automatic snowboards, and survival gear for snow, including thermal tents. Most intriguing was a giant white basin. Ski basin, designed for people who want to experience skiing without knowing how. Quickly replaced by newer models. White and plain. That was fine, her taste, not anyone else's. Besides, in snow, white is perfect camouflage. Ling Mo started moving everything into her space. Exiting the warehouse, she stretched and drank 2 spiritual energy recovery potions, then headed to the next warehouse. Now she understood why people were addicted to blind boxes. She herself was opening one giant, mega blind box after another. Excited, Ling Mo opened the 3rd blind box. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin, Yik Kai, and Fuyu had learned that Ling Mo had already completed her tasks and left the blind box factory. Determined to leave soon as well, they sped up their work. Unlike Ling Mo, who handled entire rooms at a time, they worked in quotas. Yik Kai had to pack 1,000 doll blind boxes, roughly 200 per day. By the 3rd day, Yik Kai had 100 left to finish and leave this place. At that moment, a female player cautiously approached. My name is Xiaoyaya. Could you help me? She asked timidly. No, Yik Kai replied without even looking up. Xiaoyaya froze, he rejected her before even hearing the full request. I really need help. If you don't help me, I'll be eliminated from the game. We're all players, shouldn't we help each other? Yik Kai kept packing, rolling his eyes. If you're worried about elimination, hurry and complete your task instead of wasting time here. It's only the 4th day. In other words, there's plenty of time, no rush. In Yik Kai's room, besides him, there were 5 other players. 2 were veterans, the rest were new. Excitement faded quickly, leaving only tedious work. After several failed attempts, Xiaoyaya stomped her foot and left, though she didn't give up, planning another approach. Yik Kai, focused, wasn't aware of her strategy. By the time Xiaoyaya was plotting, Yik Kai had already completed his tasks. System prompt: Congratulations, player White Daydream Crazy has completed the task. You have 2 choices: continue working, earn more rewards, and you will no longer be limited by game tasks. End task: freely explore the time ahead, but do not commit any actions dishonoring the system. Salary will be significantly lower than other players. Ling Mo's supercharged blind box adventure continues, while the other players still grapple with the mundane grind of quotas and deadlines. Chapter 306, Blind Box Match 11. Yik Kai did not hesitate and chose the latter. The door behind him slowly opened. Then, with other players watching in shock, Yik Kai walked out of the room. Xiaoyaya watched him leave and immediately wanted to chase after him. However, she didn't catch up and instead received a system warning. Warning! Player Xiaoyaya has left her workstation without authorization. This is your first warning. A next offense will result in immediate disqualification from the game. Upon hearing this, the previously indignant Xiaoyaya instantly quieted down. Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Yik Kai looked at the scene outside and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. How was he supposed to get out of here? After a brief moment of uncertainty, Yik Kai thought of asking his AI assistant for help. At the same time that Yik Kai followed the navigation to leave the blind box processing factory, Ling Mo finally went through all the warehouses and collected everything. Although this factory produced toys, they were all oversized toys designed for large species, perfectly suitable for adults to use. After leaving the warehouse and checking the time, it was already noon. After a simple lunch, Ling Mo headed toward her next destination. This time, it was a clothing processing factory. At the factory entrance, Ling Mo skillfully introduced herself to the robot. After scanning and verifying her identity, the robot led her into the factory without suspicion. Compared to other robots, this one was clearly quite talkative. "Why do you volunteers help others for free?" the robot asked curiously, its big eyes wide. "To make myself happy," Ling Mo replied after a moment's thought. "Happy? Working for free?" That sounded odd. This person didn't seem very old. Was she being scammed by someone? "If you don't take money, how do you live?" the robot asked. "You should be an adult, right?" Ling Mo was about to say she was an adult, but then remembered, on Blue Star she was an adult, but in this interstellar context, she was still underage. So she shook her head and replied truthfully, "No." The robot was shocked. It stopped in its tracks and spoke sharply, "No, no. Hiring child labor is illegal." It then tried to take Ling Mo out of the factory. "That's why I said I'm a volunteer. I came here willingly to help. It's not employment. And didn't you just verify my identity?" In the end, after Ling Mo's persistent explanation, the robot agreed not to kick her out. Once inside the warehouse, the robot repeatedly confirmed, "Are you sure this isn't considered child labor? You won't sue us after you leave, right?" "Don't worry, I won't sue. This is all voluntary." Satisfied with her answer, the robot left cautiously, always checking back, since it couldn't leave its post for too long. Finally alone, Ling Mo opened the warehouse door. Inside was a full warehouse of clothes, all unopened. These were likely leftover stock or designs too ugly to sell. Looking at the vast amount of clothes, Ling Mo couldn't help twitching at the corner of her mouth. How many ugly clothes had this factory produced? Yet surprisingly, the factory hadn't made all of them into blind boxes, showing some restraint. Ling Mo didn't know that last year, the factory had indeed made unsellable ugly clothes into blind boxes, and they were almost scolded into shutting down. This year, they had learned their lesson. No one dared to trick consumers with those extremely ugly designs. Ling Mo looked over the clothes. Ugly as they were still wearable. Moreover, interstellar clothing often featured all sorts of innovative designs to boost sales. For example, the outfit in Ling Mo's hand looked like a simple suit, but it could switch between spring, summer, autumn, and winter modes. Effectively, one outfit could be worn all year round. However, this outfit was discontinued shortly after release, because it was too versatile. Once someone bought this outfit, they didn't need to buy others, which angered many people. The factory realized this and halted production immediately. The remaining stock was no longer sold to the public. Ling Mo spent some time clearing the warehouse and considered whether to add a section in her store specifically for clothes. But on second thought, that would require remodeling the shop. She knew the system was greedy. Every time it charged her, it took a huge cut. "Forget it, I'll just dedicate a spot in the department store area," she decided. Leaving this warehouse, Ling Mo moved to another warehouse. A factory wouldn't just have one warehouse of ugly clothes, after all. Opening the second warehouse, she found not regular clothes, but formal wear, ugly formal wear. Looking at these flashy clothes, Ling Mo pondered. Honestly, they looked quite nice at first glance, but couldn't be worn outside without drawing too much attention. Ling Mo wondered whether anyone would actually buy these if brought back. Deciding it didn't matter, she started collecting them. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian and Fuyu gradually completed their tasks and left the blind box factory. They didn't finish at the same time, so they didn't meet each other. Following Ling Mo's advice, they had ID cards and bank cards, and money in hand. Even in an unfamiliar environment, they weren't overly anxious, instead exploring with interest. Opportunities like this were rare. As they walked, Jiang Xian suddenly noticed a lively scene ahead. Upon closer look, it was a new store opening. To attract attention, the store had set up a challenge arena, Anyone who defeated the person on the platform without using their abilities could win a fully automated robot worth 1,100,000 gold coins. Spectators saw the massive, fierce, mountain-muscled challenger on the platform, and no one dared step up. Even though the prize was tempting, it was too risky. Even though the announcer promised no life-threatening danger, losing could still land someone in the hospital for 10 to 15 days. The host kept shouting to attract attention, and more people began noticing the event. Chapter 307, Blind Box Match 12. Jiang Xian, standing in the crowd, glanced at the rewards and felt shamefully tempted. He thought that since there was no real-life danger, he might as well give it a try. Moreover, he had been training recently and was eager to test his current abilities on someone. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Xian stepped onto the platform. What he didn't see was that as he pushed through the crowd and walked toward the arena, a teal figure dashed past him. Yik Kai saw the gathering crowd and felt curious about what was happening. However, remembering that he had other matters to attend to, he suppressed his curiosity and ran off into the distance without looking back. Meanwhile, Ling Mo had finished with the last warehouse. After leaving the clothing processing factory, she ran at full speed toward the next factory. This time, it was a snack processing factory. She presented her identity to the robot at the gate. Along the way, the robot kept scrutinizing Ling Mo. "You look so small. How old are you this year?" This time, Ling Mo was smart and didn't mention her underage status. She simply said, "In my hometown, I am considered an adult at this age." She wasn't lying, though technically she wasn't an adult in the interstellar system. On Blue Star she truly was. Hearing this, the robot visibly relaxed. He had just received a message from a friend, warning him that an underage girl was volunteering, which had scared him. In the interstellar system, punishing child labor was extremely strict. Ling Mo was led to a massive warehouse, filled with all kinds of snacks. She picked up a packaged bread and checked the date. Sure enough, it was close to expiration, only 2 days left. "Are all the snacks here near expiration?" Ling Mo asked. The robot nodded. "Of course. Other factories send snacks that are about to expire, between 2 weeks and 7 days, to this place for unified handling. A batch was already handled a few days ago. If you hadn't come, these near-expiry snacks would have been disposed of tomorrow." Hearing this, Ling Mo was glad she had come. Otherwise, all these snacks would have gone to waste. When she had stocked up on supplies earlier, she had focused only on food and forgotten about snacks. Now, the snacks in her storage space were pitifully few, so she had to ration them. Her spiritual companion Xiao Bai would always compete with her for snacks. Normally, they were inseparable, but as soon as snacks were involved, they instantly turned hostile toward each other. Seeing a warehouse full of snacks felt like entering paradise. Once the robot left, Ling Mo's spiritual power extended like a massive fishing net, sweeping toward the mountain of snacks in the warehouse. The sensation of constantly transferring items into her space was exhilarating. When her spiritual energy started to run low, she quickly drank a potion to restore it. After a brief rest, she continued collecting. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo finally stored the last batch of snacks and felt dizzy. She quickly drank another potion to restore her energy, and the dizziness subsided. By now, it was 8 p.m. All factories had closed, and she planned to rest at the same place she had stayed yesterday, to continue tomorrow. Walking home, she suddenly felt a bit hungry, but didn't want a proper meal. Instead, she pulled out a bag of snacks from her space. Magic crispy noodles, the texture changes magically with every bite, becoming more flavorful as you chew. Ling Mo eagerly took a bite. Crunch, 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 crunch. They tasted similar to the crispy noodles on Blue Star, just in a bigger portion. Although her expectations weren't fully met, she was happy to have something to eat. After finishing the bag, she took out a bottle of soda. Happy soda, drinking it makes your mood improve automatically. After several sips, she didn't feel much of a mood change, but the taste was good, moderately sweet with fruit bits inside. Ling Mo kept munching along the way. Passing a street corner, she overheard two Tamir people whispering. The person earlier was amazing, defeated the arena champion in less than 5 minutes. You don't know, when I saw the host's face, it went completely green. Hilarious. I guess they never expected the professional fighter they spent so much money on to actually be defeated. Later, someone saw how easily the first person defeated the arena champion and tried it themselves. They couldn't survive 3 moves and got knocked out. They're still in the hospital now. Oh, did you get that guy's contact info? Such a handsome and strong guy, we can't miss out. No, he's so cold. I tried to approach him, but he ignored me and went straight with his master to claim the prize. Hearing this, Ling Mo casually walked away. Based on their description, she was fairly certain who they were talking about. She opened her AI assistant and checked the chat group of the 4 people. Sure enough, Jiang Xian was bragging about his new robot and the 100,000 gold coins he just received. Below, Yik Kai and Fuyu were fawning over him, practically begging to be sponsored. Yik Kai was one thing, but Fuyu too. Ling Mo clearly forgot the saying, birds of a feather flock together. It made sense that Fuyu would hang out with Jiang Xian and Yik Kai. She decisively sent a +1 message in the chat. After leaving the chat group, she noticed a single email she hadn't seen before. It was sent 1 hour ago. Who would send her an email at this time, Yunya or the system? Opening it, she saw the sender was the Recyclers Guild. The email was simple: tomorrow, the landfill will receive a batch of energy cores. All licensed recyclers are requested to help collect them. Kaiman, what's an energy core? Ling Mo asked. Energy cores are energy spheres removed from battle armor. They contain immense energy. During battles, these cores can be damaged, causing energy leaks, and require safe disposal. Can't they be reused? Ling Mo continued. Repairing an energy core takes far more time and money than producing a new one. In short, it's not worth it. Chapter 308 Blind Box Match 13. Normally, depleted energy cores could simply be treated as regular trash. But this time, the cores delivered had been damaged on the battlefield and still contained a large amount of energy. If these fell into the wrong hands, they could be used as the core component for extremely powerful weapons. That's why recyclers were needed to safely handle these dangerous energy cores. This was the first time Ling Mo realized recyclers had such a role. She had always thought they were just trash collectors. In previous games, people had mentioned the military, but Ling Mo hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. It turned out that skilled recyclers were considered a strategic resource in the interstellar system. As for her, no, she wasn't a recycler, just a transporter. Because of this sudden notification, Ling Mo changed her plan for the next day. Although visiting the factories could yield large rewards, her intuition told her that the energy cores were more important. After a night of rest, guided by her AI assistant, Ling Mo arrived at the landfill early. The main gates were already open, and a few people were already busy inside. Ling Mo was among the first to arrive. After verifying her identity, the robot at the gate led her to a registration area. Registration was simple, placing a badge on a device for a quick scan. Once registered, Ling Mo didn't start work immediately but was handed a breakfast. Not a bland nutrient drink, but 2 delicious-looking bread rolls and a bottle of fresh milk. However, Ling Mo had already eaten before arriving and wasn't very hungry. After storing the food, she asked the robot, "Does everyone get breakfast?" The robot shook its head. Only recyclers who arrive before 6 a.m. are provided breakfast. Ling Mo thought to herself, so this was a kind of employee perk. She continued, "How many energy cores are coming today?" 2 question marks appeared on the robot's face, then it awkwardly said, "I don't know. I'm just the gatekeeper. I don't keep records." Its tone was flat, emotionless, like a piece of wood. Ling Mo couldn't ask anything more, and she suddenly realized this robot reminded her a lot of her former self working overtime without extra pay. Oh well, no need to make life hard for the present laborer. With that thought, Ling Mo stepped into the landfill. Before her lay mountains of energy cores. Because of how they were installed, the cores varied in size and shape. A few people were bent over, working in the distance. When they heard someone enter, they glanced over briefly and then returned to their work. Ling Mo bent down and picked up a diamond-shaped energy core from the ground. It was cracked all over and missing a corner, severely damaged and completely unusable. Since others were nearby, she couldn't collect a large batch at once like before. To avoid drawing attention, she bent over and pretended to work, while secretly observing the others' actions. Soon, she noticed that these recyclers would pick up a core and place it into a pouch on their waist. Seeing this, Ling Mo activated her own waist pouch space and mimicked their movements, picking up cores and pretending to put them in. Of course, this was just for show. The cores were secretly stored in her personal space. She categorized them based on shape and damage. Type 1, cores with minor cracks but otherwise intact. Still usable, but with some risk. In battle, even small tremors could have serious consequences. Type 2, cores with small missing pieces, like the one she saw earlier. Reuse requires careful trimming to remove damaged parts, resulting in waste and smaller cores unsuitable for mechas. Type 3, completely shattered cores. These cannot even be cut. The only option is to crush and reprocess them, a method Ling Mo left to scientists. After learning this, Ling Mo focused on collecting the intact cores. These were very rare, most of the cores were Type 3, showing just how brutal the battles had been. As time passed, more recyclers arrived, increasing competition. Ling Mo sped up her collection, but fortunately, the other recyclers were slow. Collecting these cores was hard work, and they needed frequent breaks. Some would rest for a long time after only a few cores. This gave Ling Mo plenty of opportunities. To avoid detection, she frequently changed her position. The landfill was large, and the cores were plentiful. In just a short while, more cores were delivered to the site. Ling Mo noticed a recycler sighing heavily at the side of a delivery truck, the expression on his face clearly saying, "I don't want to work overtime." Unlike them, Ling Mo was racing against time. This was the last day of the game, and no one knew when the system would send them back. Every core she could collect was worth collecting. Not only did Ling Mo collect personally, she also extended her spiritual power to detect empty areas and collect cores that no one else was touching. Chapter 309, Blind Box Match 14. Thanks to Ling Mo's relentless effort, her space was quickly filled with a substantial number of energy cores. Yet, she still felt dissatisfied with her current pace. Clearly, she could collect even more. Seeing a slow-moving recycler heading toward her, Ling Mo found herself annoyed beyond reason. Couldn't they just stay away while she was collecting? Really? She silently complained in her mind, subtly shifting her feet toward a less crowded area. Ling Mo suddenly had a premonition, this would likely be her last day here. So she decided to make it count. She intentionally created a commotion, shoving energy cores around with her hands. In the chaos, she scooped up all the rolling cores into her space. Of course, this method had a drawback, it made the already fragile cores even more delicate. Then Ling Mo thought of a second approach. She moved to an empty corner and collected all the cores in that area, then used nearby cores to fill in the gaps. Since they were all essentially trash, her actions went unnoticed. Before she realized it, it was already noon. A robot pushed a food cart toward everyone, distributing lunch. The lunch provided was lavish, vegetables, meat, and no shortcuts. Ling Mo noted it was the most generous work meal she had ever seen. Receiving her portion, she felt her stomach rumble and eagerly began eating. As she shoveled food into her mouth, she noticed that everyone else ate very slowly. Were these people not hungry? Soon she realized that wasn't the case. Their slow eating wasn't due to lack of hunger. On the contrary, they were exhausted, both physically and mentally. The combination of physical and mental fatigue caused a strange effect. Even though their stomachs were hungry, they had no appetite. After some explanation from her AI assistant, Ling Mo understood that being a recycler was not just a job, it was a talent. Those who awakened the recycler talent would develop a small pocket-like dimensional space. Anything placed inside would be decomposed. During decomposition, the recycler gained no benefit. Instead, it required their mental energy to process the items in the pocket. That explained why the recyclers Ling Mo had observed needed frequent breaks. They were using mental energy to rapidly decompose the items. She hadn't expected such a talent to exist in this world. Fortunately, recyclers had respectable social status, otherwise, awakening this talent would surely have led to ridicule. Ling Mo sighed and resumed eating. After finishing quickly, she returned to work. While others were still eating, she could collect more cores into her space. As she entered the work area again, several trucks carrying energy cores arrived. A smile crossed her face, just in time. It was like someone had brought her a pillow just as she was about to nap. She had been worrying about what would happen if the others returned and noticed too many missing cores. No need to worry now. As the workers dumped the cores from the trucks, Ling Mo stood nearby, not too close but not far. She scooped up a portion into her space. Once all the trucks had emptied, the drivers sitting in the cabins looked at the rear monitors, confused. Why does it look like there's less debris than before? What was going on? They clearly remembered the trucks being full before departure, and the weight was correct. How could it seem reduced? Not just one driver, several had the same impression. But they didn't dwell on it, assuming it was their imagination. Their workflow had no errors, and they didn't want trouble. Once the trucks left, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't been noticed. Looking at the cores in her space, she realized she had collected more in a short period than she had in the entire morning. With the other workers still gone, she went after the remaining cores. Ling Mo was thoroughly enjoying herself. This game could easily be played multiple times. For other players, especially those new to the game, it was far less friendly. Most had not awakened any talents and had no enhanced physical abilities. Simply completing their tasks required all their effort, let alone thinking about anything else. Lin Xiaoxiao was one of them. After the initial excitement of being chosen faded, she realized the game was nothing like she had imagined. Before the apocalypse, she had been the family princess, never having done housework, a life of absolute comfort. After the apocalypse, she had suffered a little, but her wealthy family ensured it wasn't too bad. Now, staring at spaceship parts roughly her size, Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to give up entirely. She had never done this kind of labor. Her palms had long since developed blisters. They would break, then blister again, over and over, leaving her hands in terrible condition. Yet she persisted. Only by surviving the first round of the game could she awaken a talent. Even on present-day Blue Star, those who awaken talents could live better than ordinary people, even if they weren't official players. Though her family was wealthy, none of them were game players. Life had become increasingly difficult. Lin Xiaoxiao knew this was her only chance. While awakening potions were sold in the soy sauce and drunk madness shop, only those who had awakened a talent could enter. Moreover, the potions were limited, coveted by people all over the world. Even selling everything her family owned wouldn't guarantee a potion. After a brief rest, Lin Xiaoxiao finally finished loading the last blind box. Hearing the system announce her task was complete, she almost cried with excitement. After selecting the second option, she prepared to treat her hands. Having focused on work earlier, she hadn't noticed, but now that the burden was gone, her hands throbbed painfully. Chapter 310, Blind Box Match, Final. On Ling Mo's side, as the other recyclers gradually finished lunch and returned, they saw even more small mountains of energy cores piled up and a flash of despair crossed their eyes. Some even complained outright, "How long are we supposed to keep cleaning this? I heard this battle was exceptionally fierce." Marshall himself even went to the front lines to oversee it. Ling Mo listened for a while but didn't understand, so she withdrew her focus. Marshall? War. None of that was her concern right now. Still, not understanding didn't stop her from keeping this information in mind. After all, she now had a formal interstellar resident ID. It was only natural to pay some attention to interstellar affairs. Whether she could comprehend it or not was another matter entirely. Even if she didn't understand, others might. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Ling Mo's mind. She said to her AI assistant, "Print out a detailed report of the interstellar situation and the relationships between each species. The more detailed, the better." The AI asked, puzzled, "Why compile this?" "Obviously, to sell it." "Print multiple copies," Ling Mo instructed. Back home, this information would fetch a good price. While thinking about how to price the report, her gaze fell on a round, bouncy object. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary energy core, but noticing it had no cracks, Ling Mo immediately became alert. Could this be a fully intact energy core? Her heart raced. Upon closer observation, she realized this core seemed a little different from the others. First, it was larger than the rest. Second, the color was unusual. Most energy cores here were blue, but this one was a pale blue with a hint of pink. Lastly, her little spirit companion, Xiaobai, was pacing anxiously, practically bouncing off the ground. Even the normally sleepy spiritual lion in her space had woken up, following Xiaobai closely. Ling Mo didn't understand what the lion wanted, but she knew what Xiaobai desired. It wanted to consume the core in her hands. Previously, Xiaobai had shown no interest in the many energy cores she'd stored, so this sudden enthusiasm made Ling Mo suspicious. She scanned it with her mental energy and was shocked to discover it was alive and absorbing her mental energy. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately understood this wasn't an energy core at all. What it truly was, she didn't know, but since Xiaobai wanted it, Ling Mo decided to toss it to him. Xiaobai caught it in his mouth and ran off happily, with the lion following closely behind. Ling Mo paid no mind. If anything went wrong, she could sense it immediately. For now, collecting energy cores was the priority. Having learned from the earlier experience, Ling Mo carefully inspected the rest, ensuring no other strange objects were mixed in. After searching for some time, she found nothing unusual. As time passed, Ling Mo's collection speed became increasingly proficient. A voice rang out nearby, puzzled, "Have you noticed the energy cores are coming down faster than usual?" "I just noticed that too. I thought you guys were secretly working harder." "No, I thought it was you." At this moment, Ling Mo remained hidden, quietly observing. She realized that these recyclers were quite slow to react. Likely, most of their energy was devoted to decomposing the cores, so their reactions to the outside world lagged behind. With this knowledge, Ling Mo grew bold. Of course, she still didn't push too far, as a supervising robot was still monitoring. As night fell, Ling Mo's unease grew, and her movements quickened. Outside of her personal space, she filled every available pocket with 3 different types of energy cores. When darkness fully settled, the familiar system alert sounded in her ears: "Game time over. All players who have not completed their tasks within the allotted time will have their game qualification revoked. In 3 seconds, all players will be teleported out of the instance. 3, 2, 1. In the final second, Ling Mo spotted a nearly perfect energy core, with only a tiny crack, the most complete she had ever seen. At that last second, she reached out and held it close. Immediately, her vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in her room. Outside, the sound of insects hitting the windows reached her ears, though quieter than before the game began. Ling Mo habitually extended her mental energy. As her senses reached outside, a chill ran through her. She instantly became fully alert. Swiftly, she got out of bed and opened the curtains. Outside, the insect swarm still raged, and white snowflakes slowly fell from the sky. "It's snowing." It seemed Fuyo's divination had once again been accurate. Ling Mo still held the energy core she had brought from the game, along with 3 silver coins. Yes, only 3 coins. Considering what she had spent hiring the robot, she didn't earn much this time. In fact, she lost a little. Of course, Ling Mo wasn't worried, she could earn it back in no time. She first listed part of the items she brought from the game, various blind boxes, clothes, canned goods, and the piece de resistance, the energy cores. After pricing them, she posted them for sale. Don't forget the robot. Ling Mo only listed 3 of them to test the market. After completing this, she suddenly heard shocked voices downstairs. Curious, she opened the door and walked out. On the first floor, she saw Yik Kai and the others surrounding a robot. Seeing the robot, Ling Mo recalled hearing about this before. Yik Kai waved when he saw her coming down. Mo, come see what the boss won. From now on, we don't have to do chores anymore. Chapter 311 Your energy stone is covered by me. Hearing Yik Kai's words, Ling Mo was speechless. So your excitement is all because of this? Can you be a little more ambitious? When she reached downstairs, Ling Mo picked up a nearby instruction manual and skimmed through it quickly. Housekeeping-type robot. No wonder Yik Kai had been talking like that earlier. At this moment, Jiang Xian spoke with regret. This robot is great, but the energy stones it comes with are too few. They're not enough. In the system store, 1 energy stone sells for 5,000 coins. He sighed heavily, even though he had just won 100,000 coins, spending like this was still hard on him. And 1 energy stone, if used normally, could last a month. Sounds long, right? But the key here isn't a month, it's normal use. Normal use meant simply activating the robot and letting it do light household chores. I want to see what kind of energy stone this is. The manual had a photo, and Ling Mo felt it looked very familiar, though she wasn't entirely sure. When Jiang Xian finally took out the so-called energy stone, Ling Mo patted his shoulder and said, "Use it freely. Your energy stone is covered by me." Jiang Xian revealed a thumb-sized transparent blue disc. After scanning it, Ling Mo realized it was just a product made by melting and reprocessing the fragments of an energy core. Its energy was pitifully small. Moreover, Jiang Xian's type of robot didn't really need the energy stone. You could simply insert a fragment of an energy core, and it would function for a long time, performing whatever functions you desired. After she finished explaining, the 3 of them looked at her. Mo, you're rich now? Yik Kai asked. I'm not rich, Ling Mo said, pushing Yik Kai's face aside. She held up the energy core in her hand. Recognize this? The material looks like the energy stone the boss has, Fuyu said. Be confident. Remove the looks like, Ling Mo replied. Jiang Xian only has a cheap version. Mine is the real deal. After Ling Mo's explanation, the 3 understood the difference. It was like the difference between water from a filthy ditch and honey. One might give a little benefit but could upset your stomach, the other was nutritious, a true beauty elixir. Something this valuable, why not trade some with the base? It's almost extreme cold season. We could get extra supplies. My energy stone should last a while longer, Jiang Xian said seriously. Ling Mo waved her hand. No need. I brought back plenty of these. She took out all the space pouches from her body. The 3 stared in shock. Mo, don't tell me, all of this is inside? Of course not, she said. She picked 2 of the 1 cubic meter pouches. These are the things I bought in the game. The rest is separate. The 3 were dumbfounded. Although they had also brought back some items, Jiang Xian even bringing back a robot and 100,000 coins, they felt they were far behind Ling Mo. What will you do with all these energy cores? Fuyu asked. Ling Mo thought for a moment. The usual. Some I'll trade with the base, some I'll keep for myself. Alright. You decide what to keep, leave the rest to us. By the way, do you want anything? Jiang Xian asked. Ling Mo thought for a bit and didn't need anything. Ask them if they have ice cream. Ice cream? It's going to be extreme cold soon. Why would you eat ice cream? And don't you have plenty of cooling grass? Yik Kai frowned. I just suddenly want some. Eating too much cooling grass gets boring, Ling Mo replied, sounding determined despite being unreasonable. Fine, I'll ask, but no promises, Jiang Xian said honestly. After all, the first apocalypse was extreme heat. Ice cream might no longer exist. Ling Mo didn't mind, if the base didn't have any, she could make her own. She had the ice fingers ability, after all. Extreme cold? That would be her comfort zone. All her blessings from before could now be fully utilized. Since it was evening, Jiang Xian and the others didn't act immediately. Ling Mo only symbolically took a few chipped energy cores. All the cores in her pouches were second and third grade, except for the one she initially took. All complete cores were safely stored inside. Meanwhile, except for the new players, most veteran players went straight to the Don't Miss shop after the game ended. As everyone knew, the Don't Miss shop only restocked at 6 a.m. daily, except for the 5th floor. The 5th floor had treatment and hibernation pods, and was open all day so players could use them anytime. In fact, Ling Mo's shop was open 24/7, but items sold out instantly after being listed, forcing her to close early. By the next day, as soon as the shop opened, nearly everyone rushed in. Even those without money wanted to look, they could still learn something. And there were some perks. The medicine vendor had 10 slots for health checkups each day, said to be highly accurate. After a checkup, recommended medicines were suggested. Those who got a slot could buy medicine without waiting in line and were guaranteed a purchase, provided the medicine corresponded to their health needs. So many blind boxes. How much did you buy, Ling Mo? Even spaceship blind boxes exist. Previously, I packed these in missions. Collect all the parts, and you can assemble a full ship. But that's the trick, the parts inside are never complete. You'll never fully assemble it. So, will you buy? I don't have money. And look at the price. Can ordinary people afford this? These spaceship blind boxes only contained one piece each. Ordinary players couldn't afford even one, let alone enough to assemble a full ship. Chapter 312 Too much of a good thing. As expected, everything in Ling Mo's shop was quickly bought up. Countless people even contacted her privately, hoping she would put more blind boxes up, especially the spaceship blind boxes. This time, Ling Mo had only listed 5 spaceship blind boxes. The countries that managed to get them not only received a spaceship part from the blind box, but also a spaceship blueprint. Although the blueprint was rudimentary, it was enough to make scientists work tirelessly over it. Early the next morning, Ling Mo got up and went to the window. The snow that had started yesterday hadn't stopped. What began as light snow had now become a flurry of thick, goose-feather-like snow, piling up on the ground. The insects had disappeared without a trace. The entire world felt as though someone had pressed the mute button. It was eerily quiet. Going downstairs, she found no one, probably taking energy cores to the base. On the table was a breakfast that had already gone cold. Ling Mo picked it up and started eating. The outside temperature was dropping rapidly, but thanks to good insulation, the indoor temperature was still above freezing, so her body hadn't experienced much change, though her skin had paled several shades and her hair had lightened noticeably. Seeing her lips completely colorless, Ling Mo pulled out a regular lipstick from her space pouch and applied it. Looking in the mirror afterward, she felt much better. Otherwise, her pale face and lips looked like a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. She considered doing a faux natural makeup look so that when the extreme cold arrived, she wouldn't scare others. Opening her game messages, she found 123 Wooden Men pinned at the top. Opening the chat, unsurprisingly, this person had been pestering her for a long time. 123 Wooden Men, Brother Jiao, how many spaceship blind boxes do you still have? We want them all. Price is negotiable. Ling Mo understood immediately what they were planning and didn't hide anything, drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. Even if you bought all the spaceship blind boxes, I can't guarantee you'll assemble a full spaceship. After all, these are blind boxes. Everyone who's familiar with blind boxes knows the rules. After a moment of silence, 123 Wooden Men sent another message 2 minutes later. Brother Joe, we're close now. Can you, drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, no. 123 Wooden Men, I haven't even said what I want yet, and you already said no. Drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, no discounts. 123 Wooden Men, it's not a discount, drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, not combining items either. 123 Wooden Men, it's not that either. Drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, and I won't open all the spaceship blind boxes just to assemble a full spaceship for you. After this, the other party fell silent again. Clearly, Ling Mo had guessed right, they really intended to collect enough boxes to make a complete spaceship. Sighing at her private chat screen, 123 Wooden Men felt disappointed despite having expected this outcome. A spaceship, after all. Even though they had bought plenty of fighter mechs and combat ships from drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy before, it was still far from enough. Moreover, to a discerning eye, it was clear that the spaceship parts from these blind boxes were far superior to what they had bought previously. Experts with experience could tell at a glance, the blind box spaceship parts were more advanced than the combat ships they had purchased before. A simple analogy, if their previous purchase was a motorbike, the blind box parts were like a big truck, not even in the same league. After calming down a bit, 123 Wooden Men sent another message. If blind boxes are out, what about the other stuff? How many robots do you still have? As for how many robots Ling Mo had, she honestly didn't know herself. She had collected a large number from the blind box factory and another batch of cleaning robots from other factories. But this time, she didn't plan to sell everything to China. Through previous trades, Ling Mo noticed China's buying power had noticeably declined. Probably because now China was focusing most of its efforts on Chingyong Star. All retired soldiers had gradually returned to the military, most being sent to develop Chingyong Star or other planets. Other countries were also slowly developing the mining claims they had won. And there's a saying, too much of a good thing can be bad. Ling Mo had already given them far too many benefits. While from her perspective, helping her own country was natural and beyond others' interference, not everyone would see it that way. Through her golden eye, she had been monitoring other countries. Compared with China, other nations' situations were truly like living in hell. Abroad, the wealth gap was huge. The rich lived as before the apocalypse, the poor suffered immensely. Not every country was as responsible toward its people as China. Bias. From her observation, several countries were secretly forming alliances to oppose China. Fear fades slowly, that saying is true. People had already forgotten the fate of Red Dot Country. Though Ling Mo didn't think these countries could succeed, as the saying goes, even if you guard against thieves 1,000 days, you can't prevent all thefts. So Ling Mo decided, leak some good stuff appropriately. Whether they could snatch it was another matter. With that in mind, she drafted a message, announcing that she would sell robots and cleaning robots in groups of 100 at noon, first come, first served, while supplies lasted. After all, she had promised the robots to help their brothers and sisters find a suitable home. Once the message spread, it caused an uproar. The detailed introduction of the robots made people very interested. Meanwhile, Xie, who had just been negotiating prices with Jiang Xian and the others, turned around and saw this message. Furious, he went to confront 123 Wooden Men. What's going on? Did you offend drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy? Xie grabbed 123 Wooden Men by the ear, looking like a frustrated father scolding his incompetent person. Chapter 313 1 year. 123 Wooden Men grimaced in pain, clenching his teeth and pleading non-stop, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. You do feel pain, so what happened? How did you offend drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy? Xie scowled. You're assuming I offended them, 123 mumbled, rubbing his ear. If you didn't, then why would you post that message? Xie anger didn't subside. That was robots, after all. Captain, listen first. Who said I didn't negotiate? Brother Joe promised to save half for us. Hearing this, Xiecheng finally relaxed his expression. Meanwhile, while others hadn't returned yet, Ling Mo unblocked the chimney. A huge pile of insect corpses fell directly into the fireplace. Luckily, Ling Mo had prepared in advance, so she wasn't covered in ash from the chimney. After cleaning the surroundings, she lit the fireplace. As the flames grew, the previously cold house finally radiated warmth. She went upstairs and changed into fluffy, warm coral fleece pajamas, grabbed a matching blanket, and dragged a lazy sofa in front of the fireplace, holding a warm cushion. Even though she wasn't afraid of the cold, she still enjoyed the fire. If only there were some barbecue skewers right now, she thought. But for now, Ling Mo lay on the lazy sofa, too comfortable to move. She took out a cup of hot cocoa from her space pouch, sipped it leisurely, and pulled up her tablet to watch some cached anime episodes. After 2 episodes, the front door opened. Jiang Xian and the others returned, bundled in layers against the cold, looking weary from travel. Seeing Ling Mo enjoying herself by the fire, Jiang Xian remarked, "You really know how to enjoy life." Ling Mo genuinely invited them, "Want to join? There are 3 new lazy sofas over here." Among the 3, Fuyu stood out, completely covered in white from head to toe. Yet Fuyu didn't care in the slightest. He noticed the 3 brand new lazy sofas and curiously asked, "Did you just buy these?" "Sort of. I got them from the game," Ling Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian and the others went silent. "Game? Net shopping, what do you mean shopping in a game?" Yik Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. "For us, it's a game world, but it's also a real world. They even have shopping festivals there, so why not buy stuff online?" The 3 had no response. "You used the brain network for shopping?" Fuyu asked. "Otherwise? Do you want me to use a phone? But online shopping usually takes time." "How did you make sure the delivery would reach you?" Ling Mo shrugged. "It's simple. Confirm the delivery address, ask when it can be delivered, choose same-day delivery. Done. Seems plausible. Why hadn't they thought of it themselves?" After a brief silence, the 3 went back to their rooms, removed their heavy clothes, and changed into warm home clothes. With thermal wear and hot mushrooms, even without Ling Mo's advantages, they wouldn't feel cold. The 4 of them sat around the fireplace in a circle, each on a lazy sofa, hugging cushions provided by Ling Mo, sipping hot cocoa, and chatting. "Good thing we followed your advice, Mo, and set up a warm plastic shelter outside. It really helps," Jiang Xian said. They had just returned from the base, which was much colder than their home. "By the way, Mo, this stuff was exchanged with energy cores. Keep it safe, there's the ice cream you wanted," Jiang Xian said, handing over a space pouch, which Ling Mo tucked away. Mo, the energy cores you brought out are sold and drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy store. Does that mean you both went to the same place? Did you see him?" Ling Mo shook her head. "No. I didn't look in the mirror, how could I see myself? All the people around are strangers," she added. "So, where exactly did you get so many energy cores?" Jiang Xian asked, curious. Ling Mo turned to him and winked, "Better if you don't know." Hearing this, Yik Kai's curiosity piqued. "Why? Is it a secret?" Taking a sip of hot cocoa, Ling Mo said, "Not exactly a secret. I'm just afraid you wouldn't accept it. We survived the apocalypse, what could we possibly not accept?" "Just tell us," they insisted. Seeing them insist, Ling Mo finally spoke, "The junkyard." The 3 looked at her in disbelief. Yik Kai repeated, "The junkyard?" Ling Mo nodded proudly. "What, you look down on junkyards? Before the apocalypse, collecting trash every month earned more than your regular job." She beamed with pride. "Trash? Turning waste into treasure, something to understand. By the way, when we returned, Captain Xia told us the temperature might drop further. We need to take protective measures and avoid going out," Jiang Xian reminded. What more can we do? We've prepared everything. Now we just wait, Yik Kai said. Ling Mo gazed into the fireplace flames and said slowly, based on previous extreme heat experience, we might be entering an ice age. I wonder how long this extreme cold will last. From previous disasters, this extreme cold could last a few months, Jiang Xian replied. A few months, neither short nor long. During this period, who knows how many people would perish. Ling Mo had plenty of warming items in her space pouch, but even with so much, it couldn't cover the population of Blue Star, so she would prioritize her own group. As for others, she could only say, too bad. Fuyu looked at a tarot card in his hand. This disaster may last longer than previous ones. Ling Mo reacted immediately. What did you see? I saw, this disaster could last at least a year. And that's the best case scenario. The room fell silent. Chapter 314 Extreme Cold Daily Life. After learning that the extreme cold disaster would last at least a year, Ling Mo and her group initially felt a bit down, but only briefly. With abundant supplies and the game providing endless resources and entertainment, their lives were far better than most people's in the same situation. Gradually, they resumed their usual routines. However, the temperature was dropping faster than expected. The previous day, their rooms were just above zero. By morning, they had plunged below freezing. Ling Mo touched her icy bed, thinking to herself that luckily she wasn't sensitive to the cold, or she would have woken up shivering. She noticed her hair had turned pure white. Looking in the mirror, she saw herself as pale as a corpse. Without exaggeration, she would have been frightened to death if she saw herself like that at night. She retrieved her makeup and carefully applied it over half an hour. After finishing, she finally looked like a living person again. Before heading out, Ling Mo checked the falling snow outside. The snow was heavier than anything she had ever seen, huge, fluffy flakes falling in thick layers, covering the ground in white. Ignoring the deadly cold, the scene was beautiful enough to admire. No wonder people enjoyed watching snow. On the first floor, Jiang Xian and the others were already awake, nestled in lazy sofas, holding steaming cups of hot water. In front of the fireplace, ingredients for a meal were laid out, vegetables and meat carefully balanced. A robot diligently grilled and served food to the group. Ling Mo commented, "You really know how to enjoy life." The three turned and were startled at her snow-white appearance. Mo, you turned like this too? Are you like Fuyu? Yik Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. I ate snow chestnuts. It's a side effect, when temperatures drop, my body turns completely white. Yik Kai looked her over and honestly said, it actually looks good, better than Fuyu's corpse-like face. Fuyu smacked him lightly. He then looked at Ling Mo and immediately noticed something was off. He had seen the appearance of cold-induced whitening before. You put on makeup? Ling Mo nodded. I didn't want to scare you guys. Even though extreme cold kept them indoors, it didn't affect their lifestyle much, they weren't frequent travelers. Watching the snow outside, Ling Mo wondered about its purity. Qiaman, test this snow. A few minutes later, test result, this snow contains a small amount of dust. Small amounts are harmless if ingested, but large amounts may cause diarrhea or food poisoning. Heating before use is recommended. Ling Mo nodded. Fine, it wasn't a major concern. Meanwhile, her shop's clothing from the garment factory had become highly sought after. The garments had some warmth, cheaper than thermal suits, and were in high demand. Her blind boxes were also extremely popular. With people trapped indoors, bored, and looking for ways to pass time, Ling Mo's blind boxes perfectly filled the gap. The Starry World origin made even ordinary items fascinating, and some people even got rare or useful items. The base had introduced a new rule: items from blind boxes could be sold back, with different items having different prices, often higher than the box itself. Some people sold unwanted items to the base or other players, passing the boredom while earning money. The network still worked, so some posted unboxing videos online. Yik Kai was one of them. Ling Mo noticed him buying many blind boxes and asked Jiang Xian if he would intervene. Even though the money would end up in her hands, she worried about Yik Kai overdoing it. Jiang Xian casually replied, "Don't worry. He'll stop once he's played enough." At that moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. Walls and floor turned into forests and grass, the lazy sofas beneath them became stone. Jiang Xian was startled. Fu Yu, coming out of the kitchen, dropped his cup with a splash. In a blink, the environment returned to normal. Both looked at Yik Kai, who was removing a mood-setting chip from his body. He looked puzzled at their stares. "That just now, what was it?" Jiang Xian asked. "A mood-setting chip," Yik Kai said. "I got it from a blind box. Recently, there are a lot of videos like this online. I thought they were effects at first, but apparently they came from blind boxes, so I bought one to try." Videos online? For the three, obsessed with training, divination, or anime, this concept was completely new. Chapter 315, Shadows in the Snow. Ling Mo searched online and was shocked by what she found. The internet was full of extravagant videos, angels descending, Thor's hammer striking, cosmic scale magic, the works. Some people even self-proclaimed as gods and spread their teachings online. Ling Mo showed a video on a dedicated screen, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man kneeling in reverence, while a six-winged angel glowing with golden light stood behind him, holding a holy sword. Jiang Xian asked, "Isn't this also made with that mood-setting chip?" "Pretty sure," Ling Mo replied. "This video seems to have come from overseas. Most of the content online was creative trolling or over-the-top displays. The chip Leaf Kai used earlier was mild in comparison." Jiang Xian and Fu Yu were stunned. Even though they had only missed a few days of online updates, it felt like ages had passed. The visual effects were impressive, especially the Thor descending one. Jiang Xian felt it matched him perfectly, so he tried to buy a blind box from Ling Mo's shop, but found it completely empty, except for the shelves. Fu Yu asked, "Do they restock blind boxes every day?" Yik Kai explained, "The shop restocks at 6 a.m., including blind boxes. Another batch appears at 12 p.m., but the types are random and go fast. In short, getting the blind box you want required both speed and luck." Yik Kai mentioned he had several more blind boxes with mood-setting chips. Jiang Xian and Fu Yu eagerly took them off his hands. Jiang Xian suggested keeping one chip to alter their living environment, as they would spend much of the coming time surrounded by snow. Ling Mo added, "I have something even better." She snapped her fingers, and the surroundings magically changed. White snow and walls transformed into a realistic beach scene, blue ocean, golden sand, and green forests. A wind blew, but they felt nothing, it was an illusion. Yik Kai asked, "Why does your chip feel better than mine?" Ling Mo confidently replied, "It is better. Mine was bought, not opened from a blind box." With the temperature dropping further, they no longer slept in their rooms. Ling Mo's large lazy sofas served as beds, adjustable and self-heating. To conserve warmth, she partitioned the living room with wooden boards, creating a cozy space around the fireplace. That night, Ling Mo awoke suddenly to howling winds outside. The thermometer confirmed the temperature had dropped again. But what disturbed her wasn't the cold, it was the feeling of a presence outside, moving too fast to catch. The entity seemed hesitant to enter the house, as if aware someone was watching. Ling Mo instructed Qiaman to stay alert, yawned, and went back to sleep. The next day, the snow continued but had lightened slightly. Ling Mo and the others went outside to shovel snow, as the accumulation had become thick enough to threaten rooftops and yards. The base sent robots to handle heavy snow, but everyone still had to clear paths for safety. Most of these robots had come from Ling Mo's shop and were now in use and well regarded. While shoveling, Yik Kai noticed something alarming, a huge ice footprint. It had 4 toes. It was obviously not human. Ling Mo compared it with her own foot, it was as if a child had slipped into adult shoes. The presence outside was real, fast, and ominous, leaving the group on high alert. Chapter 316, Roasted Whole Lamb. Fuyu and Ling Mo examined the mysterious footprint in the snow. Fuyu, judging by the size, it looks like some kind of wild beast. Ling Mo had Qiaman scan it, but the result returned nothing, possibly a newly emerged species. Jiang Xian decided to report it to the base, leaving the others to shovel snow in the yard. While working, Ling Mo suddenly craved roasted whole lamb. In the extreme cold, nothing sounded better than a hot, delicious lamb meal. Ling Mo, Qiaman, how much lamb meat is left in the storage? Qiaman, half a warehouse. Ling Mo had brought a lot of canned meat from the game world. Most were near expiration, so they had been selling them for a reasonable price. A single can could feed a person for several days. She decided to temporarily stock fresh lamb. Even though hiding her identity made it tricky to make excuses, she wouldn't have done it any other way. Qiaman quickly arranged the lamb. Ling Mo then called out to Jiang Xian, Yik Kai, and Fuyu. Ling Mo, once you finish shoveling, we're eating roasted whole lamb. Yik Kai and Fuyu, eyes instantly lit up, they knew she had already secured the lamb. Fuyu asked if Ling Mo got it from the shop. Don't miss it, since only wealthy people, large organizations, or that shop could pull off a whole lamb in one go. Once motivated by the lamb, their snow shoveling sped up considerably. After clearing the yard, Ling Mo brought out the lamb. The villa had all the equipment needed to roast it, but the problem was where to roast it. Yik Kai, inside the room? What if it catches fire? Ling Mo suggested removing extra furniture to the second floor and adding a protective layer on the floor, while keeping proper ventilation. Eventually, Yik Kai and Fuyu couldn't resist and agreed. Extreme cold made such risks more tolerable, otherwise, this could have been dangerous enough to make the news. Yik Kai and Fuyu prepared the space. Ling Mo marinated the lamb. It was also the first time Yik Kai and Fuyu saw Ling Mo's portable kitchen. A small box instantly transformed into a fully equipped kitchen. Ling Mo explained it wasn't a game item but real interstellar kitchen equipment. An hour later, Jiang Xian returned from outside, dusty and tired. He found the house transformed, furniture moved, an improvised hearth in the middle, bricks and cement arranged like a mini setup. Ling Mo walked out holding the marinated lamb, followed by Yik Kai and Jiang Xian trying to help. Yik Kai, old man, come help. We're eating roasted whole lamb. Jiang Xian was initially shocked, but soon joined, realizing the setup was necessary to avoid cooking outside and flaunting it to neighbors. The roasting process, Ling Mo handled the lamb and seasoning. Yik Kai used his talent to control airflow to vent the smoke outside. Fuyu assisted wherever he could. The aroma of roasted lamb filled all of Area A, even reaching Area B, making many residents salivate. Inside, the living room had a central fire, warming the room. A lamb slowly roasted over it, perfumed with cumin. Ling Mo moved the largest sofa near the fire, and they settled in to watch a movie while enjoying the meal. The cozy, luxurious scene in the middle of an extreme cold apocalypse felt like a glimpse of pre-apocalypse life, warmth, food, and comfort amidst the harsh winter. Chapter 317 Reappearance. What's the base saying? Ling Mo asked curiously. She was quite certain that the footprint from before was left by the creature that had flashed past last night, but at this moment, she couldn't say it out loud. Captain Xia said we weren't the first to discover this kind of footprint. They also found several others, and a few players with auditory-related talents were certain that something entered the base last night, but left quickly afterward. Jiang Xian recounted what he had learned. Did anything happen inside the base? Fuyu asked. Yes. Last night the temperature suddenly dropped. I don't know how many people froze to death, especially the elderly. Fortunately, the base had already taken the children away, or else, otherwise, the death toll today would have been doubled. Lamb fat dripped onto the burning firewood, sizzling loudly, and the aroma of the meat grew stronger, quickly drawing Ling Mo and the others' attention. Ignoring their chat, Ling Mo eagerly took out a small knife, cut a piece from a cooked section, and stuffed it into her mouth. So fragrant, though the flavor is a bit weak. Looks like it wasn't marinated long enough. Who told you to be impatient? You only marinated it for 10 minutes before roasting, Jiang Xian teased as he also cut a piece and tasted it. It's a bit weak, but not beyond saving. Dipping it in the sauce should make it just right. Ling Mo hurriedly pulled out several types of seasonings from the space pouch and placed them in front of everyone, letting them mix their own flavors. The rest of the time, the room was filled only with the sounds of the movie, big bites of meat, and sipping drinks. Ling Mo and the others were all awakened talent users. Their appetites were much larger than ordinary people's. One lamb seemed like a lot, but the four of them only ate until they were 70% full. Then they had the robot make some skewers, which perfectly concluded the meal. Because of the weather, even during the day, the sun was still not visible in the sky. And now, the sky darkened very quickly. Even though it was only afternoon, the light had already begun to fade. The previously light snow began falling heavily again. Ling Mo and the others cleaned up the leftovers, closed the windows, and blocked the wind and cold outside. At night, the faint sound of rustling came from outside. Ling Mo was about to warn the others when she noticed that Jiang Xian and the others were all alertly staring out the window. This time, Ling Mo could clearly see with her mental power, it was a person made of ice. Compared to ordinary humans, these beings were taller and stronger. Their entire bodies were composed of transparent ice, their gaze indifferent. They walked step by step toward their house but stopped when they reached it. It seemed to have been the same yesterday. Looking down, she saw enormous feet. With every step, the snow beneath them melted quickly, then refroze just as fast. Now Ling Mo finally understood how those footprints were formed. The being didn't advance any further but stood still. Ling Mo then noticed that these ice beings were wearing human clothes. She tried to approach them with her mental power but was shivering from the freezing aura they emitted. So cold. Fortunately, the being didn't stand there for long. After about 5 minutes, it disappeared. Seeing the creature outside gone, Jiang Xian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, did you feel that just now too?" Yik Kai asked quietly. Jiang Xian nodded. "Yeah, but we still don't know what it is." "No matter what it is, it's definitely not something good," Ling Mo said slowly. "I did a divination," Fu Yu suddenly said, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The three all turned to him, waiting for the result. Fu Yu didn't hold back and spoke his divination. "I saw that the thing outside is related to snow. The hexagram shows that it's extremely dangerous. It can only move during snowy nights and is very afraid of fire." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at the flames burning in the fireplace. No wonder it dared to stop outside and didn't approach further, it was afraid of fire. Jiang Xian didn't waste any time and sent all the details of what happened, along with Fu Yu's divination, to Xiaqing via the smart brain. Probably because of the tension earlier, as soon as she relaxed, sleep overtook Ling Mo, and she fell asleep quickly. A night without dreams. The next day, when Ling Mo woke up, she didn't immediately get out of bed, instead lingering in her warm blankets. She didn't want to get up, nor did she want to put on makeup. As the weather grew colder, Ling Mo and Fu Yu's skin became increasingly pale, even to a frightening degree. As Yik Kai put it, if the two wore white clothes and lay in the snow, no one would likely be able to find them. Ling Mo and Fu Yu had no choice. This side effect was permanent. Moreover, the more snow chestnuts they ate, the more pronounced the effect became. Clearly, both had eaten quite a lot, hence their current appearance. Ling Mo was slightly better than Fu Yu, due to blessings, her hair wasn't completely white. Not wanting to get up, Ling Mo lay on the sofa, doing nothing, while using her golden eye to observe Chingyong Star. Unlike the endless snow on Blue Star, Chingyong Star was still full of life. Chingyong Star's environment was similar to Blue Star's, and its seasons were also similar: spring, summer, autumn, winter, but each season lasted twice as long. In other words, 1 year on Blue Star was 12 months, but on Chingyong Star, a year was 24 months. Ling Mo had learned all this from the flower spirit. At this moment, on Chingyong Star, a golden eye suddenly appeared in the sky, looking around sneakily. Everyone was used to this by now. Such things had happened many times before. They even guessed that the person controlling the golden eye was the one who had drunk soy sauce and was acting crazy. Thus, the workers there just treated her as a supervisor. Whenever the golden eye appeared, everyone worked extra seriously. Looks like she really takes Chingyong Star seriously, coming to inspect every so often, a worker operating a digger said. Really? I feel like she's just playing around, another worker said. Chapter 318 Nutrient Solution. Just like the extreme heat before, the daily temperatures were undergoing huge fluctuations. The difference was that before, the extremes meant rising temperatures, now, the temperature was dropping. Ling Mo looked at the thermometer. At this moment, it had reached its lowest possible reading. All the bases were now calling everyone to gather together for warmth, to ensure as many people as possible could survive. Even so, no one dared close their eyes easily. No one knew if, once they closed their eyes this time, they would wake up again. So even when tired, people didn't dare sleep unless they absolutely couldn't stay awake, and even then, they would only close their eyes briefly. Even then, those nearby would quickly wake them, afraid they might sleep through death. Temperature-regulating clothes and extreme heat mushrooms had skyrocketed in value. Those who had hoarded large amounts of extreme heat mushrooms during the previous heatwave were now unafraid, they even hoped the temperature would drop further. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The same applied to extreme heat mushrooms. The lower the temperature, the higher the mushroom's price. Although temperature-regulating suits were effective, their quantity was limited and couldn't cover everyone. Moreover, suits had a temperature limit, but extreme heat mushrooms did not. One mushroom, sliced and eaten, could last a person quite a while. To prevent too many deaths from the cold, the base started distributing small pills that could warm the body. Each pill was only about 5 millimeters and could keep someone warm for roughly 5 hours per dose. Each person could only receive 1 pill per day. And receiving them didn't mean people came to claim them. Because of the extreme outdoor temperature, soldiers in full temperature-regulating suits went door to door delivering them. To people, these life-saving pills were treasures, eaten only when survival demanded it. Some even experimented with countless ways to consume them, grinding them into powder, dissolving them in water, and so on. Ling Mo and her group also received these pills. Unlike others who got 1 per day, since they had previously provided many valuable resources to the base generously gave each of them an entire bottle. Each bottle contained roughly 100 pills. Ling Mo immediately took 1 pill upon receiving it. After tasting it carefully, she said confidently, "This tastes like extreme heat mushroom." After taking the pill, Ling Mo could clearly feel her body warming, just like after eating the mushrooms themselves. Jiang Xian looked at the pill in his hand and said, "They probably dried the mushrooms, ground them into powder, and pressed them into pills." Dried extreme heat mushrooms were more than 10 times as effective as fresh ones. Ling Mo roughly estimated that a single mushroom could produce over 1,000 such pills. Don't doubt it, she even detected the taste of flour in them. Despite the dropping temperatures, business at Ling Mo's shop hadn't been significantly affected. Most customers had already purchased temperature-regulating clothes or hoarded extreme heat mushrooms. Fewer people were cooking at home now, since preparing a meal consumed a lot of firewood. With the cold outside, firewood was scarce. Under these circumstances, ration carrots became the most popular food, they could be eaten raw. But not everyone could afford them. Thinking of the nutrient solution production lines in her space, Ling Mo asked, "Kaiman, have you figured out how to operate those lines?" When she had acquired them before, there were no manuals, so the production lines hadn't been put into use immediately. Already researched and understood. Ready for immediate use. The elves had deep pockets and bought the latest, high-end models, many customized to their needs. After all, the elves used these machines for making sugar, not nutrient solutions. It was like using a cannon to swat mosquitoes, a bit of overkill. At this moment, 3 production lines in the space began to operate. Coincidentally, a large batch of ration carrots had recently been delivered from Yunhai Star, and many were still unprocessed. Ling Mo placed 1 carrot into the line to test the effect. About 2 minutes later, nutrient solution emerged on the other end. 1 healthy ration carrot vine produced nearly 100 bottles of nutrient solution. The efficiency was astonishing, more profitable than selling the carrots themselves. Ling Mo quickly put all 3 lines into full operation, producing large amounts of nutrient solution. The leftover pulp could be used as fertilizer. Once all the carrots were processed, the next question was pricing. The nutrient solution Ling Mo was producing was the low-end version, containing only ration carrot, nothing else. It filled the stomach but had no special effects, and the taste was the same as the carrot itself. After some thought, Ling Mo decided to set the system's minimum price, 3 copper coins per bottle. Those without coins could trade other goods. Once the nutrient solution went on sale, it immediately attracted attention. Only 3 copper coins for a bottle? That's so cheap. Much cheaper than ration carrots. And 1 bottle can last a whole day without eating. Orders began rising at an alarming speed. What Ling Mo didn't know was that on the other side of Blue Star, a group of people was also preparing to sell nutrient solution. However, unlike Ling Mo's fair pricing, they planned to make a huge profit. Damn it! That drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, he's insane, pricing nutrient solution this low. Does he want to bankrupt himself? One white man said angrily. Those around him didn't speak, but their expressions clearly showed anger and displeasure. If Ling Mo were there, she could recognize that among them was the blonde, blue-eyed young man she had encountered in the game, the one who had tried to trade items for her black wolf. They had also recently participated in an auction, spending hundreds of millions at once. These people didn't have Ling Mo's ability to cheat with space. But as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. By spending vast amounts inside the space, they had forced a way forward purely with money. Chapter 319, Taking the High-End Route. For example, this time, these people were using their vast amounts of funds to buy numerous items within the game. Originally, they had planned to buy a large number of smart brains as well. But after realizing that each person could only buy 1 smart brain and had to do so through official channels, they gave up that idea. Even though they didn't have ration carrots, and didn't have a nutrient solution production line, they still spent money to purchase large quantities of nutrient solution in the game. Many of these were near-expiry products. But so what? Near-expiry doesn't mean spoiled. Hadn't even drunk on soy sauce sold near-expiry items before? People still bought them happily. If Ling Mo knew what they were thinking, she would have scolded them shamelessly. After all, she always clearly marked any near-expiry products she sold. Clearly, not all merchants shared Ling Mo's conscience. Previously, they had opened a shop themselves, even imitating the layout of Drunk on Soy Sauce's store. However, unlike Drunk on Soy Sauce, who followed a mass-friendly approach, they intended to go high-end. The reason was simple: they didn't have nearly as much stock as Ling Mo. Moreover, all their products had been genuinely bought with money, real costs. Their prices had to be much higher. As for Ling Mo, anyone who understood the business would know, even if she sold for 1 coin, she would still make a profit. These people had a good idea: they wanted to create their own version of "Don't Miss Out" brand. But they didn't anticipate that they would miss the first-mover advantage. Now that Drunk on Soy Sauce had set the price of nutrient solution to 3 copper coins, if they priced theirs too high, no one would come to buy from them. The only option would be to wait until Drunk on Soy Sauce sold out, but could they really wait? Their stock of nutrient solution was limited, and much of it was near expiry. Waiting too long wasn't an option. Even waiting for Drunk on Soy Sauce to sell everything? They had zero confidence. Some even speculated that Drunk on Soy Sauce had a new nutrient solution production line. Don't forget, the main ingredient in nutrient solution is ration carrots. And in Drunk on Soy Sauce's Don't Miss Out store, large amounts of ration carrots were sold daily. After much discussion, they finally decided to match Ling Mo's prices. After all, their near-expiry nutrient solution was sold by weight, not per bottle. Even if they sold cheaply, they would still make a profit, just a smaller one. To make up for potential losses, they planned to increase the prices of other products. Meanwhile, China naturally noticed Ling Mo's move. In contrast, their reaction was much calmer, even somewhat approving. They also had production lines, and quite a few, but the machines were complex. They didn't have a cheat tool like Qiaman, so they hadn't figured it out yet. Additionally, they feared damaging the machines due to a careless mistake. Every production line was now extremely precious, any damage would be a serious loss. These concerns made them hesitant while researching the lines. Now, seeing Drunk on Soy Sauce selling nutrient solution in bulk, they realized he must have figured it out. Once they understood this, they decided to learn from him. Naturally, this important task was entrusted to the 123 Wooden Man. Mainly because, apart from him, no one else could get any response. But the real reason was that Ling Mo felt having the Wooden Man as a single intermediary was enough. The more people they talked to, the higher the risk of exposure. Of course, the bigger reason was that she didn't want to deal with so many people every day. On Ling Mo's side, upon receiving the Wooden Man's request, she originally thought to make a bit more profit, but her conscience got the better of her. After all, she had included instruction manuals when selling furniture, why not include one now? Meanwhile, the Wooden Man was about to state his conditions, but before he finished typing, Ling Mo had already sent the detailed manual. Seeing this, the Wooden Man silently deleted what he had typed. Could this be considered overachieving? Not only was he efficient, but he also saved the base a large amount of resources. With this, he definitely deserved an extra 2 pieces of meat at dinner. At this moment, Ling Mo didn't realize what she had just missed. After replying to the Wooden Man, she closed the chat window. However, she didn't close the game interface. Instead, she opened her store page. Ling Mo rarely browsed other stores. After catching a loophole once, other nations and forces behind stores had become extremely vigilant to prevent such incidents. But this time seemed different. As everyone knew, Ling Mo's store was the first store in the system and always appeared in the top spot. The system seemed to use her store as a showcase. When opening the store interface, the first thing seen was her "Don't Miss Out." The order of other stores had always been fixed as well. Ling Mo had assumed the order was based on registration time. But this time, the store in second place had a different name. Curious, Ling Mo clicked on it. "Registration is required too," she murmured. She entered her fake name, wondering if it would work. If not, no big deal. After clicking confirm, she heard a ding, but the store didn't open. The next screen made her eyes widen. They're verifying assets? The interface showed that one had to deposit 1,000 gold coins as a security deposit to prove purchasing power, refundable upon leaving. Alternatively, the deposit could be exchanged for a premium membership card, allowing free entry and bringing friends. Ling Mo thought for a moment and deposited the 1,000 gold coins. She'd get them back later anyway. As for the membership card, no thanks. Then came a very familiar voice, "Welcome." Stepping into the store, Ling Mo felt as if she had entered a luxury boutique. Chapter 320. You could sue them. The interior was designed to look exactly like a luxury store. Everything screamed expensive at first glance. And in reality, it truly was expensive. When Ling Mo had renovated her own store, the system had offered several decoration schemes, including one exactly like this. It was also the most expensive option among all the plans. At the time, Ling Mo had thought it was completely impractical, poor cost performance and ridiculously expensive, so she had decisively passed and chosen the cheapest, most cost-effective option instead. Now, Ling Mo began browsing through this store. Most of the items here she had seen before on other shopping platforms. One word to describe them: expensive. Clearly, the owner of this store intended to go the high-end route. Ling Mo thought this to herself as she looked around. Most of the people here were simply pausing to look, they had no intention of buying anything, which confirmed her thoughts. Back in the early days of the game, there were many wealthy players buying up in-game currency. At one point, a single copper coin had even been inflated to 50,000 yuan, with silver and gold coins being even more outrageous. The 1,000 gold coin entry fee was clearly meant to screen the customers. As she walked, Ling Mo suddenly noticed something very familiar ahead. On closer inspection, it was nutrient solution. And the price? 3 copper coins, the same as her original pricing. Such a price was completely out of place in this high-end store. Moreover, there was even a promotion, buy 3, get 1 free, seemingly designed to stimulate consumption. But Ling Mo looked around. Anyone who could enter this store had at least 1,000 gold coins on them. People like that in real life were not lacking for food or drink. How could they possibly pay for this horrendously tasting nutrient solution? She also noticed the 5 nutrient solution bottles on display, each a different flavor. But 3 of them were near expiry. Checking the dates, they were set to expire in just 3 days. Unlike ordinary food, like canned goods, expired meant past the best consumption period, so they could still be eaten safely, but nutrient solution was different. Once expired, its nutrients would rapidly degrade until completely gone. Drinking it would only provide a false sense of fullness. It was like someone eating nothing but rabbit meat every day, they would ultimately starve. Anyone drinking only this expired nutrient solution would eventually starve as well. The 5 flavors were floral herb, fresh fish, fresh meat, floral fruit, and original nutrient solution's 5 most common flavors. If you wanted to describe them, the difference was simply bad and worse. Don't ask how she knew. Seeing these flavors brought back painful memories for Ling Mo. The reason she knew so much was that, during the game, she had originally planned to visit a nutrient solution factory. If she hadn't suddenly received that message, she would have gone there. She had intended to buy the near-expiry nutrient solution, but after Qiaman's explanation, she gave up. Because nutrient loss in nutrient solution doesn't start exactly on the expiration date. In the interstellar standard, nutrient solution is considered expired when more than 70% of its nutrients have degraded. This meant that the near-expiry nutrient solution in front of her contained, at most, 40% of its nutrients, or possibly even less. So Ling Mo decisively gave up on buying it. However, the nutrient solution factory wasn't only about the solution, it also had the machines that produced it. Her plan had just been temporarily interrupted. After browsing the store, she unexpectedly found something she wanted. Season Converter, a device developed by Fantasy Group for planets with only a single season. It can adjust seasons and temperature according to needs. Effective range, 10 to 500 square meters. Ling Mo was very tempted. Checking the price, a single season converter cost 1.5 million gold coins. Seeing this, Ling Mo asked Qiaman, how much does a season converter usually cost in the galaxy? Prices vary depending on function and size. The cheapest is 500,000 gold coins, no upper limit. So, what level is this one? Ling Mo asked. Basic season converter, priced at 500,000 gold coins in the galaxy. According to interstellar law, ordinary grade purchases have no collectible value. When reselling, the price may not exceed 125% of the original. The owner has seriously violated interstellar law. You may sue them. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. Sue them? They don't even have an ID, they're not interstellar citizens. Under federal law, using an invalid or fake interstellar citizen ID can result in a fine of 50 to 1,000 gold coins. Reporters are rewarded the same. Malicious price inflation without an ID may result in fines or imprisonment, and reporters receive 1,000th of the fine. Hearing this, Ling Mo was briefly tempted. One simple report could earn her a large sum. The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Better not, if it exposed the location of Blue Star, it would be bad. Besides, according to Qiaman, she might also be implicated in some of these violations. Looking at the season converter again, she realized she could afford the 1.5 million gold coins, but she didn't want to be taken advantage of. She turned and left the store, taking back her deposit, and informed the wooden man of the situation. After that, she didn't care anymore. On the other side, the wooden man was immediately excited after receiving the message from drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. After all, he was usually the one sending messages to him. Seeing the message's content, he realized the game had added another special store, something they had anticipated. Chapter 321: Not Being a Sucker. Entering this store required not only entering your in-game name but also depositing 1,000 gold coins. Although it was noted that the 1,000 gold coins would be refunded upon leaving, that applied only to ordinary players. Players like 123 Wooden Man, who were relatively well known, had long been blacklisted by the store. Being on the blacklist didn't mean they couldn't enter, but once inside, even if they left, the 1,000 gold coins would not be refunded, and they wouldn't be allowed to purchase anything. In other words, they would lose 1,000 gold coins, look around the store, but buy nothing. They didn't want to waste 1,000 gold coins for nothing, so they considered sending in players who weren't blacklisted to take a look. However, those players hadn't returned yet, while 123 Wooden Man had already received a message from drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. Following the principle that what Jiogu says must be important, he immediately reported it. Xieching looked at the report submitted by 123 Wooden Man. A season converter that can change the surrounding seasons? Are you sure this thing is that amazing? 123 Wooden Man replied truthfully, I don't know for sure, but this information came from drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. It shouldn't be wrong. He also said that the season converter in that store is actually only worth 500,000 gold coins. He suggested we bargain and not be suckers. After hearing this, Xieching was silent for a moment and said, I think drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy just didn't want to be taken advantage of, which is why he told you. 123 Wooden Man nodded in agreement. I thought the same. So, do we buy it or not? Xieching gritted his teeth and said, buy it. Why wouldn't we? Let's buy it and study it ourselves. Hearing this, 123 Wooden Man hesitated. But, do we even have idle researchers? They had already bought plenty of good items from drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy and Chingyong, as well as items brought out from the game. At this point, these researchers were the busiest people in the entire country. A group of gray-haired, elderly scholars worked alongside their students tirelessly, sometimes sleeping only 1 or 2 hours a day. Some didn't sleep at all, relying on energy potions or sheer willpower to keep going. To provide a safer environment, most experts and researchers had been moved to Chingyong Star. The environment there was safe and allowed them to focus fully on their research, with only a small portion remaining on Blue Star. Xieching knew about this, of course, but it wasn't his concern. His job was just to buy the item. However, the price needed careful negotiation. He didn't want to be a sucker. On the other side, Ling Mo withdrew her consciousness from the store, opened her eyes, and saw that it was already noon. The other three were busy with their own things. Jiang Xian was experimenting with static electricity, Fuyu was cleaning the tools he used for divination. Ling Mo peered over and saw tarot cards, playing cards, coins, a crystal ball, basically everything you could find on the market. I have to ask, where did you get all this? Surely not all props? Fuyu gave her a look that seemed to say, what are you thinking? These are all things I bought online, he replied. Jiang Xian, still playing with, experimenting with, static electricity, explained, Fuyu has been interested in these things since he was young. He has at least 20 strands of blessed Buddhist beads alone. So many? Ling Mo looked astonished at him. Yik Kai, petting a cat nearby, added, and the lucky crystals? He buys them by the box. Some he wears himself, some people might think he's reselling wholesale. At that moment, the ragdoll cat Abu, ignoring Yik Kai's attempts to hold it, leapt from his arms, mewing adorably, tail high, and ran joyfully to Ling Mo. Yik Kai, left behind, reached out but didn't get a glance back from Abu. Fuyu, observing this, couldn't resist teasing, your son doesn't want you anymore. Ling Mo bent down and picked up the cat. Before entering the space, Abu had weighed about 8 to 9 pounds, now he was close to 20 pounds. Ragdoll cats are naturally large, and in the space, well-fed and well-cared for, he looked like a huge fluffy white gas cylinder. Once in Ling Mo's arms, Abu nuzzled her, purred, and looked at her with big, watery blue eyes full of expectation. It was as if he were saying, "Hurry, send me back home." He clearly preferred her space. Ling Mo symbolically checked with Yik Kai, who, like an old father heartbroken by his children, waved his hand and said, "Let him go." In the next moment, Abu disappeared from Ling Mo's arms. Fu Yu, curious, asked, "I'm really getting more curious about your space. Can I see it?" Unexpectedly, Fu Yu asked this, and Ling Mo flatly refused. No, it was a firm no, not impossible. Fu Yu caught the emphasis and guessed there must be other conditions to enter. Little did he know, he was overthinking it. At that moment, Ling Mo's stomach growled. She hadn't eaten in a while, no wonder she was so hungry. She went to cook a pot of instant noodles, adding all sorts of goodies, meatballs, crab sticks, vegetables, fried egg. Yik Kai, watching her bring out the pot, teased, "Are you making instant noodles or hot pot?" "Of course instant noodles. I didn't put sesame paste in it," Ling Mo replied matter-of-factly. After devouring it, she let out a satisfied burp. "Oh, Mo, do you know the game now has another store similar to Drunk on Soy Sauce and Acting Crazies?" Yik Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. "Yes, I just came out of it." Hearing this, Yik Kai immediately leaned in, excited. "You went in? Tell me, what's it like inside?" Seeing Yik Kai so curious, Ling Mo asked, puzzled, "You haven't been inside?" Chapter 322, Digging Their Own Grave. It was one thing not to mention it, but once Yik Kai started talking about it, his face was full of anger. "You don't know. That store, I don't even know how, blacklisted me, the boss, and Fu Yu, all three of us." "Blacklisted?" Ling Mo looked puzzled. "Why would they blacklist you? Did you offend the store?" "No way," Yik Kai said angrily. "Before this, we didn't even know who was behind that store. How could we have offended them?" Jiang Xian added, "It's not just us. I've heard many in the base got blacklisted too, and on the game forum, plenty of people complained they were blocked." "The common factor? They're all Chinese players, strong and well-known in the game. So the store owner isn't targeting us specifically, they're targeting all of China?" Yik Kai's eyes widened. Fu Yu nodded. "You could say that. How did you realize you were blacklisted?" Ling Mo asked curiously. "Were you refused entry?" "Not exactly," Yik Kai explained. "To enter, you have to input your game name and pay a 1,000 gold coin deposit. For non-blacklisted players, it shows that the deposit can be refunded. But blacklisted players can enter, yet the deposit won't be returned afterward. At first, I didn't realize I was blacklisted. I went to the game forum to complain about this being a shady store. Then I noticed many others were saying the same, and only then did I realize something was off." After hearing Yik Kai's explanation, Ling Mo fell silent. "Then here's the problem. Why are three of us blacklisted, and only I am not? We were together. Out of the four, three were blacklisted, only she remained untouched. Should she feel happy about that?" Seeing Ling Mo's not-so-happy expression, Jiang Xian explained, "It's probably because you're too low-key in the game. Nearly all the blacklisted Chinese players had some reputation in the game." With Jiang Xian's explanation, Ling Mo reluctantly accepted it. "Still, I think their approach is completely unnecessary," Fu Yu said. "How so?" Ling Mo asked. Fu Yu explained, "Look, entering the store already requires a 1,000 gold coin deposit to prove purchasing power. How many people can actually afford that? Even before that, very few could meet their requirements. Now they're rejecting a portion of those people outright. While there's technically an escape route, it's almost like mocking people deliberately. Leaving a way out like that is worse than leaving none at all. It's like tearing the bridge after crossing, or killing the donkey after the mill. But they haven't even crossed the river, haven't even removed the mill, and they're already starting." If you were the only one, fine, you could say, even if it were 10,000 gold coins, someone would bite the bullet. But don't forget, drunk on soy sauces and acting crazy's already in the picture. With a comparison, people naturally gravitate toward the more favorable option. So in my opinion, the new store owner is just digging their own grave. Is that so? But when I went in, there were quite a few people, Ling Mo said. She had been amazed at the sheer number of wealthy people in this world. In fact, what Ling Mo didn't know was that many of those people had been invited to tour the store for free. Remove those invited, and you'd see very few actually managed to enter on their own. And among those, even fewer actually bought anything. Those who had been inside browsed the store and returned home, enjoying the delicacies they had bought from Don't Miss It shop. By the way, Mo, have you been inside? What exactly is there that made them go through so much trouble? Yik Kai asked. Ling Mo recounted everything she had seen inside. They brought so many things out of the game, how did they even manage that? Jiang Xian and Fu Yu were both wide-eyed with curiosity. Money power, Ling Mo slowly said, leaving the three of them speechless. Jiang Xian seemed to recall something. After the third round of the game, the top 10 players had a lottery round. After the game, I saw someone posting on the forum about the prize they got. I remember someone got a wallet that could continuously produce money. That player thought it was useless and tried to trade it for a weapon. Now, everyone was just a regular worker. If anyone truly had money power, Jiang Xian thought, this would be the only possibility. It was surprising that a previously mocked, seemingly useless item could be used this way. After reflecting, Jiang Xian remembered something else. Mo, you mentioned seeing nutrient solution inside. Were they really selling that too? Ling Mo nodded. Strictly speaking, it was almost expired nutrient solution. Most of the nutrients had already degraded. Boss, why are you even caring about that? Think about it, who would spend 1,000 gold coins on that awful tasting stuff? Yik Kai said. Just like them. They had quite a stock of nutrient solution and energy bars, but rarely consumed them. First, because these were meant for emergencies. Second, compared to nutrient solution or energy bars, they preferred regular food. After lunch and a short rest, Ling Mo began another training session. She went through all the modes and was completely exhausted. In the indoor environment, with temperatures dozens of degrees below zero, she was sweating, her heart racing, and her body temperature rising rapidly. At that moment, Jiang Xian approached, picked up the report printed from a nearby machine, glanced at the data, and said, not bad. There's progress in every aspect. If one listened closely, Jiang Xian's tone even carried a hint of envy. Among the four of them, Ling Mo had the least training time, she was essentially slacking off on some days. Yet, even so, every test showed her abilities and physical fitness continually improving. Is this the advantage of youth? If Ling Mo had heard Jiang Xian's inner thoughts, she would have told him, no, it's not youth. It's the cheat. Chapter 323, Ice Beings. It should be noted that Ling Mo had been diligently consuming various fruits to boost her physical fitness, and various potions like water. If her strength wasn't improving under these conditions, she'd truly be useless. Moreover, she had recently noticed her mental power becoming active again. This surge felt very different from before. Ling Mo suddenly recalled the unusual energy core she had found in the game. At the time, she could clearly sense the pulse of life emanating from it, and Xiaobai had been extremely excited. Right. Xiaobai. Thinking of this, Ling Mo quickly focused her consciousness into her space. Through the connection between her physical body and her mental form, she quickly located Xiaobai. At this moment, Xiaobai had curled itself into a ball, quietly sleeping. But Ling Mo stared at the massive creature before her and fell silent. Although she knew Xiaobai had been a juvenile before, she hadn't expected it to have grown this large. If it weren't for her heart-cool perception, she wouldn't have dared confirm that this was Xiaobai, she might have thought it was a lion. Compared to Xiaobai now, even the nearby fruit trees looked tiny. Ling Mo carefully examined Xiaobai's changes and noticed it was growing rapidly, likely after consuming something. This was like forcing a minor to grow unnaturally. But this kind of accelerated growth caused no harm. Xiaobai, being young and newly born, could not adapt to such rapid changes, so it had entered this self-protective state. Now, where had the lion gone? The two had disappeared together back then. Ling Mo scanned her surroundings and finally spotted an even larger creature not far away. If Xiaobai was a massive white sticky rice ball, the one before her was an even bigger white sticky rice ball, with wings. Perhaps sensing Ling Mo's gaze, this giant winged rice ball twitched slightly, then slowly stretched out. After several tens of seconds, it transformed into a towering beast. Ling Mo stood there, feeling like her feet hadn't even grown a single hair compared to it. Fortunately, she felt no hostility from it, otherwise, she really would have panicked. The beast slowly lowered its head, its dreamy blue eyes looking at Ling Mo with clarity and innocence. Its pink nose leaned closer, seemingly wanting to nuzzle her. But misjudging its strength, it accidentally nudged her into a hard bump. Even without much force, Ling Mo grimaced in pain. The giant beast looked apologetic, letting out a whining sound as if to say sorry. It underestimated its size. It thought its voice was soft, but to Ling Mo, it was deafening. All right, I know you didn't mean it. I'm not mad, she said, boldly reaching out to pat the beast's nose. Though it showed no malice, even acting very friendly, Ling Mo still felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, this wasn't a physical beast, it was a mental form. The size of a mental form reflects the strength of its owner's mental power. A mental form this big, the owner must be insanely strong. Losing their mental form would probably send that person into a panic. The giant beast blinked its watery eyes, seemingly not understanding her words. After a few pats, it gracefully walked over to Xiaobai. With one paw, it scooped up the smaller white rice ball, holding it carefully, and began meticulously grooming its fur. Watching this practiced motion, Ling Mo blushed. She realized this giant beast's owner was definitely a rogue. Ling Mo wanted it to stop, but with such a power gap, no matter how much she shouted, it ignored her completely. Seeing this, she gave up after a few attempts. She told herself it was fine, it was just a mental form getting licked a bit. No big deal. If it wanted to lick, let it, at least the fur would be cleaned. Satisfied with this thought, she left the space, out of sight, out of mind. It was already around 3 to 4 p.m., but outside, darkness had completely set in. Ling Mo opened her smart brain, and the first message was a joint announcement from all major bases. The content urged civilians to stick together in groups of 10 or more, help each other, never go out after dark, and never let any fire in their rooms go out, or face the consequences. Jiang Xian walked over. I just received a message. There's been an incident of ice beings attacking people in the base. Ice beings? Jiang Xian nodded. The base named them this way because they look similar to humans but are entirely made of blue ice. Anyone who touches them is instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Additionally, they have massive feet. The footprints we saw earlier in the yard must have been left by ice beings, Ling Mo said. She already knew about this. Now it's confirmed that ice beings fear fire and all heat sources. But the cause of their sudden appearance hasn't been determined. Captain Xia advised us to be careful. The base detected frequent ice being activity in Area A, however, because the residents' fireplaces never go out, the ice beings haven't dared approach. Ling Mo nodded, adding some firewood to the fireplace, then closed her eyes, sending her golden celestial eye outside to scout for traces of ice beings. She flew half a circle above but found nothing. Could the ice beings have entered the base from elsewhere? As she pondered this, she noticed the door of a house in Area B slowly open, and a dozen or so figures emerged. Ignoring the fact it was already dark, no one should be out at this hour, their expressions were blank, as if they didn't feel the cold at all. Ling Mo instinctively knew something was wrong. Sure enough, soon after, they began removing their clothes. Once stripped completely, their skin began to change, first whitening, then slowly turning blue. Chapter 324 Icefield Virus. In just a few minutes, these people had completely transformed into ice beings with blue skin. Their previously bare bodies were now covered in a layer of icy clothing formed from snow and ice. Ling Mo was stunned, frozen in place. She had assumed ice beings were a new species, but in reality, they were humans transformed. "Qiaman, what exactly is going on?" Whenever encountering something unknown, Ling Mo habitually asked Qiaman for guidance. This time, Qiaman didn't make her wait long and quickly gave an explanation. Icefield virus, a virus that only appears in environments with long-term low temperatures and abundant ice and snow. Humans infected by the icefield virus experience two stages. Early stage, the infected gradually stop feeling the cold, giving the illusion that their body has adapted to the temperature. Late stage, the body gradually turns into ice and snow. At nightfall, the infected transform into terrifying ice snowmen, attacking any living being and consuming their bodies. The ice virus is highly sensitive to heat and will flee immediately when exposed to fire. After hearing this, Ling Mo asked, "Is there any way to prevent or treat infection?" "Qiaman, those who contract the icefield virus are usually people who consume cold food or ice water for long periods. Avoiding cold foods, drinking hot water, and not staying away from heat sources for too long can prevent infection. Early-stage infections can be cured by drinking hot water or taking hot baths. Late-stage infections are incurable. Once infected individuals enter the late stage, their bodies are effectively dead, they are merely being controlled by the virus." Although Ling Mo had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed still made her uneasy. But she knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. She recorded the transformations of the ice beings and explained the prevention and early-stage treatment methods. "By the way, how do you identify those already in the late stage? How should they be killed?" Ling Mo asked. Before transformation, late-stage infected humans looked almost like normal people. "Qiaman, in the late stage, the virus controls the body, so their body temperature is extremely low, sometimes non-existent. To kill a virus-infected being, you must completely melt their body with high heat." Once Qiaman finished editing the video, Ling Mo sent it directly to 123 Woodman. Being contacted twice in a single day left 123 Woodman a little flattered. The entire base was preoccupied with the ice beings, leaving him relatively free. He opened the chat panel and saw that Drank Soy Sauce and Acting Crazy had sent a video. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked it open. As the contents played, his expression grew increasingly serious. By the time the people in the video fully transformed, 123 Woodman was completely unsettled and immediately summoned Xiaqing. Xiaqing had already been overwhelmed dealing with the ice beings. Just moments ago, another 10 or so people had perished simultaneously. These people had huddled together for warmth. Because their numbers were larger, they didn't feel cold and, to save firewood, simply closed up their fireplace just enough to prevent it from going out. Unbeknownst to them, this very action cost them their lives. Xiaqing asked, "Did Drank Soy Sauce and Acting Crazy contact you again? What happened this time?" 123 Woodman didn't speak and instead showed the video. At first, Xiaqing was puzzled. A video? He had plenty of other urgent matters and no time for distractions. But as he watched the contents, he immediately fell silent. Especially when he saw people transforming from normal humans into ice beings, his eyes nearly popped out. No wonder they had been unable to locate the ice beings, they had been hiding within the base. By day, they appeared as normal people, at night, they emerged to wreak havoc. Captain, Drank Soy Sauce and Acting Crazy said these people were infected with the icefield virus and had already reached the late stage. He also included methods to prevent infection and treat early-stage cases. "Is there a cure for late-stage infections?" Seeing that the video didn't provide one, there likely wasn't any, but Xiaqing asked anyway. "No," 123 Woodman shook his head. "I didn't expect ice beings to be infected humans. Fortunately, we've been eating hot meals lately, or else, countless people might have contracted the glacier virus. Compared to 123 Woodman's optimism, Xiecheng's expression was grim. Although they ate hot meals regularly, later on, not all food remained hot, and many consumed cold leftovers. Some were rough around the edges, never heating water, and a few even ate snow directly. Thus, Xiecheng believed that while there may not yet be late-stage infections in the base, there were certainly many early-stage cases. Notify everyone, from now on, no one may eat cold food or drink cold water, even cold hot water is forbidden. Also, everyone must line up to take hot baths. Gather all those with awakened fire talents first, let them bathe and then heat the water for the rest. This will save a considerable amount of fuel. Even though we have plenty of fuel, resources should be used efficiently. After issuing the orders, Xiecheng instructed 123 Woodman and Rising Steam to release all information about the icefield virus, ensuring as many people as possible knew. Soon, news of ice beings and the icefield virus trended online. No one expected that the creatures they feared so much were once humans. Once they realized staying near fire could prevent infection, those who usually saved fuel quickly changed their habits. After all, a little firewood is nothing compared to your own life. No one wanted to become an ice being like in the video. The video clearly showed that although the infected appeared alive, they had long since died, and their bodies were now controlled entirely by the virus. Chapter 325 Eliminating the Ice Beings. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Jiang Xian and the others also began preparing to boil hot water. Although they were certain they hadn't been infected with the icefield virus, after all, the fire in their fireplace had been burning 24 hours a day, and they never ate cold food. After so many days, who wouldn't want a hot bath? Luckily it was winter. If it had been summer, after going so many days without bathing, they would have smelled terrible already. Jiang Xian and the other two washed on the first floor, while Ling Mo, being the only girl, went to the second floor. Looking at the steaming hot water in front of her, Ling Mo thought about it. She had actually taken a bath not long ago, but she didn't mind bathing again. Before, she had been using unscented shampoo. This time, she planned to make herself smell nice and fragrant. An hour later, Ling Mo came downstairs feeling refreshed. Seeing Ling Mo wearing pajamas, Yik Kai suddenly realized something. Mo, why do I feel like you're not cold at all? Yik Kai asked. Be confident. Remove the feel part, I really am not cold. Ling Mo was about to explain when Yik Kai suddenly yelled, "Ah!" The first stage of the icefield virus. But after shouting, he immediately realized that couldn't be right. Ling Mo had just taken a hot bath and never ate cold food, how could she have the virus? It's not the icefield virus, Ling Mo said. It's ice chestnuts. She explained the ice chestnut situation, and both Yik Kai and Jiang Xian looked extremely envious. But soon, as if remembering something, they turned to look at Fuyu. They suddenly noticed that although Fuyu was dressed, he was wearing much fewer layers than them. Fuyu, don't tell me you also ate those ice chestnuts? Jiang Xian asked. Fuyu nodded. I ate a little. Probably not as many as Mo though. It just increased my resistance to the cold. Yik Kai looked at Fuyu, then at Ling Mo, and finally shed tears of envy. Seeing this, Ling Mo suddenly said, right now, Blue Star's weather is similar to Ice Snow Planet. Maybe ice chestnuts or snow chestnuts could appear here too. Yik Kai immediately shot upright. Seriously? Ling Mo jumped slightly at his reaction, I just said it's possible. Whether it's true or not, you'd better ask him. She turned toward Fuyu. Perfect. I haven't used today's divination yet, Fuyu said casually. So the group gathered around the table. Fuyu took out the tools needed for divination, this time, copper coins. As he slowly closed his eyes, strands of white starlight appeared around him, slowly circling his body. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at their eager faces. I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Good news. Bad news. Ling Mo and Yik Kai spoke almost simultaneously. Let's listen to Mo's choice, Fuyu said. We'll start with the good news. Yik Kai rolled his eyes. He knew Fuyu had planned to say the good news first anyway. The good news is, Blue Star really does have ice chestnuts, and snow chestnuts as well. There really are? Yik Kai was instantly thrilled and almost wanted to run outside immediately to search for them. During the Ice Snow Planet game, he had actually found ice chestnuts and snow chestnuts. But at the time, he didn't know what they were. He thought they were just strangely shaped snowballs and ice balls, so he threw them away. Now that he knew the truth, Yik Kai regretted it deeply. But there was no such thing as regret medicine in the world. After all, Ling Mo and Fuyu hadn't been with him at the time. What's the bad news? Jiang Xian asked. Unlike Yik Kai, he wasn't so optimistic. If Fuyu chose to say the good news first, then the bad news was probably related to the ice chestnuts as well. The bad news is, there are very few of them. The probability of us finding any is extremely low. Jiang Xian knew that when Fuyu said not very likely, he actually meant almost impossible. But Yik Kai remained optimistic, having even a little hope was enough for him. The next day the snow that had fallen continuously for several days finally stopped. Even the sky cleared up, and the sun appeared. At the same time, teams wearing uniforms began knocking on doors house by house. Each team carried a flamethrower, a temperature gun, and was accompanied by a fire-type ability user. Their goal was to find and eliminate anyone in the base infected with the icefield virus. Soon, Ling Mo and the others' door was knocked on as well. After opening the door, they saw two fully armed people standing outside. One person held a flamethrower, ready for combat at any moment, while the other held a temperature scanner. Ling Mo's first reaction was, wouldn't it be easy to accidentally use the wrong hand? Like using the flamethrower hand to check someone's temperature. Fortunately, all of them passed the test smoothly. Just as the inspection team was about to leave, loud noises suddenly erupted nearby, followed by the sounds of fighting. The two inspectors who had just tested Ling Mo's group immediately ran toward the noise. Driven by curiosity, Ling Mo also stepped outside to look. The disturbance was close enough that she could see clearly. It was their neighbor on the left arguing with the inspectors. An elderly woman had allowed the inspectors to test everyone's temperature in the family, except her 8-year-old grandson. Such behavior clearly indicated something suspicious. The two inspectors therefore decided to force their way inside. They had strict orders, anyone in the late stage of infection must not be spared, and no one could show mercy. Because one moment of compassion could cost many more lives. Seeing they intended to force entry, the old woman immediately threw herself on the ground, crying and screaming that she didn't want to live anymore. But it didn't work. The inspectors eventually found the little boy hidden inside a cabinet. An 8-year-old should normally be lively and energetic. But the boy in front of them had empty, lifeless eyes, like a puppet. They checked his temperature. -2 degrees Celsius. Late stage. Beyond saving. Fortunately, icefield virus hosts had no combat ability during the daytime. When the old woman saw her grandson being taken away for destruction, she tried to fight the inspectors desperately. But one of them pushed her aside. Please don't interfere with our work. The boy's parents stood nearby, their eyes filled with pain, but they didn't step forward. They were heartbroken. But after watching yesterday's video about ice beings, they knew their child was no longer their child. As they watched their son melt into a puddle under the flames, the grieving mother suddenly turned her fury toward her mother-in-law. It's all your fault, you harmful old woman. When I wanted to send Xingxing away, you refused. Now look what happened. Give me back my son. Give me back my son. Chapter 326, The Elf Treehouse. Earlier, the base had announced that children could be gathered together and raised by the state. Many people responded to the call. But quite a few believed they were strong enough to raise their children themselves, so they chose to keep them. From the argument between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Ling Mo learned what had happened. To save fuel, the old woman strictly controlled the amount of firewood used every day. The family was forced to eat cold food, and when they were thirsty they simply ate snow from outside. Even after the base issued warnings, the situation didn't improve. The old woman continued doing whatever she wanted. Originally, the child had only been in the mid-stage of infection. A hot bath and a hot meal would have cured him. But the old woman refused, saying it was wasteful. She insisted her grandson was strong and could not possibly be infected. The two women fighting were forcibly separated. Suddenly, the daughter-in-law seemed to think of something and ran into the house like a madwoman. A moment later she came back out, holding a pressure cooker. Her husband looked confused. "Wife, why are you bringing a pot out here?" But the old woman reacted differently. When she saw the pressure cooker, guilt flashed across her eyes. The woman saw their reactions and hatred appeared in her gaze. "Look at what your wonderful mother has been doing." She slammed the pressure cooker onto the ground. With a loud bang, a rich fragrance spread through the air. Thick rice porridge with chicken spilled out. Looking at the steaming porridge, the woman suddenly burst into hysterical laughter as tears rolled down her face. "Gao Dahai, look carefully. Look at what this is, and then look at what she's been feeding us every day. She killed Xianxian. If she really saved the good food for the whole family, I wouldn't say anything. But she wouldn't even give us hot water to drink, yet she was secretly eating this inside her room. I even thought she was saving food because she loved Xianxian. Turns out she just thought our leftovers weren't good enough for her." The old woman was only guilty for a moment before speaking righteously. "I ate my own food. What does that have to do with an outsider like you? And besides, I'm old. What's wrong with eating something good? Anyway, Xianxian ended up like this because of you. If you had given birth to a stronger child, how could he have been unable to withstand a little cold?" Her words shocked not only her son but also everyone who had gathered to watch. Ling Mo felt it even more clearly. Because she could sense people's emotional fluctuations. When the old woman said those words, her emotions were extremely intense. She truly believed what she was saying. She wasn't just trying to shift the blame. Ling Mo couldn't help taking a sharp breath. What a terrifying old woman. After watching for a while, she returned inside. Similar scenes were happening throughout the base. Ling Mo no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, she focused her mind inside her space. On a flat piece of land, a large number of elf treehouses were growing vigorously. These treehouses had all grown from the elf treehouse seeds Ling Mo brought back from the elf race. At first, Ling Mo had planned to sell the seeds directly. But the seeds were unpredictable, they might grow into a treehouse, or they might simply become a normal elf tree. Basically like a blind box. However, Ling Mo soon discovered that Blue Star's soil wasn't suitable for growing elf treehouses. So she planted the seeds in her space first. Once they grew enough, she planned to sell them. This batch was the first batch. Some seeds had turned into ordinary elf trees. But the treehouses that did grow were strange and varied, completely different from those she had seen in the elf world. People say no two snowflakes are identical. Now Ling Mo believed that no two elf treehouse seeds were the same either. Out of the 1,000 seeds she planted, about 100 failed and grew into normal trees. But the remaining 800 plus successfully became elf treehouses. However, their interior spaces varied in size and layout. Ling Mo divided them into 3 grades, large, medium, and small, then she put them up for sale. At a time when everyone was living under the shadow of the ice people, people suddenly noticed that the shop Don't Miss It, drank soy sauce and went crazy, had unexpectedly updated its inventory. Elf treehouse, resistant to cold, warm in winter and cool in summer. Fully equipped interior with its own defense system. Mom will never worry about strangers knocking on the door again. People were shocked. Elf treehouses? Like the ones we saw in the elf race? My God, how did this shop even get elf treehouses? Is the owner secretly an alien? Have you noticed? These treehouses aren't exactly the same as the ones from the elf race. Yeah, but I actually like these better. If they were identical, it would get boring. I wouldn't get bored, but I'd probably get lost trying to find my own house. To help people choose the one they liked, Ling Mo even thoughtfully provided house viewing services. After all, if it was your home, you should choose one you liked. Ling Mo also selected one for herself. It had a thick trunk like an ancient 1,000-year-old tree. A green light sphere appeared in her hand. She fused it with the house. Soon, the house began to change. The surroundings trembled slightly. Sensing something strange, Jiang Xian and the others rushed over to see what was happening. Then, to their shock, their viewpoint slowly rose upward, and the surrounding walls transformed into wood-like textures. Besides the visible changes, another change occurred as well. The temperature around them began to rise noticeably. Chapter 327, The Saintly Mother Speech. About 5 minutes later, the transformation was finally complete. After everything around them became completely quiet again, Jiang Xian asked, "Mo, what just happened?" Ling Mo turned her head and grinned. "Nothing much. I just made a small modification to the house." "You call this a small modification?" Yik Kai walked to the window and looked outside, only to discover that they were now at least 10 meters above the ground. When he looked up, he saw a lush green tree canopy, and the environment around the house had also changed. When Ling Mo chose this particular elf treehouse, besides its spacious interior, there was another important reason: it came with its own courtyard. Ling Mo then explained the elf treehouse to Jiang Xian and the others. Elf treehouses stay warm in winter and cool in summer. Do you want to buy one for your families too? After all, who knows how long this terrible weather will last? Even if they managed to survive this disaster, who knew what the next one would be? After Ling Mo's reminder, Jiang Xian and the other two immediately took action. Several hundred elf treehouses might seem like a lot. But one thing must not be forgotten: Ling Mo's shop serves the entire world. Aside from politely notifying 123 Wooden Man before the sale started, Ling Mo didn't bother with anything else. Of course, not everyone could afford an elf treehouse. Jiang Xian, Yik Kai, and Fuyu managed to buy the treehouses they wanted smoothly, thanks to Ling Mo secretly opening a small backdoor for them. After thanking Ling Mo, the three of them hurried out. Suddenly, Qiaman's voice sounded. "Master, everyone else has family. Only Master does not. Doesn't Master feel lonely?" Ling Mo shook her head. "No. I'm used to it. Besides, who says I'm alone? Aren't you here with me?" And there was also Moonwheel, Soothing Bell, and Black Wolf. How could she be considered alone? Ling Mo stretched lazily and began inspecting the layout of the treehouse. Besides their bedrooms, there was also a kitchen, a gym, a living room, a toilet, and a bathroom. Everything was fully equipped. All the furniture and facilities inside the treehouse were already prepared, even hot water. The elf treehouse had its own water condensation function. It could directly extract moisture from the air or draw water from underground. After filtration, the water became extremely clean. There was even a slight sweetness to it. The firewood that had originally been stacked inside the house had now all been moved into the courtyard. There was storage underground as well. Beneath the treehouse was a large underground space specially used for storing food. But among everything in the treehouse, the part Ling Mo liked the most was the courtyard outside. The treehouse completely isolated the cold outside, making the inside feel like spring all year round. As the temperature gradually rose, the snow on the ground slowly melted. Ling Mo looked at her hair, which was gradually turning black again, and stretched. She summoned a robot to clear the snow in the courtyard and turn over the soil. She found the vegetable seeds she had left from before. After thinking about it, Ling Mo decided to plant something else. Thinking about the plump strawberries in her space, she felt it was boring to always eat them secretly by herself. So she took some strawberry seeds from her space and also picked out some other fruit seeds. With the robot around, Ling Mo only needed to give commands. The robot worked extremely efficiently. Before Jiang Xian and the others returned, everything had already been finished. Soon, all the elf treehouses in Ling Mo's shop were sold out. Looking out the window, Ling Mo could see that many elf treehouses had appeared inside the base. Most of them were concentrated in Area A. After all, elf treehouses were expensive, not everyone could afford to live in one. Among all the treehouses, the most eye-catching was the largest one in the center. According to Qiaman's analysis, that treehouse was actually a case of ancestral reversion, making it extremely large with a vast interior space, but precisely because it was so huge, Ling Mo had chosen to discard it. Lying on a beanbag chair, Ling Mo closed her eyes. Her consciousness entered her space. The first batch of treehouses had already been sold out, so it was time to plant the second batch. This time she decided to plant even more. As for the remaining elf trees, Ling Mo sent them to Chingyong Star for the flower elves. Only after Qiaman explained it did Ling Mo learn that elf trees were not merely homes for elves. With an elf tree nearby, elves could greatly improve their recovery ability, keeping both body and mind joyful, healthy, and less prone to illness. After finishing all this, Jiang Xian and the others still hadn't returned. Ling Mo didn't bother worrying about them. She went into the kitchen and decided to cook something for herself. Today's meal, malatang. Soon, a steaming bowl of spicy malatang was placed on the table. The hot, aromatic broth filled the air with an irresistible smell. Ling Mo eagerly took a bite. While eating, she opened the game forum. The moment she entered, she discovered the forum was extremely lively. Many people were showing off their new homes. Aiyoe, guys, the elf treehouse truly lives up to its reputation. It's -50 to -60 degrees Celsius outside, but inside the house it's still over +20 degrees Celsius. Evening breeze gone bad, I confirm the person above is telling the truth. I've already taken off my thick clothes and changed into shorts and a t-shirt. I'm lying on the sofa right now. If I had an ice cream, it would be perfect. Fatty foo, and there's hot water. God knows how long it's been since I had a proper bath. This time I'm going to wash to my heart's content. Kid who loves Fujitora, since you guys already live in elf treehouses, you probably don't need thick clothes anymore, right? Why not take them out and donate them to people who need them more? As soon as this comment appeared, countless replies followed from people claiming they were freezing to death. Chinin roll, I think the people who grabbed elf treehouses should donate their extra thick clothes and temperature-regulating clothing. After all, we all live on the same planet and should help each other. 357 words, oh no, it's a holy mother. Everyone retreat. Your Highness Yaoguang, why should we? We bought those things with our own hard-earned money. Why should we give them to you for free? Watching silently from the sidelines, Ling Mo couldn't help shaking her head as the argument escalated. However, she actually agreed with Yaoguang's statement. Those items were bought with their own money and effort. Why should they give them away for free? Especially at a time like this. People needed to leave themselves a way out. Besides, just because they had elf treehouses didn't mean they were safe forever. It wasn't like they would never go outside again. Chapter 328, Hidden Instance. Ever since they got the elf treehouse, Ling Mo and the others no longer had to live by guarding the fireplace all day. Even the vegetables and fruits planted in the courtyard outside had begun to sprout one after another. Their growth speed was extremely encouraging. As time passed day by day and the start of the next game round drew closer, Ling Mo became busy again, just like before. However, this time things were much easier because she had robots helping her. Just then, Ling Mo suddenly received a message from Qiaman, Master, the cloud sea whale has hatched. Hearing that the cloud sea whale had hatched, Ling Mo immediately dropped what she was doing and hurried toward the room. Luckily she was the only one at home at the moment. The others were busy outside. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain why she suddenly rushed off like that. Through the portal, she arrived at Cloud Sea Star. The planet had completely changed. What had once been lifeless was now full of vitality. Suddenly, a golden fish leapt out of the water. Just as Ling Mo was admiring the scene, a large fish with a streamlined body, smooth skin, and a deep blue color jumped out of the water and swallowed the golden fish in a single bite. Through their contract, Ling Mo immediately knew that deep blue fish was the cloud sea whale. According to the information she had previously found, cloud sea whales were amphibious creatures of both sea and sky. They could live in the ocean, but they could also live in the sky. Once fully grown, cloud sea whales were almost invincible, whether in the sea or in the air. Ling Mo looked at the deep blue fish chasing schools of fish and eating wildly. It was completely different from the majestic image she had imagined of the cloud sea whale. But that made sense. After all, it had only just been born. According to the porpoise whale beast, this cloud sea whale had only been born a few minutes ago. It also explained that cloud sea whales grew extremely quickly at the beginning, and only slowed down later. Most likely because newborns were vulnerable and needed to grow quickly to survive the dangerous early stage of life. At that moment, the cloud sea whale seemed to notice Ling Mo's presence. It stopped chasing the fish and swam toward her. After reaching her side, the cloud sea whale began circling around her, its little black bean-like eyes filled with excitement. The feeling was like a child who had been left at home for years finally seeing their parents again. Looking at the whale's smooth, glossy skin, Ling Mo couldn't help but want to touch it. The cloud sea whale seemed to sense her intention. It stopped right in front of her and deliberately exposed its smooth back for her to stroke. Seeing this, Ling Mo gently placed her hand on it. The texture felt exactly as wonderful as she had imagined. Perhaps because it had just been born, the whale's skin felt very smooth and delicate. So delicate that it almost felt as if applying a little pressure might cut it. But that was impossible. Although the cloud sea whale's skin looked delicate, it was actually extremely tough. Its skin was known as the most flexible hide in existence. If used to make clothing, it could become immune to water and fire, resistant to knives and bullets, even capable of withstanding the shockwaves of a planetary explosion. This showed just how terrifying its defensive power was. But because of that, cloud sea whales had been hunted extensively, nearly reaching the brink of extinction. Even so, it still couldn't stop people's greed. Feeling the smooth softness beneath her palm, Ling Mo said firmly, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you." The cloud sea whale seemed to sense her determination and let out an excited cry. Its slightly childish voice was clear and ethereal, echoing through the air as if time itself had paused. Ling Mo didn't stay with the cloud sea whale for long. The next game round was approaching, and she still had many things to prepare. When Ling Mo returned to the treehouse, she received a message. The sender was the game system. "Congratulations player, drank soy sauce and acts drunk. Due to your outstanding performance in the Elves and Sugar dungeon, you have triggered a hidden game instance. This instance will automatically begin when the next game round starts. P.S. This is a mandatory instance and cannot be refused. Please prepare accordingly and take proper precautions." After reading this, Ling Mo frowned deeply. But soon she collapsed onto the sofa like a deflated balloon, as if all the strength had left her body. At that moment, Yik Kai walked in from outside. Seeing her lifeless expression, he joked, "What's wrong with you? You look totally depressed. Did something unlucky happen?" Ling Mo still had a blank expression, but her voice carried a sense of despair. "It's not that something unlucky happened. It's that the god of bad luck knocked on my door." Seeing that Ling Mo wasn't joking, Yik Kai quickly stopped teasing her. "What happened?" Ling Mo opened her mouth, but in the end said, "Forget it. It's nothing serious. I can handle it. After all, when soldiers come, generals stop them. When water comes, earth blocks it." Ling Mo comforted herself internally. A hidden instance meant there would probably be even better rewards inside. As the saying goes, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Another saying goes, take a gamble, and a bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. And even if the worst happened, even if she lost her game qualification, the resources in her space were enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. So what was there to fear? Just go for it. Yik Kai was about to ask more questions when suddenly rapid knocking sounded from outside the door. Hearing the noise, the two of them went outside to see who it was. Jiang Xian and Fu Yu had already registered their information in the treehouse and could enter directly, so it definitely wasn't them. Outside, it was still snowing. The heavy snowflakes falling from the sky formed a sharp contrast with the lively little vegetable garden inside the courtyard. Outside stood a person wearing a thick cotton coat, wrapped up so tightly that their face, and even their gender, couldn't be seen. They were knocking urgently on the door. When the person saw Ling Mo and Yik Kai coming out, the knocking became even more frantic. "Miss, open the door and let me in. I have something important to discuss with you." Because of the thick clothes, the voice sounded muffled. But Ling Mo still recognized it. It was the old lady next door. Standing some distance away, Ling Mo watched her continue banging on the door and replied coldly, "Coming inside isn't necessary. Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it from outside." The woman clearly didn't expect that response. Her knocking even paused for a moment. Chapter 329, Nanny. When she saw the lush vegetable garden behind Ling Mo, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes hidden deep inside her clothing. Her voice softened as she continued, "Little girl, what I have to say is very important. The weather outside is too cold, and I'm old, I can't stand it. Let me come inside first and I'll tell you everything slowly, alright?" Ling Mo shook her head decisively. "No. Either you say it here, or don't say it at all. Besides, every household has a phone now. If you can't say it here, you can go back home and call me." Seeing Ling Mo's unyielding attitude, a flash of viciousness appeared in the woman's eyes before quickly disappearing. She turned to look at Yik Kai beside her. Young people these days are worse than the previous generation. You can watch an old woman shiver in the cold wind and feel nothing at all. The world really is going downhill. Young man, when you look for a girlfriend in the future, make sure you open your eyes wide. Today she treats me coldly, tomorrow she might throw you out of the house. She spoke with complete seriousness. Her attempt to sow discord was painfully obvious. However, she seemed to have misunderstood the relationship between the two of them. Yik Kai said indifferently, "Auntie, you seem to have misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend." "Not your girlfriend?" The woman's voice suddenly rose several pitches, her tone filled with excitement. "That's good. Young man, do you want a girlfriend? I have a daughter, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. You two would look perfect together, a talented man and a beautiful woman. How about this, open the door and let me come in so I can tell you more slowly. From now on we'll be family." Yik Kai took a deep breath, realizing for the first time that talking to this person was incredibly difficult. Just as Ling Mo was enjoying the show, she suddenly felt an arm wrap firmly around her shoulders. "Auntie, I think you misunderstood again. This isn't my house. I'm just living here off someone else." Ling Mo, who had been dragged into the conversation for no reason, widened her eyes in shock. Seeing her confusion, Yik Kai said, "What? Am I wrong? The house is yours, the food is yours, even my cat is being raised by you. Isn't that basically living off you?" Ling Mo. When he put it that way, it actually seemed correct. Turning to the now stunned woman, Ling Mo asked, "Auntie, what exactly did you come here for? If there's nothing else, please leave. The weather outside is very cold, and if something happens to you from the cold, I won't be responsible." The next round of the game was approaching, and they still had many things to prepare. Especially Ling Mo. Because she had triggered a hidden instance, she needed to prepare even more. Seeing Ling Mo turn around to leave, the woman hurriedly shouted, "I'll say it. I'll say it." Ling Mo stopped and waited, curious to hear what she could possibly say. "It's like this," the woman began. "I see that only a few young people live here. You must not take good care of yourselves normally. Many young people these days can't even cook. So I was thinking, maybe I could come here and work as your nanny and take care of you. I may not be good at much else, but cooking and housework are my specialties." I guarantee I can keep your home tidy and organized. And your vegetable garden too. I was excellent at growing vegetables when I was younger. I won't ask for much. As long as you give me 3 meals a day, that's enough. If Ling Mo hadn't seen this woman's shameless behavior earlier, she might almost have been moved by that sincere tone. Thank you for the offer, Ling Mo said calmly. But we don't need a nanny here. You should go look somewhere else. She had no intention of eating cold meals every day. Someone who could treat even her own grandson so cruelly would hardly treat outsiders any better. Ling Mo had no desire to pay money to suffer. Seeing Ling Mo reject her so bluntly, the woman's face instantly changed. You little girl. How can you be so heartless? I came here in this freezing weather. Not only did you refuse to let me in for a cup of hot water, you even rejected me. How could heaven let someone as heartless as you become? Her scolding suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Not because she realized her mistake, but because a black wolf had appeared between her and Ling Mo at some point. Its golden eyes stared straight at her. Under the powerful intimidation of the black wolf, the woman accidentally fell hard onto the ground. She screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Then she scrambled up and ran away in panic, rolling and crawling as she fled. Her speed was astonishing. Despite wearing thick layers of clothing, it didn't slow her down in the slightest. Watching her escape, Yik Kai said in confusion, with that kind of speed, her family's living conditions must be pretty good. So why would she want to come out and work as a nanny? Ling Mo replied calmly, when the whole family supports just one person, it's hard for that person not to be healthy. Earlier she had clearly seen that the woman was well-fed and plump, while her son and daughter-in-law looked sallow and malnourished. Most likely she had fallen out with them and was now looking for another unlucky victim. After all, it's easy to invite someone in, but hard to send them away. If they had really let her in just now, getting rid of her later would have been much harder. At that moment, Jiang Xian and Fuyu returned from outside, carrying quite a few things. They walked up to Ling Mo and directly stuffed the items into her hands, saying in unison, "This is from my grandma. This is from my mom." Ling Mo looked at the items in her hands. They were shaped like food boxes, and they felt quite heavy. For me? Why? Using her mental power, Ling Mo could tell that the boxes were filled with all kinds of food. Food was extremely scarce now. Every household wished they could split 1 grain of rice into 2 meals. Yet they were giving food away as gifts. My grandma said it's to thank you for taking care of us during this time, Jiang Xian explained. My mom said the same thing, Fuyu added. Ling Mo looked at the boxes. Since they had already brought them, it would be rude to return them. And besides, when elders give you something, it's impolite to refuse. Alright, I'll accept them. Thank your grandma and your mom for me. At that moment, Yik Kai, who had been silent, complained from the side, Hey. What about me? You two doing this makes me look totally left out. After bringing the boxes inside, Ling Mo eagerly opened them. Inside were all kinds of exquisite pastries, arranged neatly. Each layer contained different styles of desserts. Just by looking at them, Ling Mo was sure that if these pastries were sold during peaceful times, they would easily cost several hundred yuan or more. Chapter 330, The Red Alliance. The game's start time had arrived. That day, all players stood fully armed, eyes fixed on the clock, silently awaiting the stroke of 12. Feelings about this game ran deep, some rejoiced, others worried. The anxious feared failure would cost them their eligibility, while the hopeful saw it as an escape from Blue Star's harsh present, offering respite. As noon struck, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in every player's ears. Dear players, greetings. In 3 seconds, all players will be transported into the game. Please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Detected player drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, activating hidden instance, Red Alliance. The Red Alliance, an organization dedicated to upholding interstellar peace and aiding the wounded. Wherever war rages, their presence follows. Recently, a fierce battle erupted once more in the distant blue galaxy. Marshal Bai, one of the Federation's 3 marshals, led his forces to victory in this conflict, but at a devastating cost. The war claimed countless lives on both sides. The Red Alliance was deeply moved by this tragedy, yet their manpower was limited. Therefore, they specially invited compassionate individuals to join the rescue mission. Those who completed the task would gain eligibility to join the Red Alliance and receive their protection. Note: your primary duty is to save lives. Ensure your own safety first. As the system's voice concluded, Ling Mo felt darkness envelop her vision. The next instant, she was transported to another location. Immediately afterward, a sudden weight settled on her right hand. Looking down, she saw it was a white box. Opening the box revealed various wound dressing tools and emergency medical supplies. It seemed the Red Alliance was quite considerate, sparing them the expense of purchasing these items themselves. Still, these supplies likely wouldn't last long. Besides the white box, Ling Mo noticed her clothes had also turned white, with golden trim along the sleeves and collar. A golden emblem adorned her chest, a pair of wings joined together, crossed like a shield. This is the Red Alliance's distinctive uniform. Wearing it, no one will attack you proactively, the system explained. Recalling the system's earlier words, it seemed she wasn't the only one who had arrived here. Ling Mo surveyed her surroundings. The landscape was desolate, littered with traces of battle and debris. The air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the tang of blood. Ling Mo had grown up in peaceful times. Her closest encounter with war had been playing a corpse as an extra on a film set for an internship certificate. Thinking of her mission, Ling Mo took a deep breath. Since it was about rescuing someone, she needed to locate them first. Finding people was the simplest task for Ling Mo. She extended her psychic senses, scanning the surroundings, but found nothing. Glancing around, Ling Mo decided to clear the area. She gathered all the wrecked spaceships, mechs, and other debris. Though damaged, many parts inside these mechs and ships remained intact. Though she hadn't yet figured out their purpose, it didn't matter if she didn't know, someone else would. While clearing the wreckage, she occasionally came across corpses. Based on their clothing, she sorted them into different factions and temporarily stored their bodies in separate spatial nodes. Space is limited, so you'll have to make do for now, Ling Mo murmured, her hands never stopping their work. Just as Ling Mo diligently cleaned the battlefield, she suddenly sensed an extremely faint fluctuation ahead. She immediately stopped what she was doing and ran toward the source of the weak disturbance. Soon, she arrived before the wreckage of a massive spaceship. The vessel appeared to have been shattered by a single, devastating blow, leaving only a mangled hull with all its instruments destroyed. Sensing the faint disturbance beneath the wreckage, Ling Mo raised her hand to clear away the debris, revealing scorched earth below. A figure lay on the ground, entirely covered in soot, its original appearance obscured. Its limbs were twisted into grotesque positions, clearly all broken. Though tattered and torn, the clothing on this person was still recognizably different from that worn by the others Ling Mo had encountered before. Through her psychic senses, Ling Mo could detect the man's faint, barely perceptible breath. Had she not arrived, he likely wouldn't have survived much longer. Though she intended to aid the injured, Ling Mo had never formally studied first aid. She'd only seen it demonstrated in videos a few times, never practicing it herself. But that didn't matter. Without first aid knowledge, she still possessed her second talent and the healing device, both far more effective than any first aid kit. She activated the healing device and performed a preliminary scan. Direct hit by a beam-sensing cannon. Multiple fractures throughout the body, comminuted fractures in all limbs, both wings broken, internal organs damaged to varying degrees. Life-threatening condition. Resuscitation not recommended as futile. Despite the device's verdict, Ling Mo didn't leave. It wasn't a sudden burst of altruism, she wanted to test her second talent. She retrieved the sacrificial staff acquired at the Navy auction. A jade-green crystal pendant adorned the staff's tip, complementing it perfectly as if they were meant to be one. As Ling Mo slowly channeled her energy, the ritual staff emitted waves of pale green light. The light fell upon the man on the ground. His wounds were healing at a visible pace, even his deformed limbs returning to their original shape. The broken wings on his back were regrowing. Ayers felt utterly cursed. He'd only stepped out for some fresh air and ended up encountering pirates. He immediately sent a distress signal to the Federation, expecting swift rescue. Yet events spiraled beyond control. What began as a minor rescue operation escalated into a full-scale battle. As for him, he'd finally seized an opportunity to slip away when the pirates weren't paying attention, only to be struck by a Federation beam sensor cannon. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to maneuver his ship out of the way at the last moment, preventing the beam from hitting the cabin directly. Otherwise, he'd be meeting his maker by now. Even so, he sustained significant injuries. He could feel his life rapidly draining away. Just as Ayers thought his end had come, a warm power suddenly enveloped him. Chapter 331, Red Alliance, 2. At first, Aursi thought it was just his imagination. He believed it was simply the final flash of consciousness before death. But as time passed, the feeling did not disappear. Instead, it became clearer and stronger, and the pain throughout his body began to gradually lessen. He could feel that his injuries were slowly healing. Healing? He didn't know how much time had passed. For the current Aursi, the pain made every second feel like a year. As the sensation in his body slowly returned, his awareness of the outside world gradually recovered. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a white figure standing before him, holding a staff glowing with a faint green light. Is this an angel? Aursi's mind was still muddled. For a moment he thought he was seeing an angel, that an angel had saved him. When his mind gradually cleared, he finally realized that the figure before him wasn't an angel, but a person. That uniform. It was the clothing of the Red Alliance. In truth, Aursi had never liked the Red Alliance, because those people were always meddling in other people's business. But now it seemed that meddling wasn't so bad after all. He silently declared that from now on he would never hate them again. When he got back, he would even delete all the posts where he had complained about the Red Alliance. As a genius researcher, Aursi could identify almost every species in the galaxy with just a glance. When he looked at Ling Mo, his eyes suddenly lit up. She was actually a pure-blood human. There were humans throughout the interstellar world, but after generations of interbreeding with other races, their bloodlines were no longer as pure as they once were. Although this mixing made their descendants stronger, in Aursi's eyes those people could no longer truly be called pure humans. They were simply a race that resembled humans. But the person standing before him was different. He couldn't sense any trace of another race in her. What he felt was the purest human aura. Ling Mo felt uncomfortable under his intense stare. She took a few steps back and said, "Your injuries are already healed. You can leave now." With that, she turned to go. After all, she still had a mission to complete, and there were many more people waiting to be saved. Thinking about it, buying that sacrificial staff at the auction had truly been the right decision. The original staff already amplified healing abilities. After adding the green crystal, it also reduced the energy consumption during healing. With the injuries this man had earlier, if it were before, even 10 versions of her could only heal about half of it. He would have ended up in that state where he wouldn't die but wouldn't fully recover either. But this time, Ling Mo had used only 1/10 of the energy she normally needed and had completely healed him. She had only wanted to see what would happen if she used her full strength. She hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. From now on, she proudly declared, she, Ling Mo, was finally a qualified healer support. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, Aursi hurried after her. "Hello, my name is Aursi. I'm a researcher. Thank you for saving me just now. By the way, what's your name?" As the saying goes, you don't slap a smiling face. So Ling Mo replied, "My name is Ling Mo." Ling Mo? The name sounded very human. Because of his curiosity about humans and the filter of gratitude toward his savior, Aursi suddenly felt that everything about Ling Mo looked good, even her name sounded wonderful. You must have just joined the Red Alliance, right? And they already sent you to complete such a dangerous mission? As he spoke, he secretly criticized the Red Alliance in his heart. This human girl didn't look very old, she probably had just become an adult. Among humans, she would still be considered a child. Yet the Red Alliance actually sent a child to such a dangerous battlefield. Their intentions were truly questionable. Ling Mo did not mention that she was here for a game mission. She didn't know whether that information could be revealed. Since the system had said that if she completed the mission she could join the Red Alliance, she simply replied, "This is the test for joining the Red Alliance." Hearing this, Aursi's eyes widened in shock. A test? Since when did the Red Alliance have such a rule? While they were talking, Ling Mo discovered another survivor. This person's injuries were slightly lighter than Aursi's earlier condition, but overall still extremely severe. His limbs were completely gone. Only his torso and head remained, barely alive. This time, Ling Mo did not fully heal him like she had done for Aursi. Even with energy efficiency improvements, her energy was still limited. She used her ability to perform basic stabilization, then used the healing device for additional treatment, barely managing to save his life. After that, she bandaged the remains of his limbs. By this time, the injured soldier had already awakened. At first he looked wary. But when he saw Ling Mo's Red Alliance uniform, he immediately relaxed. "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. It's what I should do," Ling Mo replied gently. "All your limbs are gone, but the important thing is that you're alive. Regeneration technology is already mature now. Your new limbs will be just like the originals." Hearing this, the soldier nodded heavily. Compared with many others, he was fortunate. Because he had survived. Then he suddenly noticed someone else nearby. "Professor Aursi? You're here too." Aursi nodded. "She saved me as well. Your life is no longer in danger now. Find somewhere to hide and wait for rescue." The soldier nodded again. He knew that in his current condition he couldn't help with anything, so the best thing he could do was avoid becoming a burden. Ling Mo had originally found Aursi somewhat annoying. But now she suddenly felt that he wasn't completely useless after all. "You seem familiar with the military?" Hearing Ling Mo take the initiative to ask him something, Aursi became slightly excited. However, it seemed she didn't recognize him. Was he really not famous enough yet? Aursi silently planned that after returning, he would release a few more inventions to shock the world just a little. "I collaborate with the military quite often," he explained. "So they're very familiar with me." After all, if he hadn't been an extremely important person, his single distress signal wouldn't have triggered such a large rescue operation, or escalated into an entire war. "Then why did you appear here?" Ling Mo asked curiously. Aursi didn't hide it. "My research ran into a bottleneck," he said. "So I came here to look for inspiration." Chapter 332, Red Alliance, 3. While searching for inspiration, he had almost lost his life in the process. What an unlucky guy. At this moment, Aursi had no idea that Ling Mo had already labeled him in her mind as an unlucky fellow. Right now, he was still thinking about how to get closer to Ling Mo so that he could obtain a tube of her blood. If he could get a sample of pure human blood, many of the theories he had imagined before could finally be verified one by one. At this moment, in Aursi's eyes, Ling Mo looked like a walking treasure. However, if he rashly asked to draw her blood, no normal person would easily accept that. Some people might even start forming conspiracy theories. Especially humans. According to records, early humans were very prone to overthinking. Although some of them were simple-minded, overall humans tended to maintain extremely high vigilance towards strangers. Not to mention that Ling Mo was his lifesaver. So Aursi decided to take a gentle approach, hoping to earn Ling Mo's trust first and then proceed step by step. During this process, Aursi also tried collecting information about Ling Mo, even hoping to find a strand of her fallen hair. According to records, a normal person naturally sheds 50 to 100 hairs per day, which is considered normal physiological hair loss. Even now, the humans of the interstellar era are the same, except the number has increased to 100 to 200 hairs per day. Fortunately, interstellar humans now possess strong physiques and regenerative abilities, so the lost hair quickly grows back. Otherwise, hair thinning might become the most troublesome problem they face. However, no matter how hard Aursi searched, he couldn't find a single strand of Ling Mo's fallen hair. In reality, ever since the game arrived, Ling Mo had been eating all kinds of nutritious foods every day. Her hair had been carefully nourished, becoming thick and glossy. Now she barely shed hair at all. Occasionally, after waking up, there might be 2 strands on her pillow. So it was practically impossible for Aursi to find one. But he didn't know that. He just assumed he hadn't searched carefully enough. When he saw Ling Mo collecting every mech and spaceship wreckage they encountered along the way, he asked curiously, "Why are you collecting all this junk?" "To sell for money," Ling Mo replied without turning her head. "Sell for money? Are you short on money?" He remembered that the Red Alliance paid salaries to their staff, although the pay wasn't very high. If she really needed money, perhaps he could. Before Aursi could fully develop that thought, Ling Mo interrupted him. "I'm not short on money." "Then why collect these useless things?" "Those mechs and ships are already scrapped," Aursi asked, even more confused. If she wasn't lacking money, why pick up trash? "Whether I lack money or not has nothing to do with collecting these things," Ling Mo said. "Does the richest person in the world stop making money just because they're already the richest? Besides, who said these things were junk? What looked like useless trash to one person might be a priceless treasure to someone else. As the saying goes, heaven will entrust great responsibilities to those who are capable. What seems like trash might just be in the wrong place." For example, the broken machines she had brought back long ago. After being modified, their quality and performance became incredibly good. Aursi fell silent after hearing Ling Mo's words. Would the richest person stop making money just because they're already rich? Of course not. Not only would they continue, they would often become even more aggressive in accumulating wealth, gathering more and more into their hands. Still, he felt something about her logic didn't seem quite right. But since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Except when it came to research, Aursi rarely liked to trouble himself with complicated thoughts. They were just a few damaged mechs and ships. If she wanted to pick them up, then so be it. Right now he needed to focus on how to get closer to Ling Mo. What he didn't know was that while he was thinking about how to get closer to Ling Mo, she was also thinking about how to get closer to him. Of course, her intentions weren't pure either. After learning Aursi's identity, Ling Mo wanted to extract more useful information from him, especially information about the mechs and spaceships around them. After all, ordinary people could never access such technology. Online searches only showed a few pictures, and no detailed information. Although she planned to sell these things as scrap, who knew if there were dangerous items inside them, like unused weapons? It was better to figure everything out beforehand, in case someone got accidentally hurt later. And since Aursi was a researcher who worked with the military, he must know these weapons very well. Both sides had their own motives and cautiously tested each other. Well, couldn't this also be considered a kind of mutual pursuit? So during the following period of time, the two, each with their own agenda, scratch that, mutually pursuing each other, got along extremely well. Ling Mo would often pretend to be curious and interested, asking all kinds of questions about mechs and spaceships. Although most of it sounded like complete gibberish to her, when it came to pretending to understand, her acting skills were already masterful. From time to time she would show an expression of sudden realization, providing plenty of emotional feedback. No matter the person or age, everyone has a certain hobby. They like teaching others. Originally, Aursi only wanted to gain Ling Mo's goodwill. But seeing her listen so attentively made him gradually become serious as well. At the same time, he began wondering whether he should take on a few students after returning. Someone had suggested that idea before, but he rejected it, saying he was too busy and that students were too stupid. Yet after meeting Ling Mo, the heart that had once been sealed in cement began to stir again. What Aursi didn't know was that Ling Mo didn't understand a single word of what he was saying. Even the questions weren't actually hers. They were asked by Chairman. Ling Mo was merely repeating the questions Chairman gave her. Through this question and answer exchange, their relationship quickly grew closer. At the same time, Ling Mo didn't forget her mission. Her spiritual power constantly monitored the surroundings. Inside a mech wreckage, Ling Mo found the third survivor of the day. However, this person's legs were stuck inside the mech cockpit, unable to move. And due to severe blood loss, he had already fallen unconscious. Chapter 333, Red Alliance, 4. Seeing this, Ling Mo tried to pull the person out of the operation cabin, but he was stuck far too tightly. No matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't get him out, and instead caused secondary injuries to the wounded man. This won't work. He's stuck too tightly, Ayers reminded her. Seeing this, Ling Mo took a deep breath. In that case, we'll have to try a rough method. A rough method? At first, Ayers didn't understand what Ling Mo meant. He watched as Ling Mo first gave the wounded man a simple bandage, fed him some water and food, and finally used scissors to cut open his trouser leg. Up to this point, everything seemed normal. That was until Ling Mo took out a bottle of transparent potion and sprinkled it onto the wound. As a genius researcher, Ayers had studied many fields to better complete his research, botany and pharmacology included. So when he saw what Ling Mo had taken out, he immediately recognized it, even without any explanation. An anesthetic potion, what are you planning to do? Ayers' first reaction was that Ling Mo might be planning to perform an amputation right here. While it wasn't impossible, the environment was harsh, and the wound could easily become infected. Clearly, Ayers subconsciously ignored Ling Mo's almost abnormal healing ability, the same ability that had snatched him back from the King of Hell. Or maybe he didn't forget at all. The person in front of him was wearing different clothes from before, meaning he wasn't on their side. On the battlefield, anyone who isn't on your side is treated as the enemy. If Ling Mo weren't here, Ayers might have already finished him off by now. While Ayers wondered whether he should help, he had once secretly attended a few medical lectures. Before he could speak, he witnessed a terrifying scene. A huge machete suddenly appeared in Ling Mo's hands. The blade glimmered faintly with silver light. With a swift motion, she brought it down, and blood splattered everywhere. Ling Mo's hands trembled slightly. It was her first time doing something like this. She kept comforting herself in her mind, I'm saving someone. I'm saving someone. Because she had used anesthetic beforehand, the injured man didn't feel any pain. However, due to the massive blood loss, his already pale face became even paler. Taking a deep breath, the priest's staff appeared in her hand. The staff emitted a faint green glow and quickly stopped the bleeding from the wound. After this, Ling Mo reached into the operation cabin and pulled the severed leg out from another direction. Under Ayers' shocked and slightly horrified gaze, Ling Mo placed the severed leg back onto the stump. With the healing power of the priest's staff and the assistance of the nearby medical device, the severed leg actually reattached itself. Wait, healing abilities can be used like this? Ling Mo's actions completely overturned Ayers' understanding of healing-type powers over the past many years. Although Ling Mo had said she would use a rough method, he never imagined it would be this extreme. This was way too wild. If medical scientists across the galaxy saw this, they would probably faint on the spot. Alright, let's go, Ling Mo said. She was only responsible for saving people. The rest wasn't her concern. When Ling Mo looked over at him, Ayers instinctively stepped back a few steps. She looked like such a delicate little girl, how could her personality be like that? Or were pure humans all like this? Seeing Ayers' reaction, Ling Mo knew her earlier actions had frightened him. But she couldn't help it, she had been scared too. Her hands were still shaking. That was the fastest method, Ling Mo explained. Although he was still shocked, Ayers had to admit she was right. And after cutting off the leg, she hadn't abandoned it, she had reattached it afterward. Still, he reminded her, you shouldn't use that method too often. It's too frightening. Ling Mo curled her lips. As if she enjoyed doing that. She had done it to save someone, okay? At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly noticed that the badge on her chest now displayed the number 3. What's going on? Ling Mo asked Ayers. At the moment, Kaiman was still sorting out Ayers' previous questions and couldn't answer, so she had to ask someone else. Ayers glanced at the badge and explained, this badge is specially made by the Red Alliance. The number on it shows how many people you've saved. The more people you save, the higher your status in the Red Alliance. Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully. Although the game hadn't specified a number, she felt this was somehow related. The game hadn't said when it would end either. So Ling Mo decided to set herself a small goal, save 10 people first and break into the top 2 ranks. By the way, why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? Ayers asked. The Red Alliance was a neutral organization. Both sides in the war were forbidden from attacking them. However, people in the Red Alliance generally lacked self-defense abilities, so they usually moved in groups. Earlier, he had been too busy trying to build a relationship with Ling Mo and only now realized something was wrong. Teammates? I don't know where they are. Logically, she should have teammates. But when she was teleported here, she was completely alone. She hadn't seen a single trace of them. This battlefield was simply too vast. Even with Ling Mo's spiritual power fully expanded, she couldn't cover the entire area. Even though Ling Mo had excellent stamina, she was beginning to feel exhausted. If you're tired, take a break, Ayers suggested. Ling Mo shook her head. Not yet. There's someone alive ahead. Let's go there first. After walking for about 10 more minutes, they finally arrived at the place Ling Mo had mentioned. Ayers watched as Ling Mo dug an almost dead person out of the soil. His eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know there was a living person buried here? The man had been completely buried. From the outside, there was no way to tell. Ling Mo didn't answer. She simply focused on treating the injured person. Although he had been buried alive, his injuries were lighter than the previous 3. On the surface, he only had a few minor fractures. The reason he was barely alive was largely due to being buried alive, unable to breathe, and suffocating. Chapter 334 Red Alliance 5. After giving the injured person a simple bandage and confirming there was no immediate danger to their life, Ling Mo continued searching for the next target. At that moment, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged in her mind. Instinctively, she activated her defensive shield. The next second, a violent explosion erupted. A black mushroom cloud slowly rose in the distance, and the powerful shockwave even affected Ling Mo, who was far away. Did another fight break out? That was Ling Mo's first thought. After all, this was a battlefield. Probably not. Ayers carefully observed the distance and reached up to adjust his glasses. When his fingers touched his cheek, he realized his glasses were already gone. Retracting his hand in vain, Ayers acted as if nothing had happened. Someone probably accidentally triggered the weapon systems of those not fully decommissioned mecha ships, or it could have been a trap left behind by retreating pirates. This battle ended with the pirates' defeat. Based on my estimation, the latter seems more likely. Ling Mo looked at the explosion's force and the sound from earlier and felt a lingering unease in her heart. It was truly terrifying. This was her first time facing an explosion directly. She realized she needed to be even more careful moving forward. She had thought she was only here to save people, just completing the task would be enough. She hadn't expected life-threatening danger as well. She wondered who had ended up this unlucky. Glancing at Ayers beside her, she noticed she didn't know when he would leave. She decided to extract as much useful information as possible before that happened, such as the traps the pirates had set up, so she could prepare in advance. Then another issue occurred to her. The shield required her to activate it manually, but danger sometimes came in an instant. Suddenly, she remembered an item in her inventory that was perfect for this situation. Thinking that, a badge appeared in Ling Mo's hand. It was composed of red, yellow, and green sections, resembling a miniature traffic light. The item was called 1, 2, 3, Run. While it was not single-use, it could only be used 3 times. The green section could instantly teleport the user 100 meters away, the yellow section 1,000 meters, and the red section, the most powerful, could teleport the user 10,000 meters. However, the item had a drawback: it couldn't be controlled manually. It was a passive item, only activating when the user was under attack. Which section would activate was entirely up to luck. Once activated, the item could not be turned off. Holding the item in her hand, Ling Mo instantly felt much safer. After a moment of hesitation, she began moving in the opposite direction. The area where the explosion occurred had just experienced a violent shock. Even if there were survivors, after secondary damage, their chances of survival were minimal. Although it sounded harsh, Ling Mo had a mission and couldn't waste time in such a place. Because of their deliberate interactions, Ling Mo and Ayers quickly became familiar with each other, even feeling a sense of meeting too late. During their conversation, Ayers revealed his talent, ultimate calculation. This type of talent was a special one. Ultimate calculation, special talent, extremely rare. Those who awaken it have extremely high intelligence and computing ability comparable to a supercomputer. Research shows that in the eyes of someone with this talent, 1 second can feel like dozens, hundreds, or even tens of thousands of normal seconds. 1 second equivalent to dozens, hundreds, or even tens of thousands of normal seconds. This sounded like accelerated thinking. Previously, on the ice and snow planet, the seeds of the snow lily had a similar effect. So Ling Mo's thinking speed was far faster than an ordinary person's. She could feel this clearly, especially when she was deep in thought. Though it seemed like a long time had passed to her, in reality only a few minutes had gone by. However, this acceleration still probably couldn't compare to Ayers. At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly heard a cry for help not far away. Strangely, she didn't sense any life signs in the direction of the sound. Moreover, the sound itself was strange, not like something a person could make. Before Ling Mo could figure out what was happening, Ayers warned her, "Be careful. There's a mimic beast ahead." Ayers explained in time. Mimic beast, a small star beast that can imitate sounds. It mimics sounds it has heard to attract prey. Once the prey is within attack range, it swallows them whole. After hearing Ayers' explanation, Ling Mo muttered to herself, "What a cunning star beast." "Then let's take another path," Ling Mo said to Ayers. "No." Ayers suddenly grabbed her as she was about to leave. "This mimic beast is actually a valuable opportunity. Now that we've encountered one, we can't miss it. The meat of the mimic beast is delicious and can improve one's voice. If you consume its special internal part, you gain the ability to mimic other voices. However, not all mimic beasts have this part, roughly 1 in 10,000. At that moment, Ayers was already planning how to hunt the mimic beast. With his ultimate calculation talent, handling a small mimic beast was a breeze. The mimic beast's attack range is about 10 meters. "I'll distract it, and then you, understand?" Ling Mo nodded. Seeing her blank expression, Ayers assumed she was nervous and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. My plans never fail. Actually, if there was someone with combat ability here, it wouldn't be this troublesome," Ayers sighed. His bodyguards had already been dealt with when he was captured, some were eliminated, others scattered. If they were still with him, this wouldn't be so complicated. Now it was just the 2 of them, a weak scholar and a healer, with questionable combat ability. At this moment, Ayers didn't yet know that Ling Mo was a girl with superhuman strength and amazing fighting ability. It would be ideal if they could find a few lightly injured people to serve as their bodyguards. Ling Mo had saved their lives. It was only fair they offered some protection in return. Actually, the previous person they encountered would have been perfect, fully capable and uninjured. Chapter 335 Red Alliance 6. Unfortunately, they hadn't considered this before, and they had missed such a perfect candidate for a bodyguard. Ayers sighed inwardly. Ling Mo, seeing Ayers sigh and shake his head, initially thought he was worried that she wouldn't be able to outrun the mimic beast. Just as she was about to say she could handle it herself, she suddenly saw a pair of magnificent wings sprout from Ayers' back, lifting him into the sky. Though black, Ayers' wings exuded a sense of understated luxury. Like the finest silk, they shimmered with a noble gloss, dazzling even on this grim battlefield. Seeing that Ayers had already taken action, Ling Mo followed the original plan. She found a place to hide, retrieved a pair of headphones from her space inventory, and waited for the right moment. These headphones were also a special item. They blocked sound, but not completely, only isolating noise and distractions. Ayers didn't keep Ling Mo waiting long. Shortly after he flew out, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from the distance. Because Ling Mo had prepared, the sound had no effect on her. However, the sound waves still caused a noticeable shock, cracking the stone she was hiding behind in several places. This clearly showed the mimic beast's attack power. After the sound faded, Ayers appeared first, and behind him was a creature resembling a plesiosaur, stretching its long neck and opening its huge mouth, trying to eat the person flying above. Seeing this, Ling Mo wasted no time. Following Ayers' plan, she spread a pair of white wings from her back and also took to the sky. According to Ayers, the mimic beast's body was covered in a layer of hard scales, impervious to weapons, with incredible defense. However, its scales did not cover everything. Its eyes were unprotected, and so was its rear end, the place it excreted waste. Attacking the latter was much easier. The eyes were small and difficult to hit, and they had no proper weapons. So Ayers' initial plan was to target the rear. Though not very honorable, it had a high success rate. Since the mimic beast often attacked with its tail, swinging it would expose its vulnerable rear. But plans rarely survive contact with reality. This particular mimic beast seemed to have learned from experience. While chasing Ayers, it only attacked with its neck and teeth, keeping its rear tightly protected. Seeing this, Ling Mo decisively abandoned the original plan, drew her 1,000-feather bow, and aimed carefully. With a swoosh, the arrow flew. The mimic beast, continuously attacking Ayers, let out a shriek and its massive body slowly collapsed to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then went still. Ayers descended from the sky, retracting his wings, staring at Ling Mo in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen anyone outside of the elf race pierce a mimic beast's eye with an arrow. Although the eyes were weak points, the neck was too flexible, making it extremely difficult to hit. By comparison, the rear was the obvious choice. "I didn't expect you to be so good at archery. Have you trained professionally?" Ayers asked. "Sort of," Ling Mo replied modestly. In truth, her success in one shot was as much luck as skill. The most important factor was that the 1,000-feather bow had become part of her body. It felt as natural as using her hands. Another factor was timing. Since the mimic beast kept its eyes fixed on Ayers, it created the perfect opportunity for Ling Mo to strike. Now that the mimic beast was dead, it was time to dissect it. Ayers' fingers suddenly grew sharp claws, easily cutting through the mimic beast's skin. Ling Mo was shocked. Wasn't its skin supposed to be very tough? How is this so easy? Ayers explained, after a mimic beast dies, its scales quickly soften, and the flesh inside begins to change immediately. This process lasts 2 to 3 hours. You must handle its meat within this period, otherwise, after 2 to 3 hours, the scales harden again, the flesh becomes tough and tasteless, and a faint odor develops. The optimal consumption period. This mimic beast is surprisingly considerate, Ling Mo said slowly. It knew its scales were hard while alive, but after death, they softened to make it easier for enemies to consume. To give the enemy the best experience, it even created an optimal consumption mode. As long as its body remained soft, it was delicious. Once hardened again, it became tough and unpleasant. Hearing Ling Mo call it considerate, Ayers laughed heartily. You're right, it's surprisingly thoughtful. Ayers then fully opened the mimic beast's belly, reaching inside with both hands, seemingly searching for something. Finally, when he found a certain spot, he exclaimed excitedly, "Got it." This mimic beast did surprisingly well. Ling Mo, recalling the earlier introduction about mimic beasts, curiously leaned closer. She saw Ayers holding an irregular, white object. It had been taken from the mimic beast's body. It looked like some kind of fascia, though its softness and gloss suggested otherwise. Most importantly, there wasn't a drop of blood on it. What is this? Ling Mo asked, confused. During their time together, she had learned that Ayers had a kind personality, always answering questions patiently, even if asked the same question multiple times. Unknown to her, Ayers was acting this way just to gain her favor. Sure enough, Ayers soon explained, this is a special part that grows inside certain mimic beasts. Not every mimic beast produces it, roughly a 1 in 10,000 chance, and the location differs for each beast. If it were regular meat, you could eat it directly. This, however, can't be eaten as is. But if cut and processed, it could be made into an item. What do you want to make it into? Chapter 336 Red Alliance, 7. Before Ling Mo could respond, Ayers continued, we're lucky. This mimic beast not only developed a special part, but its location is extremely rare as well. Rare? How rare? Ling Mo asked. Ayers explained, everyone knows that the chance of a mimic beast growing a special part is 1 in 10,000. What most people don't know is that there are two types. One type grows into a unique piece of flesh, shaped somewhat like a scallop adductor muscle. In this case, the flesh could appear anywhere on the body. The second type, like what we have here, grows into a piece of fascia or a bone. This is even rarer than the first type, roughly a 3 in a million chance. Previously, Ling Mo had learned from Kaiman that consuming a mimic beast's special part grants the ability to mimic someone else's voice. Likewise, items made from this special part also carry that ability. But one is an innate ability, and the other is an item. Comparing the two, the innate ability seems slightly better. So why did Ayers say she was lucky? Noticing her confusion, Ayers clarified, consuming a mimic beast's flesh can grant the voice mimicking ability, but it comes at a cost. Research shows that of 10 people who eat this special part, their voices begin to change after a few years. Their vocal cords are permanently damaged. Even if they rarely imitate others' voices, the damage remains. Over time, some even risk losing their voice entirely. Ling Mo's mouth opened slightly. That serious? Ayers nodded solemnly. Indeed, for a mimic beast, growing this part is actually a form of illness. Ling Mo took the white piece of fascia in her hands. It was soft and pleasant to the touch. Not only did it look like silk, it felt like silk. If she didn't know better, who would have guessed this came from a star beast? She examined its length. Making it into a mask seemed too large, a bit wasteful, and very conspicuous. After Ling Mo stored it safely, Ayers continued his work. When he touched the mimic beast's stomach, it suddenly moved, a surprising motion that startled Ling Mo. Don't be afraid. That should be a person the mimic beast ate earlier, Ayers said immediately. Someone can survive inside after being eaten? Ling Mo asked, curious. The mimic beast has 6 stomachs. 4 are used purely for food storage and contain no corrosive gastric juices. The remaining 2, one large and one small, are used to digest food. Food ferments in the storage stomachs for a while, then the large stomach digests it first, and finally it passes to the small stomach. This way, all nutrients are absorbed efficiently. Carefully, he cut open the struggling stomach, avoiding harm to the person inside. Soon, a foul-smelling mass emerged, and from it, a figure struggled out. Seeing this, Ling Mo retrieved a giant water storage mushroom from her space inventory. She aimed its top at the figure and released a stream of clean water, washing the person completely. Are you okay? Ling Mo asked. The person shook off their soaked hair and said gratefully, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. They even gave Ling Mo a grateful smile. At that moment, Ling Mo felt a fleeting daze and thought absurdly, this person's smile, it's so beautiful. How can someone's smile be this good? But the feeling didn't last. A sudden sharp pain in her head snapped her back to alertness. Looking again at the person on the ground, her eyes were now cautious. She noticed that this person looked and dressed very differently from anyone she had met before. Bronzed skin, deep features with a hint of mischief. And their clothing. At first, Ling Mo thought the exposed chest and back were due to battle damage. Upon closer inspection, the outfit was naturally like that. Seeing Ling Mo regain her focus so quickly, the man clicked his tongue. You're from the Red Alliance, right? I'm injured. Come and bandage me. He raised his left arm. The arm was muscular, firm but not exaggerated, a build that looked lean with clothes on but strong when exposed. Yet, this strong arm was now twisted unnaturally, shattered. Ling Mo touched it, the entire arm was soft, the bones completely broken. The injury rivaled Ayer's previous arm injury. Under these circumstances, ordinary treatment was useless. Strangely, the rest of his body was unharmed. But these weren't her concern. Her sole focus was saving lives. Ling Mo brought out her priest's staff. A green healing light poured over the man's arm. The shattered bones visibly began to mend. The man could feel his bones knitting together, a sensation only he could notice. Once fully healed, Ling Mo exhaled in relief. Luckily, it was just one arm. Ling Mo didn't notice the way the man's gaze lingered on her, as if she were a treasure. He flexed the restored arm, confirming it was fully healed, even old scars and injuries had vanished. Suddenly, he grabbed Ling Mo firmly and said seriously, young lady, instead of staying in the Red Alliance, a place with no future, why not work with me? Be my personal doctor. Whatever conditions you want, just name them. For people who constantly flirt with death, the most important thing is survival. At such a time, a reliable doctor is invaluable. Ling Mo was the most powerful healer he had ever seen. If someone like her couldn't be recruited. Chapter 337 Red Alliance, 8. Sensing the malice in the man's gaze, Ling Mo instinctively stepped back, her voice sharp, are you trying to break the rules? Beside her, Ayers also shot the man a stern look. Liao, this isn't the place for you to act wild. The man, called Liao, seemed to just notice Ayers. His face lit up with delight. Professor Ayers. Old friend, long time no see. He reached out, intending to hug Ayers. But Ayers met him with sharp claws. Liao easily dodged the attack, wearing a devil-may-care expression. After all, we were classmates. After all these years, you treat me like this? How disappointing. He spoke casually, but Ling Mo noticed that the muscles on his arm were tense the entire time. Liao clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. Anyone unaware might think Ayers had done something to offend him. But Ayers wasn't buying it. With a serious expression, he said, Liao, I've got this person under my protection. You better not touch her, or I'll settle old scores and new ones all at once. Seeing Ayers' seriousness, Liao eventually relented with a shrug. All right. I owe you anyway. But I can still make friends, right? He turned to Ling Mo, flashing a smile that could easily charm someone. This time, however, Ling Mo didn't fall under the spell. So that earlier moment must have been unusual. Liao first apologized for his earlier behavior. That was my fault. Don't be angry. Seeing his sincere expression, even though she suspected it was likely an act, Ling Mo's stance softened slightly. In truth, she hadn't been very angry, more wary than anything. Before she could reply, Ayers scoffed beside her. Humph. You think a single apology is enough? Who do you think you are? What then do you suggest? Liao crossed his arms, staring at Ayers with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Ayers pointed at a pendant hanging from Liao's waist. Give that to Ling Mo. Only then will we reluctantly forgive your previous misconduct. Liao looked at Ling Mo. You agree, right? Of course, Ling Mo sided with Ayers. This was classic: when the clam and the bird fight, the fisherman benefits. So, when Liao asked, Ling Mo didn't speak. She merely took a small step closer to Ayers, signaling her stance. Liao removed the pendant and tossed it to Ling Mo. Satisfied? Yes. You must be busy. You can leave now. Ayers waved dismissively, practically saying, use it and toss it aside. Liao laughed at Ayers' attitude but indeed had many things to attend to. Having disappeared for so long, if he didn't return soon, his subordinates might rebel. Before leaving, Liao added Ling Mo's intelligence brain ID, promising to stay in contact. A healer of her caliber, powerful, talented, and useful, couldn't be ignored. Seeing Ling Mo and Liao at each other, Ayers insisted on adding him too. Afterward, Liao handed Ling Mo an item. Little beauty, we'll meet again, he said, activating it. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Ling Mo looked at the pendant in her hand, a pink teardrop-shaped pendant with a blooming red rose inside. What was it for? Not knowing, she asked Ayers. This pendant is Liao's token, he explained. If you encounter pirates later, showing this may grant you safe passage. But don't use it frequently. Consider the situation carefully. After all, that guy has many enemies in the galaxy. If they see you carrying Liao's token, they might attack you anyway. Ling Mo felt happy at first, an almost get-out-of-jail-free card. But after hearing the second part, she realized its danger. Used wisely, it's a lifesaver. Used poorly, it's a death warrant. Still, she stored it carefully. While Ling Mo continued searching for survivors on the battlefield, elsewhere, a three-eyed female player was laboriously digging pits, burying the rescued survivors. She wasn't harming anyone, she was trying to save them. Her awakened talent was earth healing technique. A mutation that fused earth and healing abilities. She could turn soil into nutrients. Once she buried an injured person, she could heal them as if growing a plant. However, this was a slow process. To save time, after burying one person, she would leave them and immediately move to search for the next. The mission's instructions were vague: save people. There was no specified number, nor a set end time. Such vague missions had occurred before, but then there was usually a chain of tasks. This time, there was nothing. As she muttered her complaints, a voice suddenly came through. Not a familiar mechanical voice, this came from her chest badge. Combat occurring in the southwest. Heavy casualties on both sides. Nearby Red Alliance members, proceed immediately to rescue and treat the wounded. Repeat, combat occurring in the southwest. Heavy casualties on both sides. Nearby Red Alliance members, proceed immediately to rescue and treat the wounded. Southwest, that way. Let's go see what's happening, she decided. Meanwhile, Ling Mo also received the message. Kaiman, which way is east? Ling Mo always navigated by front, back, left, right. She could barely tell east from west back on Blue Star, let alone on another planet. Over there. Following Kaiman's direction, Ling Mo headed off with Ayers closely behind. He, too, had heard the alert. While walking, he analyzed the situation with Ling Mo. The people Red Alliance mentioned earlier are likely on a cleanup mission too, searching the battlefield for surviving wounded. Chapter 338 Red Alliance, 9. Situations like this were not uncommon on the battlefield. After a battle, both sides would send teams to search for surviving members, and sometimes to finish off the enemy. If no one was found, fine. But if encounters occurred, the chance of conflict between the two sides was very high. At this moment, Ayers reminded Ling Mo, when the time comes, you must choose one side to treat, do you understand? What? Ling Mo asked in confusion. Isn't the Red Alliance supposed to be a neutral organization? Sensing her doubt, Ayers explained, the Red Alliance is neutral, yes. But sometimes, trying not to offend either side ends up offending both, especially in sensitive situations like this. Rather than risk angering both sides, it's safer to just save one. And don't worry, once you reach the location, you won't be the only Red Alliance member there. Blending in, no one will notice. Ling Mo had always been someone who listened to advice. Seeing Ayer's confident demeanor, clearly someone experienced, she nodded decisively. All right, I'll follow your lead. Ayers was satisfied with her decisiveness. She listened. He had encountered other Red Alliance members before, but those people were stubborn. No matter how clearly he explained the stakes, they would still act on their own whims. In the end, not only did they fail to achieve results, but someone else had to clean up their messes. And afterward, they would act innocent, as if they had been grievously wronged. It made Ayers feel murderous just watching. When Ling Mo reached the location indicated by her badge, the smell of smoke hit her before she even arrived. It reminded her of the smell of fireworks during New Year's back in her childhood, the acrid, lingering scent of gunpowder. Arriving at the designated spot, she saw a scene of chaos. Many others, dressed in the same Red Alliance uniforms, were already busy on the battlefield. Guided by Ayers, Ling Mo walked straight toward another area. Upon arrival, one person recognized Ayers immediately. His eyes lit up. Professor Ayers. Thank goodness, you're alive. Ling Mo's eyes were drawn first to the person's almost impossibly proportioned figure, and the long legs accentuated by their clothing. Then came the face. Symmetrical features, sharp eyes. By face alone, he was mildly handsome, but combined with that body, he was breathtaking, yet somehow, his expression gave Ling Mo the impression he wasn't very smart. Soon, her impression was confirmed. Seeing someone familiar, Ayer's face relaxed, smiling slightly. So, you're leading the team this time? We came to find you. The marshal said, whether alive or dead, bring them back. Even if you're in pieces, we'll collect them. The man repeated the marshal's words with utmost seriousness, unaware of Ayer's stiffening smile. Ling Mo's eyes widened. Could someone actually say something like that out loud? Forget that, let's focus on rescuing people. I brought a doctor for you, Ayers sighed, deciding not to argue with fools. It was then he realized, aside from Ling Mo, none of the Red Alliance members were present here. He had seen many earlier, so why was there not a single one now? Where are the other Red Alliance members? Ayers asked. Snore frowned. They saw that our injuries weren't severe, left some first aid supplies, and went to the other side. Though his voice was calm, subtle micro-expressions revealed his dissatisfaction with the Red Alliance. They were meant to protect the galaxy, maintain the peace of the Federation. Without them, countless people would suffer at the hands of space pirates. Yet the Red Alliance chose, without hesitation, to aid the more severely injured side. It was like a village long plagued by bandits. One day, someone comes and clears the bandits. The villagers don't thank them, and instead scramble to help the bandits who got hurt during the fight, ignoring the ones who saved them. Don't worry about them. I brought you someone who can handle a whole group. Ayers patted Ling Mo on the shoulder. Hearing this, Snore stared at Ling Mo in disbelief. He had noticed the little girl following Professor Ayers from the very start. Seeing her in Red Alliance attire wasn't surprising. Although the Red Alliance's actions were sometimes questionable, their outward image was good. Those with kind hearts, or the ones eager to save lives, often wanted to join. Even if not a member, the uniform itself gave people a sense of security on a dangerous battlefield. However, seeing Ling Mo's youthful appearance, Snore hesitated. Professor Ayers, are you sure? Hiring a minor is a serious legal issue. Ayers froze, realizing he hadn't confirmed her age. She should be of age, right? He turned to Ling Mo uncertainly. I'm an adult, she replied. Hearing this, Snore breathed a sigh of relief, pointing toward a direction. The wounded are over there. Do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even after hearing her confirm she was an adult, Snore unconsciously softened his tone when speaking to her. Following the direction Snore indicated, Ling Mo soon found a tent. Outside, some injured individuals rested, recovering from minor wounds after simple bandaging. Entering the tent, the smell of blood hit her immediately, making her frown. Inside, the tent was filled with injured people. Some had been hurt in the battle just now, others were discovered on the battlefield. Most were missing limbs, while some were unconscious. The people responsible for caring for them were overwhelmed, there were simply too many to manage. Chapter 339 Red Alliance, 10. Seeing the situation, Ling Mo didn't hesitate. She immediately took out her priest's staff. A green healing light instantly enveloped the entire tent. The soldiers inside, previously busy tending to their comrades, looked up in shock as they saw the miraculous improvement in their teammates' injuries, and Ling Mo standing at the entrance. Ling Mo didn't pay attention to their astonishment. She pulled out a stack of healing potions from her space, placing them on the ground. "Why are you standing there? Come help," she called. The person closest to her reacted first. Seeing the potions, their eyes widened again. "These are healing potions, so many. Perfect, everyone can be saved." Since Ling Mo knew her task was to rescue and heal, she had temporarily modified her potion production system, converting the awakening potions and soil restoration liquids into healing potions. She planned to revert it back after the mission ended. Thanks to Ling Mo's large-scale treatment and the potions she brought, most of the injured were soon stabilized, and even those who had lost limbs regrew them under the regenerative treatment. Ayers and Snore approached and were utterly shocked by the scene. Ayers had known Ling Mo's talent was strong, but he had only seen her treat one person at a time before. Seeing her handle so many patients simultaneously left him astonished. Snore reacted even faster. He strode quickly to her, eyes burning with intensity. Ling Mo felt uncomfortable under such a burning gaze and asked softly, "Is something wrong?" Snore looked seriously at her. "Would you consider joining us? I can guarantee the best treatment and support here." With healing talent this powerful, keeping her would save countless lives. Ling Mo instinctively took a step back at Snore's enthusiastic offer. Seeing this, Ayers quickly stepped between them. "Snore, she's still a child. The battlefield isn't suitable for her." Even though Ling Mo claimed she was an adult, Ayers could tell she was very young, likely just of age. He remembered that humans in this galaxy reached adulthood at 25, though pure humans reached it at 18. Snore's expression darkened, his head bowed, looking like a large, abandoned dog. Ling Mo peeked out from behind Ayers. "Joining you is out of the question, but I can agree to treat your injured." At these words, Snore immediately lifted his head. "Then it's settled." He even pulled out a silver bracelet from his space, saying, "With this, you can communicate with us directly and open spatial portals anytime." Snore's strategy was simple, he didn't have to force her now, he just needed to secure a way to contact her. Ling Mo, unaware she was already being noted as valuable, looked down at the badge on her chest. After the large-scale treatment, the badge's number had skyrocketed, and it even began flashing, showing noticeable changes. The wings on the badge, once tightly closed, were now slightly open, with feathers becoming whiter and more refined. After discussing it, Ling Mo stayed to treat the wounded, while Snore led people to search for survivors to bring back for her treatment. This approach not only saved more people but also saved Ling Mo a lot of time, a win-win. While waiting for injured to arrive, the healed people became increasingly kind toward Ling Mo. Seeing her young age, they treated her like a younger sister, even giving her gifts to show gratitude. When they learned she wanted to collect wreckage from the battlefield, fallen ships and mechs, they eagerly helped. For them, these were useless scrap. Even if Ling Mo refused, they would still have to dispose of it safely. Collecting and safely dismantling dangerous parts, Ling Mo was deeply touched and poured even more care into her healing. With Snore and his team helping search, the process was far faster than Ling Mo wandering alone. Using their professional exploration tools, they quickly found multiple injured people and brought them to her. Ayers stayed nearby, assisting her. The badge on Ling Mo's chest showed numbers increasing visibly, and by night, someone even brought her a nutritious dinner. Our captain said you've treated so many people today. This nutritious meal is specially prepared for you, they said. Ayers brought his own dinner on a tray, offering Ling Mo a piece of moine beast meat, cooked to perfection. Try this. The chef here is skilled, the stew is full of flavor, he said, taking a big bite with a satisfied expression. Ling Mo eagerly joined in, soon falling for the taste. It was even better than any meat she had ever eaten. While Ling Mo's side enjoyed peace and care, the other side, pirates who had lost, was in chaos. They suffered heavy casualties, lost supplies, and even with players helping, the results were minimal. Moreover, the pirates were ungrateful, complaining about the speed of rescue and the level of care, despite the players' efforts. Chapter 340 Red Alliance 11. They truly did all the dirty and exhausting work, yet didn't receive any benefit at all. If it weren't for the desire to finish the mission as quickly as possible, they would have long since quit. Some players even began to regret coming here just because they saw that there were more injured people on this side. Yes, there were many injured people here, but there were also many players. Everyone here was in competition with one another. Although there were many wounded, when divided among everyone, each person only had a few to take care of. Moreover, because they had lost in the previous battle, the injuries on these people were generally very serious. The first aid kit that the Red Alliance gave them was practically useless. Those who had awakened healing talents used their abilities directly. Those without healing talents could only rely on items if they wanted to clear the game. However, even so, the wounded still didn't give them any good attitude. Either they complained that the players were too slow or that they were too rough while treating them. One player with tentacles, because he wasn't very skilled, accidentally used a bit too much force. The person he was treating didn't tolerate it at all. Using his other uninjured hand, he immediately punched the player and sent him flying. That hurts like hell. Are you trying to murder me? The man said viciously. As he spoke, his originally black eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and fangs faintly appeared in his mouth, like a mad lion. Fortunately, the player's racial trait was that he was very tough. His body was like a slime, possessing incredible elasticity. Even though he was punched and sent flying dozens of meters away, he wasn't injured, he was just badly frightened. His body curled into a ball as he trembled on the ground. The other players saw this scene and a trace of sympathy flashed in their eyes, but no one stepped forward to defend him. After all, they didn't want to bring trouble upon themselves. Most of the people who could enter this game had awakened healing talents. And people with such talents had another common trait, generally low combat ability. At this time, some players wanted to leave and go to the other side. After all, the initial game introduction had already said that the Red Alliance was a neutral faction. If all of them stayed here and ignored the wounded on the other side, that wouldn't be good. These people had already prepared excuses for leaving, completely forgetting how decisively they had chosen this side earlier. Moreover, they seemed to forget that the people here were pirates, interstellar pirates who killed without blinking. To prevent these people from leaving, the pirates had already secretly sent people to watch them. So when someone tried to leave, the leading commander immediately ordered them to be captured. The commander didn't want to completely offend the Red Alliance, so he only had the escapees brought back to continue treating the wounded, and moved the watchers from hiding into plain sight. Before leaving, the commander threatened them, "Don't try to run away. Stay here obediently and help treat our companions." Hearing this, a feeling of frustration spread among the players. But there's a saying, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. They couldn't fight, and they couldn't run. With no other choice, they could only endure it. Besides, they still had missions to complete. In order not to lose their qualification in the game, they had to heal all the wounded here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave this place, nor complete their task. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Mo had a wonderful night's rest. This was the first time in the game that she had slept until she woke up naturally. After washing up, Ling Mo took out the white membrane she had previously obtained from the mowing beast. As she stroked the silk-like material in her hand, after a night of thinking she had already decided what to use it for. She laid it flat on the table and folded it twice. Without cutting it at all, she tied it directly around her slender neck and made a beautiful bow, like a strangely shaped necklace. After finishing, Ling Mo took out a mirror and looked at herself. It looked a little strange, but that was probably just because she wasn't used to seeing it yet. In fact, Ling Mo had a reason for wearing the item there, because it was closest to her throat. Only in this way could it perfectly imitate the sound she heard. She pulled her clothes up slightly, perfectly hiding the white bow on her neck. I remember there's a spray in my space that can change the color of clothes. I wonder if it'll work on this. I'll try it when I go back. White looks nice, but it feels a bit too plain. Maybe adding some little dots would make it better? After finishing breakfast, Ling Mo heard movement outside. Ayers said it should be snow and the others returning with people. Hearing that, Ling Mo quickly stood up. When she walked out of the tent, she indeed saw snow, looking extremely bedraggled, and the other team members behind him were just as dirty. They carried the injured they had found, some on their backs, some dragging, some lifting them, and brought them back one by one. Ling Mo counted them. There were actually more than 20 people. Seeing this, she didn't dare delay. She quickly took out the priest's scepter and first stabilized their lives. Then she took out water storage mushrooms and distributed them to others, asking them to use the mushrooms to clean the wounded's injuries to prevent infection. Some people's wounds had already begun to rot, or were covered with all kinds of dirt. In such cases, the wounds couldn't be healed directly, they had to be cleaned first. For those with lighter injuries, healing potions were enough. But for those with more severe injuries, Ling Mo needed to give them special attention. Guided by the medical device, Ling Mo first went to the most seriously injured person among them. Half of this person's face had been blown away, exposing bones and teeth. One eye had become a bloody hole, making him look extremely terrifying. When Ling Mo saw him for the first time, she gasped in shock. However, those surface injuries were not even the most serious ones. The worst injuries were internal. According to the medical device's scan, the most severe injury was internal organ bleeding. Except for the brain, not a single organ in his body was intact. In this situation, he couldn't even swallow a healing potion. Ling Mo had to treat him personally. After understanding the situation, Ling Mo took a deep breath. A cluster of white flames slowly rose in her hand. She carefully controlled the flame and sent it into the man's body. Although she had thought about directly using the priest's scepter, doing so would cause too much commotion. Besides, she also wanted to test just how powerful her own talent had become. Chapter 341 Red Alliance, 12. Since the game began, she had been constantly saving people. Ling Mo could clearly feel that her second talent had grown much stronger. While the white flames were healing the internal injuries, Ling Mo took out a potion from her space and treated the man's external wounds. Life was important, but a face was important too. However, there was nothing she could do about the eye that had been lost. Regeneration potions could regenerate severed limbs, but they could not regrow eyeballs. About 5 minutes later, the medical device scanned the man's body again. The report showed that his internal injuries had completely healed, as if he had never been injured at all. It worked. After receiving the confirmation, Ling Mo couldn't help cheering in her heart. It wasn't her imagination, her second talent had really become stronger. At that moment, the man lying on the bed slowly woke up. After seeing the surroundings, he realized that he had been saved. He glanced at Ling Mo, who was standing beside the bed radiating joy, and said weakly, "Thank you for saving me." Hearing his voice, Ling Mo snapped back to reality and said modestly, "This is what I should do. But I'm powerless to restore your eye." Hearing this, the man raised his weak hand and touched his eye. "It's just an eye. Compared to my life, what's an eye?" he said indifferently. Besides, when he returned, he could simply ask someone to make him a prosthetic eye and have it installed. It wouldn't affect its function. Prosthetic eyes in the interstellar era were not like those on Blue Star, Earth, that were just decorative. Although those existed too, the kind he was talking about was created by ability users. Once installed, it could see just like a real eye. Of course, such an eye would definitely be extremely expensive. After treating the first person, Ling Mo quickly went to the second. This person's injuries were only slightly better than the first one's, at least his face wasn't disfigured. Following the same method as before, Ling Mo sent the white flame into the injured person's body. Under the healing of the white flames, the wounded person's complexion gradually regained some color. Ayers, who had been watching from the side for a while, was once again amazed by Ling Mo's ability. He knew Ling Mo's talent was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be powerful to this degree. He had checked the injuries of those two people earlier. Their internal organs had shattered, causing massive internal bleeding. Under such circumstances, unless they were immediately sent to a hospital and placed in a healing pod for a year or more, the only difference would be dying sooner or later. Yet with injuries this severe, Ling Mo simply threw a ball of white fire inside them and healed them. This couldn't even be described as shocking. It was practically a miracle. If news of this were made public, countless people would probably try desperately to hire Ling Mo to treat them. However, right now Ling Mo's talent had only demonstrated powerful healing ability on injured people. It was still unknown how it would work on diseases. If it were just as effective on illnesses, then she would truly be unstoppable. At that time, many people would likely treat her as an honored guest. But it was also possible she might be captured and forced to continuously treat others. She might even be forced by powerful families to marry one of their descendants in order to produce more outstanding children. After all, it was well known that the more excellent the parents were, the more likely their children would awaken powerful talents. In short, a man is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings trouble. Ayers decided that later he should remind Snow and the others not to spread what happened today too widely. When Snow heard Ayers' suggestion, he expressed his understanding. "Professor Ayers, don't worry. We're not the kind of people who repay kindness with betrayal. I won't spread this around, but I must report it to the marshal." Ayers knew this was unavoidable, so he didn't insist. The three marshals of the Federation had been classmates in school and had even lived in the same dormitory. They had a good relationship with one another. If Snow told one of them, it meant the other two would know as well. However, those three were not the type to gossip, so Ayers wasn't worried. Meanwhile, by the time Ling Mo finished treating all the wounded, it was already afternoon. She had been busy the entire time and hadn't even eaten lunch. Only after finishing did she realize she was starving. When Ayers came to find her, Ling Mo was sitting on a chair made from pieces of broken armor, holding a lunchbox and stuffing food into her mouth in big bites. "It smells so good. What are you eating?" Ayers asked as he walked over. Ling Mo showed him the half-eaten lunchbox and politely said, "I made it myself." "Want one? You can cook? Then I definitely have to try some." Ling Mo was very dissatisfied with his tone. What did he mean by "you can cook"? Did she look like someone who couldn't cook? Although she thought that in her heart, Ling Mo still took out a fresh lunchbox and handed it to him. Ayers didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the lunchbox and began eating right away. One of the dishes in the lunchbox was braised pork trotters that Ling Mo had cooked in her space. Ayers had never eaten pork trotters before. In the interstellar era, things like pig trotters, cow hooves, and sheep hooves were all treated as garbage and thrown away. The moment he took the first bite, his eyes lit up. "What is this? It's delicious." Very quickly, he finished the entire lunchbox. Ayers licked the rice grains from the corner of his mouth, looking reluctant for it to end. "What was that red meat just now? It was so delicious. Can you give me the recipe?" After he went back, he wanted the chef at home to cook it for him every day. "Pork trotter," Ling Mo said slowly. Hearing this, Ayers froze. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. "That's impossible. I've eaten pork trotters before. How could they taste this good? Ayers absolutely refused to believe that what he had just eaten was pork trotter. Back when he was still in school, he once participated in a wilderness survival exercise and accidentally got separated from his teammates. At the time, in order to survive, he managed to hunt a star pig. Since he didn't know when he would be rescued, he treasured every bit of food. He didn't even waste the pig's trotters and roasted them to eat. But after taking the first bite, he regretted it. Because that thing simply wasn't meant for human consumption. It was fishy and foul-smelling. After just one bite, he almost vomited up his bile. Chapter 342 Red Alliance, 13. Because of that incident, Ayers later developed a psychological shadow toward any kind of animal hooves. Thinking about what he had just eaten, Ayers subconsciously frowned. But when he remembered how delicious it had been, he hesitated again. Could it be that the reason it tasted so terrible before was simply because he cooked it the wrong way? Ling Mo didn't notice Ayers' conflicted expression. She asked Kaiman to compile a recipe collection from Blue Star, Earth, and then sent it to him. I've already sent you the recipes. If you don't like braised pork trotters, there are plenty of other dishes inside. You can try them. Hearing this, Ayers curiously opened the compressed file. So many. The moment he opened it, he was shocked by the massive amount of content. According to historical records, cuisine was an important part of human culture. Even in the interstellar era, most high-end restaurants were run by humans. If the head chef happened to be from the human race, it could even become a unique selling point. Thank you for the recipes. I'll try them, Ayers said. Looking through the recipes Ling Mo had sent, he thought to himself, with so many dishes, even if he ate 3 different dishes every day, it would probably take several years to try them all. By the way, the wings on your badge look like they're about to fully unfold, Ayers suddenly said, pointing at the Red Alliance badge on Ling Mo's chest. Hearing that, Ling Mo looked down and nodded. It's probably because I've saved a lot of people recently. In that case, you must keep that badge safe. Don't lose it no matter what, Ayers warned seriously. Why do you say that? Ling Mo asked. She felt as if there was something more behind his words. You don't know? Ayers asked. Ling Mo shook her head. I don't. When you joined the Red Alliance, didn't they tell you? Ling Mo shook her head again. She had been directly teleported here by the system and had never even met anyone from the Red Alliance. Seeing that she truly knew nothing, Ayers said angrily, the Red Alliance is getting more and more careless with their work these days. Hearing that, Ling Mo wanted to say that she had never even met anyone from the Red Alliance, so they were unfairly taking the blame. But compared to defending the Red Alliance, Ling Mo was more curious about the badge. Fortunately, Ayers didn't keep her in suspense and explained, there are many neutral factions in the interstellar world, but only the Red Alliance has achieved the status where no one dares to provoke them. Do you know why? Because they're a charitable organization that saves people? Ling Mo guessed. That's only a small part of the reason. The most important reason is that the Red Alliance possesses a legendary item called Eternal Blessing. The effect of this item is that it grants various blessings to its holder. Everyone who joins the Red Alliance receives a badge. The material used to make these badges is actually a fragment of the Eternal Blessing. Using part of a legendary item to make badges, the Red Alliance is pretty generous, Ling Mo said. At first she had thought it was just a counter to record how many people she had saved, similar to systems in previous game rounds that tracked player performance. Ayers smiled. Yes, they are generous. But the badge isn't yours permanently. Not permanent? Does the Red Alliance take the badges back? Ayers shook his head. Not exactly. If the holder fails to gain the badge's recognition within a certain time, the badge will automatically disappear and return to the legendary item, Eternal Blessing. Oh, and the Red Alliance calls this process awakening. Only after fully awakening can you truly own the badge. After hearing this explanation, Ling Mo looked down at her badge. So does my situation count as gaining its recognition? Ayers nodded. It probably does. It said that eternal blessing is a very benevolent item. To awaken it, it likely has something to do with saving people. Oh, and if anyone ever asks you to hand over your badge, never give it to them, no matter the reason. The badge cannot be forcibly taken. But if the holder willingly gives it away, that's a different matter. The moment you hand it over, the badge will judge that you've voluntarily given up ownership. The person who takes it will become its new owner. Ling Mo's eyes widened. It can actually work like that? Luckily Ayers reminded her. Otherwise, if someone in the future casually asked to look at her item, she might unknowingly hand it over. Although the chance of that happening wasn't very high, it was better to be cautious. After all, some people were extremely patient when trying to achieve their goals. This kind of thing has happened before, Ayers added. It even went to the federal court. After learning that the badge might actually be an item, Ling Mo began studying how to use it. If it granted blessings, it was probably some kind of passive ability. Looking at the wings on the badge that had already fully spread, Ling Mo wondered what kind of blessing she would receive. Thinking this, she couldn't help reaching out and touching the badge on her chest. At that moment, a golden light flashed from the badge, and a piece of information appeared in her mind. Name, Blessing Badge, Status, Initial Awakening, Holder, Ling Mo, Blessing Obtained, Luck Enhancement, greatly increases luck for a short period of time. Duration, 4 days and 12 hours. Ling Mo stared at the time limit. Why does the blessing have a time limit? Isn't it permanent? After some research, she finally understood. Only the true blessing granted by eternal blessing was permanent, and each person could receive such a blessing only once. However, the blessings from the blessing badge were temporary. Different blessings would appear randomly, lasting anywhere from 1 to 10 days. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. The advantage was that you could experience many different kinds of blessings. The disadvantage was that the blessings were completely random. But Ling Mo didn't mind much. After all, a blessing is still a blessing, why ask for more? What she cared about more was the badge's status. Initial awakening. Since it had just awakened, did that mean there were other states as well? And the luck enhancement, her luck would become extremely good for a short period of time. She needed to think carefully about how to make the most of this luck boost and gain the greatest possible benefit. With that thought, Ling Mo adjusted the badge on her chest again to make sure it wouldn't fall off. Chapter 343 Red Alliance, 14. While Ling Mo was still thinking about how to make the most of the luck enhancement blessing, a sudden commotion came from ahead. Hearing the noise, Ling Mo thought that Snow and the others had found another large group of wounded, so she quickly ran over. However, when she arrived, she didn't see any injured people. Instead, she saw a gigantic spaceship. Somehow, Snow and the others had managed to carry the massive ship over by hand. Ling Mo looked down beneath the ship and noticed that underneath it was a flat stone. Floating island flying stone, a type of stone produced on floating islands. It naturally floats in the air. After processing, it can be turned into a special trolley used to transport large objects. One of the people noticed Ling Mo approaching and said, "We were planning to surprise you, but you came over too quickly." Only then did Ling Mo realize that this giant spaceship was actually a gift for her. Since they knew Ling Mo had been collecting wrecked ships and mech debris to sell for money, when they discovered this nearly intact spaceship, they decided to bring it back for her. At this moment, Ayers walked down from the spaceship and removed his gloves. Except for the engine, the ship is basically intact. Looking at the enormous spaceship in front of her, Ling Mo felt her eyes grow a little moist. However, this spaceship looks a little different from the ones we saw before. Even though the previous ships were badly damaged, you could still tell they were combat ships. But this one, the difference was like a fighter jet compared to a passenger airplane. Ayers explained, because this is a logistics support ship. It's specifically used to transport supplies during battles. Ling Mo nodded. A logistics ship was fine too, having something was better than having nothing. She wasn't picky. Besides, if it was a logistics ship, that meant it probably contained a lot of supplies. What comforted Ling Mo was that there really were many supplies on board. But looking at the expressions of the people around her, they all seemed disgusted. Aren't these supposed to be food? Ling Mo looked at the black rectangular block in her hand with confusion. The packaging clearly said it was food. Energy block. She had previously used a machine to make energy blocks herself, but she had never produced ones this large. She wondered what the ingredients were. Driven by curiosity, Ling Mo brought the black energy block close to her nose and sniffed it. It had no smell at all. Kaiman, what are the ingredients in these energy blocks? Scanning. 3 seconds later, the scan finished. Detection result: contains 98% interstellar protoworms, along with small amounts of water and minerals. Interstellar protoworms? What are those? Since the name included the word worm, Ling Mo had a bad feeling. Sure enough, that bad feeling was quickly confirmed. Interstellar protoworms, a species of worm that has spread uncontrollably across space. They are classified by the Interstellar Federation as one of the most dangerous species. Their reproductive ability is extremely powerful, making them almost impossible to eradicate. Interstellar protoworms have no gender. Even a single worm can rapidly reproduce on its own. Research also shows that when the worms sense their population declining rapidly, they enter a frenzied reproduction state. After hearing the explanation, Ling Mo suddenly felt nauseous looking at the thing in her hand. She quickly threw it away and took wet wipes from her storage space to clean her hands. At this moment, Ayers pushed a machine over. Ling Mo looked at the machine in his hands. It looked like a giant version of an energy block manufacturing machine. Before Ling Mo could ask, Ayers explained, "The thing you were holding just now was made by this machine." Ling Mo silently thought, just as expected. But isn't there already nutrient solution? Why would these pirates eat something like that? Ling Mo asked curiously. Since the spaceship belonged to pirates, the people eating those black blocks were naturally pirates as well. Seeing Ling Mo's confused expression, Ayers explained, food doesn't have a hierarchy of status. Even though those black blocks are made from interstellar protoworms, they're actually very clean and full of nutrients. The most important thing is that they're cheaper to produce than nutrient solution. Many low-ranking pirates survive on this. Besides, they have one advantage that nutrient solution doesn't. What advantage? Ling Mo asked. They taste better than nutrient solution. Ling Mo stared at him in shock. This thing tastes good? Ayers nodded. It's well known that nutrient solution tastes terrible. But these black blocks have no flavor. When you eat them, you add seasonings, so whatever seasoning you use becomes the flavor. In the end, Ayers found dozens of these machines inside the spaceship. He took one for himself. The technique for turning interstellar protoworms into black energy blocks was a special pirate technology. He had wanted to research it for a long time but never had the chance. The rest were all given to Ling Mo. Looking at the pile of machines, Ling Mo thought, what am I supposed to do with all of these? But then she reconsidered. Actually, they might be useful. When insect disasters broke out on Blue Star, Earth, in the past, humans had already developed all kinds of ways to cook insects. If she brought these machines back, they might actually come in handy. After storing the machines and the spaceship in her space storage, a new batch of wounded arrived, and Ling Mo began another round of treatment. She worked continuously until nightfall before finally getting a chance to rest. Lying in her tent, with patrols outside, she felt a strong sense of security. Ling Mo opened her smart brain device and noticed that the group chat of the 4 of them was flashing continuously. The unread messages had already reached 999 plus. Earlier, there had been no activity. What happened? She quickly opened the chat and started reading the messages. But the more she read, the more something felt wrong. She had been sent to a hidden stage, which explained why she wasn't with the other 3. But from what they were saying, the 3 of them were actually in completely different games. Fuyu had been sent to a planet called Halek. The people on that planet were constantly trapped in confusion and hesitation, and Fuyu's task was to save 100 such people and help them overcome their confusion. The mission actually suited Fuyu's ability quite well. Jiang Xian and Yik Kai were also in different games. Their world suffered from extreme electricity shortages, and their task was simple: generate electricity and solve the locals' power shortage problem. Chapter 344 Red Alliance 15. After reading all the messages, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh. In short, life wasn't easy for anyone. By comparison, Ling Mo's luck had been as good as ever. With someone helping to run around and search for the wounded, all she needed to do was focus on healing. If she hadn't met Snow and the others, Ling Mo would probably have spent most of this game searching for injured people. The next day, as soon as Ling Mo opened her eyes, she was greeted by a large number of wounded. She walked into the tent specially prepared for the injured, and it was already packed. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly took out the priest's staff. A green healing light instantly enveloped everyone in the tent. Under the treatment of the healing light, some people with lighter injuries recovered immediately. Snow watched as the wound on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though he had seen it many times before, experiencing it personally was still different from simply watching it happen. Because they often fought on the front lines, getting injured on the battlefield was unavoidable. In the interstellar world, people who awakened healing talents were extremely rare, so their social status was usually very high. Among them, those who had the courage to go to the battlefield were even rarer. After all, they could easily gain fame and wealth, so why risk their lives in war? Besides that, healing talents came in many forms. Because of differences in talent levels, many also had various limitations. Someone like Ling Mo, who could heal instantly, even treat multiple people at the same time, and still fight afterward without being affected, was extremely rare. After stabilizing everyone's injuries, Ling Mo began to focus on treating those with more serious wounds according to the diagnostic results from the treatment device. During this time, Irols walked over to Snow and asked, "What happened? How did you end up in such a miserable state? Did you run into pirates? But with so many of you, you still couldn't deal with a small group of pirates? Did your team get weaker, or did the enemy receive reinforcements?" If it were the latter, Snow wouldn't have come back so intact. But if it were the former, then he would have to report this properly to Yao when he got back. Facing Irols' suspicious gaze, Snow quickly shook his head. "It wasn't pirates. We ran into a group of screaming mushrooms and exploding mushrooms." Hearing this, Irols immediately understood what had happened. How could those two things grow together? At that moment, Ling Mo happened to walk over. Hearing their conversation, she asked curiously, "Screaming mushrooms and exploding mushrooms?" Qianman explained at the right time, "Screaming mushroom, a very timid mushroom. Once startled, it will scream loudly. It's non-toxic. Research shows that the greater the fright it experiences, the more intense the scream, triggering a chemical reaction that makes its flesh taste even more delicious. Exploding mushroom, a very hot-tempered mushroom. Once frightened or irritated, it will immediately explode. It is also non-toxic. If picked 1 second before exploding, the explosion can be prevented, and that moment is when the mushroom tastes the best." After hearing the explanation, Ling Mo realized that both mushrooms were actually ingredients. She also understood why Irols had reacted the way he did earlier. One was extremely timid, any slight disturbance would make it scream. The other had a terrible temper, set it off and it would explode. That was truly a terrible combination. I remember this is exactly the season when screaming mushrooms and exploding mushrooms grow. It was probably just the wind that blew the spores of both mushrooms here. Then, by coincidence, the different spores became entangled and took root together. After hearing Irols' explanation, Snow's expression became complicated. "Isn't that a little too coincidental? How could something so coincidental exist in this world?" "You're wrong," Irols said seriously. "Life is made up of countless coincidences. If it weren't for coincidence, would you have met your wife?" Snow replied, "I don't have a wife." "Irols, then a girlfriend?" Snow, no. The two of them fell silent. Even the previously noisy tent suddenly became much quieter. Some people looked at Snow with sympathetic expressions, while others revealed a sense of shared suffering in their eyes. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Earls patted Snow on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay if you don't have a girlfriend. I don't have one either, and I'm older than you." What Earls meant was, "Look, I'm older than you and still single, so there's no need for you to worry at your age." However, Snow didn't feel comforted at all. Because Earls was single by choice. If he wanted, he could find a girlfriend in minutes. As the youngest professor in the Federation, countless women were lining up to marry him. His situation was completely different from Snow's. As for Ling Mo, she had quietly slipped away the moment she sensed the atmosphere turning awkward. She was still young, topics like this weren't suitable for her. She might as well go back to saving people. Among the wounded, many had been injured by exploding mushrooms. At the same time, their hearing had suffered varying degrees of damage due to the screaming mushrooms. Fortunately, Ling Mo's ability could treat these injuries. From their accounts, Ling Mo learned that one person had accidentally stepped on a screaming mushroom, which triggered a chain reaction. After treating all the injured, Ling Mo finally let out a long breath of relief. She had overused her talent today. Ling Mo felt unsteady even when walking. It was different from mental exhaustion. When mental power was overused, it felt like staying awake for several nights in a row. You were conscious, but your brain felt like mush. But now, Ling Mo felt as if her body had been hollowed out. She was overwhelmed with fatigue, as if she might collapse from exhaustion at any moment. Returning to her tent, Ling Mo threw herself onto the bed and let out a long sigh. Finally. Today she had treated at least 100 or 200 people. Struggling to prop up her upper body, Ling Mo checked the badge on her chest. Sure enough, the badge had changed again. Originally, the badge was an irregular hexagon with a pair of wings joined together inside. But now the hexagon had disappeared, replaced by a fully spread pair of wings. In the center of the wings was a silver longsword, with 2 silver chains hanging from it. Chapter 345, Red Alliance, 16. 2 silver chains crossed over each other, looking like a seal that locked the silver longsword onto the badge. Name, Blessing Badge, Status, Fully Awakened, Holder, Ling Mo, Blessing Obtained, Luck Amplification, greatly increases luck for a short period of time. Remaining duration, 3 days and 10 hours. After checking the badge's information, a look of realization flashed in Ling Mo's eyes. Sure enough, she had guessed correctly. Before, that had not been the Blessing Badge's true form. This was its real appearance. It seems like it can also change its form. With a thought from Ling Mo, the Blessing Badge on her chest turned into a streak of white light and flew to the side of her head. Ling Mo felt as if something had appeared behind her. She took a mirror out of her storage space and looked closely. Good grief, such a huge pair of wings. No, wait, it was a bow. Actually, it was a bow shaped like wings. Isn't this a bit too eye-catching? Ling Mo looked at herself in the mirror and muttered. She reached back, trying to take the bow off, but it refused. As expected of a legendary item, even just a fragment of it could actually communicate with people. Seeing that it refused to come off, Ling Mo could only give up. Fortunately, it didn't look too bad. It was just that black hair paired with a white bow was a little too conspicuous. As if sensing Ling Mo's thoughts, the Blessing Badge on her head moved slightly. The white wings immediately turned black. From a distance, it just looked like Ling Mo had styled her hair in some special way. Putting the mirror back into her space, Ling Mo felt her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded in her ear. Congratulations to player drank soy sauce and went crazy for being the first to fully awaken the Blessing Badge. If you submit the badge, you will complete the game task, leave the game, and receive 200,000 gold coins. Do you wish to submit it? Two buttons immediately appeared in front of Ling Mo, yes and no. If it hadn't been for Ayers's warning, Ling Mo would have chosen to submit it without hesitation. She would complete the mission and get 200,000 gold coins for free. Before this, players had basically only received silver coins as rewards. Very few people ever got gold coins. When had the system ever been this generous? If it weren't for Ayers's reminder, she would have thought this was some hidden dungeon reward. Player, please do not hesitate. Make your choice as soon as possible. Hearing the system urging her, Ling Mo decisively pressed no. She wasn't stupid enough to hand over the blessing badge. Taking a step back, trading an already awakened blessing badge for 200,000 gold coins was simply wishful thinking. After Ling Mo refused, the system spoke again. Since player drank soy sauce and went crazy has used this method to clear the game time will now be automatically extended until the player's faction withdraws. For some reason, Ling Mo felt that the system sounded a little embarrassed and angry. But, did the system think this was some kind of punishment for her? Actually, long before this, Ling Mo had already asked Snow when they planned to leave. After all, they had come here to find Ayers and rescue people along the way. Rescue missions were always time-critical. If things dragged on too long, some of the injured wouldn't survive long enough to be saved. So Snow and the others originally planned to stay here for 10 days, assuming they found Ayers. But with Ling Mo's help, their task had suddenly become much easier. They had found Ayers, and he was lively and well, clearly not injured. With that worry gone, they could fully focus on searching for and rescuing the wounded. Over the past few days, they had already searched almost every place they could. After one more day tomorrow, the mission would be finished. Which meant that in just one more day, Ling Mo could still complete the mission and go home. Thinking that the game would end in another day, Ling Mo felt she couldn't just sit here waiting anymore. There were still so many mechas and spacecraft wreckages on the battlefield waiting for her to collect. She couldn't let them go to waste. And then there was Ayers. Did he really think she didn't notice that he had been secretly observing her these past few days? Watching her preferences, behavior, and physical condition, and occasionally asking whether she was tired. If she hadn't seen the title in his notebook, written clearly in big characters, Pure Human Observation Notes, Ling Mo might have thought he had fallen in love with her at first sight. Fortunately, Ayers didn't have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, Ling Mo would have run away long ago. There was no way she would still be staying here. The next day, Ling Mo woke up early. After resting for a night, she had completely recovered. Seeing Snow and the others preparing to head out to search for injured people again, Ling Mo volunteered to go with them this time. Snow looked troubled when he heard that. Although the battle here had ended, this place had still once been a battlefield. If anything unexpected happened to her, they would never forgive themselves. Seeing their concerns, Ling Mo patted her chest and assured them. "Don't worry, I can protect myself." To prove her words, Ling Mo directly summoned the black wolf. Snow and the others stared at the majestic wolf with wide eyes. "That's a battle wolf." Snow was the first to recognize it, but then he frowned. "Aren't battle wolves supposed to be white? Why is this one black?" "It's a mutated battle wolf, an extremely rare mutation that appears only 1 in 100,000. Ayers said excitedly, his eyes shining as he looked at the wolf. It was said that mutated battle wolves were even stronger than normal ones. Because they were ostracized from a young age, they had to become incredibly capable just to survive. Things that usually required a whole pack of battle wolves working together, one mutated wolf could accomplish alone. They were the true symbol of strength. Ling Mo, could I draw a tube of blood from the battle wolf? Just a tiny bit. I promise it won't hurt it, Ayers asked eagerly, pinching 2 fingers together to show just a little. I can't decide that myself. I'll have to discuss it with him first, Ling Mo replied. Hearing that, Ayers didn't think it was an excuse at all. Instead, he felt it was perfectly normal. After all, battle wolves were extremely proud creatures. Aside to the Wolf King, ordinary wolves would submit to no one. A black mutated battle wolf was even more of a lone wolf from childhood, one that didn't even submit to the wolf king. If the pack didn't refuse to accept a black wolf as their king, a mutated battle wolf's first act after reaching adulthood would be to challenge the wolf king. Then take your time discussing it. I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 346, Red Alliance, 17. After Ling Mo conveyed the idea, she originally thought the black wolf wouldn't agree. After all, battle wolves were famously proud creatures. Especially mutated battle wolves. Ordinary battle wolves might still submit to a wolf king, but mutated ones, having grown up surviving independently, didn't have the usual sense of hierarchy. In their eyes, they were the boss. They had the kind of personality that, if they didn't accept something, they'd fight for it. Unexpectedly, the black wolf agreed quite readily this time. Drawing blood is fine, said the black wolf, but I have one condition. What condition? Judging by Ayers' excited expression earlier, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he would probably agree to anything. I want a beast-type mecha, the black wolf stated. A beast-type mecha? What was that? This touched on a blind spot in Ling Mo's knowledge, but fortunately, she had Kaiman with her. Beast-type mecha, a specialized mech suit designed for animals. It includes armor for the mouth, body, legs, and claws, greatly increasing an animal's combat ability while also providing defensive protection. Kaiman then showed Ling Mo what a beast-type mecha looked like when worn. Most of the body was covered in armor, giving it a majestic appearance like a steel beast, armed to the teeth from head to toe. Ling Mo looked at the image Kaiman had shown, then at the black wolf. Probably worried she wouldn't understand, Kaiman had deliberately chosen a wolf as the model. Seeing Ling Mo glance at him repeatedly, the black wolf felt a little guilty, as if his intentions had been exposed, and said hurriedly, "Why are you staring at me? I'm asking for this for your sake." Ling Mo, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already explaining yourself. Don't you know the idiom, trying to cover something up only makes it more obvious? Judging by the black wolf's reaction, he clearly didn't know. I'll ask him for you, but I don't think anyone carries this kind of mecha around, Ling Mo said. Sure enough, just as she expected, Ayers didn't have a beast-type mecha. What do you want that for? Ayers asked. In his eyes, a battle wolf was already strong enough. Ling Mo pointed at the black wolf. It's what he wants. Ayers' eyes widened. An animal that knew to request a beast-type mecha to enhance its combat ability? He didn't think Ling Mo was lying. With his extreme computational abilities, any lie would be exposed. After all, as long as something existed in the wild, there were flaws. And one flaw would turn into countless inconsistencies under his analysis. Your battle wolf is very intelligent, Ayers said. But beast-type mechas aren't available on the market. They are Federation-controlled weapons, usable only by the military or those with special permission. Furthermore, each suit must be custom-made based on the wearer's physique and fighting style. Every beast is different, and the purpose of a beast-type mecha is to maximize strengths and minimize weaknesses. Hearing this, Ling Mo almost gave up on the plan. Federation-controlled? That was basically the same as gun control in China, impossible to get. Just as Ling Mo was about to tell the black wolf to forget it or suggest an alternative, Ayers suddenly said, although ordinary people can't apply for a beast-type mecha, I happen to have an unused quota. If you don't mind, I can give it to you. That's too kind of you, Ling Mo said politely at first, then immediately held Ayers' hand and said seriously, thank you. The black wolf and I will treasure it. Ayers forced a laugh, his smile slightly awkward. You're welcome. I don't need it anyway. But I'd like to ask a favor of you as well. What favor? Ling Mo asked. Thinking of the handwritten note she had seen earlier, her heart tightened. This guy wasn't planning to make her a test subject, was he? The beast-type mecha was valuable, yes, but she would never put herself in danger. Absolutely not. I want to collect some of your physical data, Ayers said. If I could also get a bit of your hair and blood, that would be even better. As compensation, I can give you a humanoid mecha that matches the beast-type armor. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Mo nodded. Okay. Opportunities like this were rare, and all she had to give was a little hair and blood. In the past, she had even donated blood just for small gifts. Compared to that, this was clearly much more worthwhile. As for whether Ayers would misuse her blood, Ling Mo didn't worry. First, according to Kaiman's investigation, Ayers was genuinely a good person. His personality was quirky and hard to approach, but that was normal for a genius. Second, and more importantly, she had the luck amplification blessing. Because of these two reasons, Ling Mo decided to trust him. Seeing her agreement, Ayers jumped up happily. Then I'll measure your body data first. Customizing the mecha takes time, usually half a year. And beast-type mechas are in huge demand, the waiting list is already 10 years long. But I have special privileges, so I can move you ahead. You could get it in as little as 3 months. This was the first time Ling Mo had heard someone say they had special privileges so confidently. And it felt great. It was like standing in line for hot water, preparing for a long wait, only to see your best friend at the front, and you happily walk over to get them to fill your bottle. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. Ayers borrowed professional measuring equipment from Snow. Ling Mo didn't have many special requests. Aside from aesthetics, she mainly asked that it not be too heavy, so she could move freely. The Black Wolf, however, was far more troublesome. Mainly because he had too many ideas. Ling Mo translated on the side. After a while, she was too embarrassed to look at Ayers's face. If the Black Wolf were a client, he would be the hardest client ever, constantly changing his mind. One moment he wanted multicolored black. The next moment, he wanted the blue where the sky meets the sea. Eventually, Ling Mo couldn't stand it anymore. She muted the Black Wolf, she refused to translate any further. Before she quit, the Black Wolf's last sentence was, "Maybe we should just go with the first design." At that moment, Ling Mo clearly saw the veins bulging on Ayers's arm. Chapter 347, Red Alliance, The End. Seeing this, Ling Mo instinctively stepped back and said, "This is the Black Wolf's request, not mine." The implication was clear, any anger or blame should be directed at the Black Wolf, not me. At this moment, Ayers had calmed himself and began the blood drawing process. The tools needed for the procedure were in Ling Mo's storage box, but she didn't want to use them, she had a better method. From her space, she pulled out a device, a syringe. Unlike a normal syringe, the tip of this one wasn't a needle, it was a flat, orange surface. This was a painless syringe. Whether drawing blood or injecting medicine, just placing the orange surface against the skin would draw or inject fluid easily. It was very convenient. Moreover, this syringe was reusable, so there was no risk of infection. Ling Mo first drew a vial of her own blood, plucked a few strands of hair, then drew blood from the Black Wolf, also plucking some fur. She handed all of it to Ayers. Seeing these highly desired specimens, Ayers's eyes filled with tears of excitement, wishing he could rush straight back to his lab to study them. Unfortunately, they were still on the battlefield and couldn't leave immediately. With the Black Wolf joining them, Snow finally agreed that Ling Mo could move with the group, but she had to stay close to the Black Wolf at all times, walking in the center of the formation. Ling Mo agreed to all these conditions. After all, Snow wasn't being strict just for rules, it was for her safety. She wasn't one to bite the hand that protected her. Along the way, whenever Ling Mo saw mecha or ship debris, she collected it without hesitation. This also saved Snow and the others a lot of trouble. When they encountered wounded survivors, Ling Mo took charge of treatment. Seeing Snow and the others collect the fallen soldiers' bodies, Ling Mo finally remembered the corpses she had discovered earlier. "Right, this is for you," she said, handing Snow 2 space cubes. "These contain the people I collected. I think it's better for you to take them." Snow accepted the cubes, solemnly thanked her, and stored them carefully. Ling Mo hesitated briefly. The cubes seemed to contain different individuals. Should she warn him now? After thinking for a moment, she decided against it. He would find out once they returned anyway. If she warned him now, snow might immediately reduce them to ashes. Should she stop him or not? It felt like either choice was impossible. As time passed, Snow and the others finally searched the entire battlefield. They had started with only a dozen people but were leaving with hundreds. Snow looked at the people before him, deeply moved. Of course, he wouldn't forget that all of this was thanks to Ling Mo. Without her, not even a tenth could have been saved. Those rescued also knew their savior was Ling Mo and rushed to add her as a friend. Some had their neural implants damaged during battle, so Ling Mo added them first. They could complete the connection later when their implants were fixed. As the ship to pick them up approached, one person stepped in front of Ling Mo, looking serious. From now on, if anything difficult comes up, you must tell us. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we'll handle it for you. The others nodded in agreement, expressions serious and resolute. They were sincere. After all, Ling Mo had saved them, essentially giving them a second chance at life. Ayers also patted Ling Mo on the shoulder. You can tell me too. After all, you saved me as well. At that moment, a massive ship slowly descended, stirring a strong gust on the ground. It was the first time Ling Mo had seen a spaceship up close. Compared to the mechas, ships, and even the well-preserved ship she had seen earlier, this one was overwhelming. I need to have one just like this someday, she vowed silently. Unexpectedly, that opportunity would come sooner than she imagined, though the real thing differed somewhat from what she had pictured. Snow and Ayers boarded the ship, waving goodbye to Ling Mo and the others below. Professor, are you sure it's okay to leave Ling Mo behind? This is still a battlefield, Snow said. Ayers looked at him. The ship's already taken off. Do you want to fly it back? Snow fell silent. Technically he could, but he had no authority. Even if he gave orders, no one would obey. Returning could even mean a trial before the Federation military court. She chose to stay. Even if you went back now to take her, she might not go with you. Besides, Ling Mo wasn't as fragile as she appeared. After all, could someone truly weak command the obedience of the Black Wolf? How would that work? Through charm? Don't be ridiculous. Ayers then took out the samples belonging to Ling Mo. Normal blood would have already solidified by now. Ling Mo's blood had solidified too, but differently. Ordinary blood, once solid, remained soft like jelly, somewhat sticky. Ling Mo's blood solidified completely, as if frozen. Ayers had only seen this in a few people. It was the result of extreme physical refinement, pushing the body to its ultimate limits. Everyone knew that extreme refinement was excruciating, and ordinary people couldn't endure it. 2 sessions wouldn't suffice to achieve this degree of solidification. Meanwhile, after Ayers and the other's ship disappeared from view, Ling Mo heard the system voice in her ear. Congratulations, player drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy has completed this round. Since this is a hidden stage, the double rewards system is activated. Double rewards? When did the system start being so generous? As Ling Mo pondered this, a familiar lottery wheel appeared before her. This time, the wheel was slightly different. There was a tray in the center, seemingly for placing items, while all surrounding slots were question marks. What was this, a blind draw? The system had even started doing blind box draws now? Where was the start button? As Ling Mo searched for it, instructions appeared in front of her. Chapter 348, Lottery. Place the items you consider important from the game onto the tray for the rewards to appear on the wheel. P.S. The more valuable the items placed, the more valuable the rewards on the wheel. Ling Mo read the instructions and instinctively touched the wing-shaped bow on her head. Why do I feel like this message is aimed at me? Hopefully, she was just overthinking. The rule said to place important items on the tray, but more precisely, items she considered important. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. There was a loophole here, she only had to consider something important, not that the system agreed. With that thought, she rummaged through her space and finally found the most damaged mecha fragment she had. However, placing an entire mecha fragment on the tray was still too large. So she forcibly tore off a single piece and placed it on the tray. As the tray felt the weight, it wobbled slightly, and the lottery wheel began to glow with multicolored lights. After about 10 seconds, the mecha piece on the tray vanished, and the previously all ? Wheel now displayed its rewards. Ling Mo frowned slightly at what she saw. The wheel had 10 options, 6 were mundane items like bao vine, military rations carrot, green leaf grass, nutrient solution, xiaomi, and water storage mushroom. Of the remaining 4, one said, "Thank you for participating," another said, "Try again," leaving only 2 with any real potential interest. One looked like a whip, and the other resembled a firecracker. "This wheel is a bit disappointing. The system is really getting stingy," Ling Mo muttered. Seemingly in response, the system's voice suddenly echoed in the space. "The rules are clear, the more valuable the item placed on the tray, the more valuable the rewards on the wheel." Ling Mo scowled in protest. "What are you talking about? The piece I placed is from a mecha. Do you even know what a mecha is? After system analysis, this piece is from a decommissioned mecha, classified as trash. Giving you these rewards is already generous. In other words, don't bite the hand that feeds you." Ling Mo's face remained annoyed, but she knew that under the system's roof, she had to bow her head. Muttering under her breath, "This system's evaluation is definitely flawed. Sure, the piece came from a scrapped mecha, but it was intact. How could it be considered worthless?" With that, she placed her hand on the start button, praying her luck would hold. There were 10 options on the wheel, she had a 1 in 5 chance of getting a good item. She didn't know what the 2 mysterious options were, but they were surely better than bao vine, "Thank you for participating," or "Try again." Ling Mo pressed the button, and the wheel began spinning rapidly. After several tens of seconds, it gradually slowed. As the pointer swept past the mundane options, Ling Mo's heart pounded in anticipation. Just as it was about to land on "Thank you for participating," the wheel suddenly spun backward. At the very last second, the pointer landed on the firecracker-like item. Yes. As expected, her luck amplification blessing made all the difference. Ling Mo was ecstatic. If this weren't the apocalypse, she thought, she could buy a few lottery tickets back home and probably earn enough to achieve financial freedom in no time. In the next instant, a flash of white light appeared, and Ling Mo felt something materialize in her hand. Before she could inspect it, her vision went black. When she opened her eyes, she was back in her room. Looking out the window, she saw thick snow piling up, likely half a meter deep. Ling Mo observed the snow being blocked by the protective dome of the elf treehouse and thought to herself, "Tomorrow is going to be another busy day." She stepped outside and happened to see Fuyu coming out of Jiang Xian's room. Noticing her, Fuyu gestured for silence and whispered, "Boss and Yik Kai overused their talents in the game. We'll explain downstairs." Ling Mo nodded. Once downstairs, she asked curiously, "Didn't they bring plenty of potions back? How did they overexert themselves?" Fuyu explained, "In that game, Boss and Yik Kai had to constantly use their talents. The recovery potions they carried weren't nearly enough." Hearing this, Ling Mo sympathized deeply with Jiang Xian and Yik Kai. She had experienced talent overexertion herself, it was far from pleasant. "By the way, where were you?" Fuyu asked. "You weren't talking in the chat group, and we couldn't reach you." "I only opened the chat once and never again," Ling Mo explained. "Too busy?" Fuyu asked. Ling Mo nodded. "Yes, I was transported to the battlefield to treat the wounded." Fuyu's eyes widened, he hadn't expected her to be sent to such a dangerous place. "Are you okay? Any injuries?" Shaking her head, Ling Mo replied, "I wasn't hurt. The fighting had ended when I arrived. My task was to collect and treat the wounded." Her gaze then fell on Fuyu's badge, it looked very familiar. A pair of purple wings spread out, with a staff sealed in chains at the center. Noticing her stare, Fuyu explained, "This badge was brought out from the game. It didn't look like this at first, it changed as I performed more divinations for others." Realizing its importance, Fuyu had quickly drawn a divination for himself. It indicated a powerful artifact. So when the system said the badge could end the game if handed over, he had refused decisively. "I have this badge too," Ling Mo said, removing the bow on her head. This time, it didn't resist, it obediently returned to its original form as soon as she took it off. Chapter 349 All is a Scheme. Looking at them, the two badges looked almost the same, only the wing colors and the middle parts were different. Ling Mo and Fuyu looked at each other. "You joined the Red Alliance too?" "You joined the Red Alliance too?" they asked in unison, then both fell silent. "Seems like even though we're not in the same game, our missions are related," Fuyu said. "Maybe it's the same for the boss and Yik Kai over there. We'll ask them after we wake up tomorrow." Even as he said this, Fuyu was already about 70 to 80% sure of it. Then Ling Mo recounted everything she knew about the blessing badge. After Ling Mo's reminder, Fuyu quickly checked it. Name, blessing badge, status, fully awakened, holder, Fuyu, blessing, physical enhancement, overall physical abilities increased by 500%. Duration, 2 days and 10 hours. Sure enough, it was exactly as Ling Mo had described. Fuyu couldn't help but feel glad he had trusted his instincts and done a divination on himself first. Otherwise, he would have agreed when the system first suggested ending the game early after completing the mission. According to Ling Mo, a blessing badge can only be possessed by someone new if the previous owner completely relinquishes ownership. Any voluntary relinquishment counts as giving up ownership. Seeing Fuyu open his eyes, Ling Mo curiously asked, "So, what blessing do you have?" Physical enhancement, overall physical abilities increased by 500%. "Does that make you a superhuman?" Ling Mo exclaimed in surprise. At her words, Fuyu raised a hand to look at it. It didn't appear different from normal, but he could feel a tremendous power within it, or rather, explosive potential. "By the way, I noticed you've been holding something in your hand since earlier. Did it come from the game?" With Fuyu's reminder, Ling Mo suddenly remembered the item she had received from the draw and hadn't looked at yet. She had been distracted by the scenery outside the game and the blessing badge and completely forgot about the item in her hand. "This? I got it from the draw after the game ended," Ling Mo said. However, in the picture she had seen, it looked like firecrackers, so why did they give her a box? Weighing it, it was fairly heavy. Could the item be inside? Opening the box, she saw 1 or 2 rows of red firecrackers, 6 in each row, 12 in total. At that moment, Fuyu found the instructions on the side and read them aloud. Earth-shattering firecrackers, when ignited, they emit an enormous sound that affects all living beings within 10,000 meters. Please use with caution. It sounded like a very powerful item. But Ling Mo looked at the firecrackers and realized that once ignited, they would likely harm both friend and foe. The range was 10,000 meters, meaning they would need to be at least that far away to be safe. That doesn't seem right. These firecrackers should have a launcher, but why don't you have one? Fuyu noticed the issue. Although the earth-shattering firecrackers matched the image perfectly, something important was missing. And that missing piece was the most critical part, the launcher. Hearing this, Ling Mo searched the box thoroughly and finally realized the system had tricked her, cursing it silently in her heart. Forget it. Tomorrow, have Jiang Xian sell it to the base, Ling Mo sighed. Keeping it would just let it gather dust. Better to give it to the base so they could study it, maybe they could produce a launcher. By the way, I'll give you these things too. Saying that, Ling Mo took out several space nodes. You're going to tell me what's in these, right? Fuyu asked curiously. Ling Mo pursed her lips and frowned slightly, thinking about how to describe what was inside the space nodes. After a long pause, she said, some damaged armor, weapons, clothes, that kind of stuff. The contents of the space nodes had been stripped from deceased pirates. Of course, Ling Mo hadn't done it herself. At first, she had only been interested in the wreckage of ships and giant mechs on the battlefield, ignoring everything else. Until someone said, the equipment on the pirates seems valuable too. As everyone knew, Ling Mo collected scrapped ships and mechs to sell for money. So whenever Snow and the others saw dead pirates, they would quickly strip them clean. If Ling Mo hadn't expressed disgust for the pirates' clothes, even their last shred of dignity in death would have been gone. Even so, the total number of items was still staggering. Fuyu took the items and said, "Okay, I'll help deliver these to the boss tomorrow." "By the way, you haven't told me what you got from the draw," Ling Mo suddenly asked. Fuyu didn't look up and kept working with his hands, replying with 4 words, "Better luck next time." Before Ling Mo could console him, he continued, "They were after the blessing badge we hold. Since we didn't give it, of course, they wouldn't give us anything good." Ling Mo agreed with his reasoning, it made sense to her too. The system had set this up clearly as one plan after another. At that moment, both Ling Mo and Fuyu's phones rang. Since getting the smart brain, they rarely used their phones but hadn't thrown them away. After all, not everyone could afford a smart brain. Even those who could, Ling Mo didn't have that many. So important messages still came through phones. Ling Mo checked hers and saw a snow cleaning notice. Due to heavy snowfall, the base instructed everyone to go out and clear the snow after it stopped tomorrow. Each person was assigned an area. After cleaning it, they would receive a corresponding amount of food, more work, more reward. In such times, those with awakened fire-type talents were especially sought after. After quickly skimming the notice, she was about to close her phone when a headline caught her attention: "How to awaken the desired talent." As everyone knows, talent awakenings are random. Personality and parents may play a minor role, but it's very small. Most of the time, what talent a person awakens is completely random and cannot be controlled by humans. Chapter 350: Another use for the divine elixir. Out of curiosity, Ling Mo clicked on it. She wanted to see exactly how one could awaken the desired talent. The first line after opening it read, "This method has been verified, with a 100% accuracy rate, but it only works for elemental-type talents." After reading that, Ling Mo scrolled down to see the rest of the content. However, the post abruptly ended after that sentence. To continue reading, please pay 1 silver coin. Well, that was a bit cheeky. After a moment's thought, Ling Mo decided it was worth spending the silver coin. After clicking to pay, the rest of the post was finally unlocked. Ling Mo skimmed through the content at lightning speed, and she was stunned. She hadn't expected the divine elixir to have this function. Indeed, the method described in the post was simple. Before awakening a talent, drink a bottle of the corresponding divine elixir, then awaken. In this way, after awakening, one is guaranteed to receive a talent with the same attribute as the elixir consumed. Ling Mo exited the post and opened the game forum. Unsurprisingly, the divine elixirs were being sold at astronomical prices. Although new elixirs refreshed every day, Ling Mo rarely put them up for sale. Occasionally, she would sell a few bottles, knowing the value of scarcity. Ling Mo had set her own pricing: 1 bottle of a divine elixir of any attribute sold for 1,000 gold coins. On the forum, even the cheapest water attribute elixir was being sold for 10,000 gold coins, a tenfold markup. These divine elixirs were made by Ling Mo using crystals obtained from Xiong. There were 10 attributes in total: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, light, and dark. Currently, the lowest priced elixir was water, since water talents weren't very offensive and thus weren't popular among talent users. Most awakenings were female. The highest prices were for light and dark attribute elixirs. Light attributes had healing effects, while dark attributes were even harder to counter than lightning, supposedly the strongest attribute. Ling Mo checked the prices. These 2 attributes had already reached astronomical values, but there were no buyers. From the start, only 1 bottle of each of these attributes had ever appeared. Following light and dark were lightning, fire, and ice, attributes with strong offensive power. Their prices were slightly lower but still extremely high, with no real market availability. The remaining attributes had minor differences in pricing. By now, Many people had left messages in Ling Mo's store, requesting that she put more divine elixirs up for sale. Most of these were well-known scalpers. They would buy from Ling Mo and resell at several times the price. Ling Mo usually turned a blind eye to such behavior, but not with divine elixirs. Selling for 1,000 gold coins and having them resold at 10 times the price, that would make her feel uneasy and unfair. She wanted to prevent this from the root. Moreover, after careful analysis, divine elixirs contained enormous energy. Ordinary people who drank them could be risking their lives. No, I need to add a disclaimer, she thought. She didn't want any accidents happening and being blamed for them. Back in her room, Ling Mo quickly drafted a statement and uploaded it to her store. It explained the dangers of ordinary people consuming divine elixirs. It also warned that she had already issued the reminder, and any incidents that occurred despite it would be the consumer's responsibility. Though it was late at night, many followers of Ling Mo's store noticed the post and spread the word. Online, it was like a cold bucket of water poured over the excited, ordinary people. Although they hadn't awakened talents, that didn't stop them from hoping to awaken one. Through the internet, they had already learned that talents could be good or bad, and naturally they hoped to awaken a good one. Meanwhile, at the base, the 1, 2, 3 wooden men saw the disclaimer and looked to Xiecheng. "Captain, still want to ask?" Xiecheng held a lit cigarette between his fingers. He hadn't smoked before, but with the apocalypse arriving, disasters following one after another, and having to enter the game every month, his stress was enormous. Smoking was a good way to relax. Moreover, the cigarette he held was a special one made by talent users. It soothed nerves, relieved stress, was harmless to the body, and not addictive. In the apocalypse, even cigarettes had become a luxury item. Now, one cigarette was worth as much as gold. "Ask," Xiecheng said firmly. "By the way, did drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy respond just now?" According to drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy's habits, there would surely be new items tomorrow morning. Xiecheng wanted the wooden men to check if they could secure anything early. Hearing this, the wooden men shook their heads. Not yet. Probably didn't see it. They spoke calmly, showing no irritation or impatience. It was clear they were used to it. Compared to others, they were already fortunate, at least drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy would acknowledge them. "Captain, by the way, have we confirmed the identity of the person who made the post?" Xiecheng shook his head. "Their IPs are overseas. Even if we find them, we can't capture them. Force won't work, so we have to try persuasion. We've arranged for a player to contact them via private message." Xiecheng and the others were confident the poster hadn't revealed all information publicly. Now, in conjunction with soy sauce drunk, they believed the hidden portion was key. The next day, Ling Mo's store opened right on time. The long-awaiting crowd surged in. Some came for food, while others immediately checked the store's items. As regulars, they knew the usual arrangement by heart, so anything new would be noticed at a glance. Finding nothing extra in the food area, they assumed the items were elsewhere. Not wanting to waste time, they moved quickly to the correct area. The earlier they found it, the sooner they could spread the news, an accomplishment in itself. After inspecting the food area, they headed straight to the weapons section. Because Ling Mo had become increasingly skilled at crafting weapons, she frequently put up rare, unusual, but highly useful weapons, making this section very popular. Chapter 351 A Grateful Heart. Those people had been waiting in the weapons section, hoping to buy a weapon. No matter what the appearance of the weapons created by Ying Tong, they all shared one characteristic: infinite ammunition. Not truly infinite. These weapons could convert the user's internal energy or physical strength into attack power. As long as one's energy and stamina were sufficient, the weapon essentially had unlimited bullets. This time, upon arriving, Jingjing Rishang immediately noticed something unusual: 3 extra items had appeared. Without hesitation, he ran over and quickly scanned the information. Battle-damaged spaceship, ships damaged in battle, most parts are broken, team mech, mechs damaged in battle, most internal parts broken, cannot be activated, universal energy block maker, can convert anything into food, anything. Seeing these 3 items, Xingjing Rishang clicked to purchase immediately, starting with the universal energy block maker. There was no other reason, its quantity was the lowest, and if he hesitated, someone else would snatch it. The other 2 items had plenty in stock. Despite his lightning-fast reflexes, Xingjing Rishang still missed out on 3 universal energy block makers. Damn it! Who's got hands that fast? But aside from those 3, he was satisfied with the rest. Without hesitation, he set his sights on the other 2 items. Although the battle-damaged mechs and ships were unusable, they still had research value. There's a saying, take from the east wall to repair the west wall. Each damaged ship or mech had different levels and locations of damage. By combining parts, one might even reconstruct several functional mechs or ships. Thus, Xingjing Rishang placed his orders without slowing down. Since ships and mechs were massive, Ling Mo didn't immediately hand over the items. Instead, she instructed them to go to the 5th floor to pay and collect them, while she consulted her superiors about storage locations. After all, the size of one ship was almost equivalent to the entire base. Even Ling Mo herself didn't know exactly how many ships she had brought back from the battlefield. In any case, there were plenty. She didn't keep any universal energy block makers, she had no need for them. Even if she kept them, they'd likely go unused. The battle-damaged ships and mechs weren't needed either, they had no use for her. There was also a supply ship that was otherwise fully intact except for engine failure. Ling Mo had initially intended to put it on display but later abandoned the idea. She contacted the 123 Wooden Men for a private transaction. This supply ship was larger than any other, so she needed to find a proper place to store it, otherwise, pulling it out suddenly could destroy the entire base. Meanwhile, the 123 Wooden Men and Xiecheng were experiencing mixed feelings. They were thrilled by Xingjing Rishang's achievements, yet worried, where would they put all this stuff? Anywhere it was placed would be conspicuous. And with the freezing weather outside, what if it got damaged? Before Xingjing Rishang's issue could be resolved, Ling Mo sent a message. She got straight to the point, she had a ship intact except for the engine. Did they want it? The 123 Wooden Men didn't hesitate, of course we want it. In matters like this, hesitating even a second was disrespectful to the ship. Xiecheng reported the difficulty upward and got scolded. If you can't fit it on Blue Star, what about Chingyong Star? Plenty of space, and no one else there. Hearing this, Xiecheng smacked his head in frustration, how could he have forgotten? He quickly brought the Wooden Men and Xingjing Rishang to the 5th floor of the Don't Miss Out shop. Seeing the rows of healing pods and hibernation pods, a glimmer of longing flashed in their eyes. Unfortunately, no matter what they said, drunk and acting crazy refused to sell. Upon reaching the VIP room, Xiecheng's other team coincidentally crossed paths with another group. They exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a cold snort. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, looking out her window that morning, was stunned by the scene in the courtyard. On one side were her crops, lush, green, and vibrant. On the other side, she had intended to plant more vegetables but had been unsure what to grow. Seeds were hard to come by, she had some in her space but couldn't easily retrieve them. However, the soil had already been prepared. Now, there was a giant rectangular metal object on that patch of land. This looks so familiar, Ling Mo murmured. Upon closer inspection, it was an escape pod from one of the ships. According to Ailes, each ship had 2 to 3 escape pods. When Ling Mo collected shipwreckage, she would set aside any intact escape pods. In the harsh interstellar environment, escape pods were designed to protect life in emergencies. After returning, she had put the escape pods up for sale separately. Xingjing Rishang hadn't noticed them because they weren't in the weapons section, they were with everyday supplies. When Ling Mo came downstairs, she saw 3 men with gold-starred eyes staring at the escape pods. Yik Kai was the first to notice her and excitedly waved, Mo, come here. Do you like the gift we prepared for you? Gift for me? Ling Mo pointed to herself. Why are you preparing a gift for me? The first thought that crossed her mind, never trust a weasel, a few hundred years old, either treacherous or thieving. But thinking again, that didn't seem to fit Jiang Xian and the others. Of course, it's to thank you, Jiang Xian explained. After all, we've received a lot of help from you over time. It wasn't an exaggeration, without Ling Mo, they wouldn't be where they were today. With their abilities, they might survive well, but never this comfortably. Ling Mo understood, they had grateful hearts. But, what use is this thing you bought? Chapter 352 Ruthless Wealth. Hearing Ling Mo's question, Yik Kai explained, this is an escape pod taken from one of the ships. It can withstand all kinds of extreme conditions. Although the treehouse was already very safe, who knew what kind of disasters awaited them in the future? Disasters like extreme heat, insect plagues, or severe cold could be dangerous, but with proper preparation, one might survive. Yet there were many other life-threatening calamities that could easily cost lives. So, when they saw the escape pod, they decisively purchased it. Furthermore, each of them bought one for their own homes, just in case. After Yik Kai's explanation, Ling Mo said, thank you for the gift. Seeing that Ling Mo didn't look overly excited, Jiang Xian asked, Mo, you don't like the escape pod, do you? Ling Mo quickly shook her head. No. It's just. I originally planned to use this patch of land for planting crops. Indeed, the once spacious courtyard had instantly shrunk significantly due to the escape pod. Hearing this, Yik Kai said, I thought there was a problem. The escape pod actually has an automatic hiding function. He then activated a mechanism, revealing a red button. Pressing it, the escape pod gradually disappeared under everyone's eyes. Normally, the escape pod stays hidden underground. If danger strikes, we can transfer directly into it from the treehouse. From the treehouse? Jiang Xian nodded. Exactly. Once we brought the escape pod back, the treehouse connected to it. The tree created a new passage underneath that leads directly to the escape pod. You can actually do that? Ling Mo was shocked, none of the treehouses she had researched had such capabilities. Previously, the owner only checked ordinary treehouses. The ones you cultivate are special, additional abilities may appear. I see. Then, can you detect if the treehouse I live in now has any special abilities? Cannot detect. You'll have to explore it yourself. Alright, then. Looking at the free space, Ling Mo decided to plant corn there. By the way, did Fuyu tell you about the badge? Ling Mo suddenly asked. Jiang Xian nodded. Yes. So you two didn't hand over the badge, right? Of course not. We had just completed the task and hadn't collected anything yet, so we refused. Unlike Ling Mo and Fuyu, Jiang Xian and Yik Kai refused purely because they had just finished the mission and hadn't had a chance to rest. The system immediately contacted them, offering early game completion if they handed over the badge. The area where Jiang Xian and Yik Kai were had extreme electricity shortages, so there were various generators around. They had long coveted these machines. Since the arrival of extreme cold, the base's power supply had been very unstable. Some talent users awakened to lightning, electricity, or wind had all been conscripted to generate electricity for the base. Those unwilling were not forced, but the base would cut off their home electricity, forcing them to generate their own. Ling Mo's area fell into this category. Given their relationship with the base, requesting power might have worked, but Jiang Xian saw it as a chance to train and firmly refused Xie Cheng's offer. Generating electricity, however, is very different from simply channeling it. After burning out countless household appliances and batteries, Jiang Xian finally mastered energy control during charging. From then on, his control over lightning improved daily, though he felt utterly drained after every session. With Jiang Xian's ability, providing enough electricity for their own 4 families was easy. Yet, he couldn't ignore that everyone had family. Being the only one among them with a lightning talent, he couldn't just sit back. With Jiang Xian's skills, even supplying electricity for all 4 families was manageable. Yik Kai, noticing the leftover power each day, thought it wasteful not to use it. Soon, an ad appeared on the game forum for selling electricity. Thus began Jiang Xian's daily grueling routine. Unbeknownst to Yik Kai, he too became part of the grind. Fuyu somehow acquired a set of wind-powered generators. Suddenly, Yik Kai went from master to slave, working daily with Jiang Xian to generate power. This experience prepared them for the previous game, allowing them to navigate it effortlessly and complete missions quickly. This time, we brought out many generators from the game. Some generate power using body heat, some are buried in soil and generate power from nearby plants, and the most impressive is the snow power generator. It converts the energy from melting snow into electricity. We'll keep some batteries for ourselves and trade the rest with the base. Ling Mo, seeing the various generators Yik Kai had brought out, asked curiously, with so many generators, why does that place still lack power? They don't value electricity. No matter how much we generate, it's never enough. How so? Ling Mo asked. Mo, have you ever seen outdoor air conditioners? Yik Kai asked. I've heard of them, but never seen one, Ling Mo replied honestly. The game we entered with the boss was on a planet called Tata, where temperatures stay around 70 degrees Celsius. The planet is inhabited by the Shatata people. Before this, I thought outdoor air conditioners were already extravagant. But the Shatata people, in order to stay cool, transformed another planet into an air conditioner that blows onto their own planet, forcibly lowering Tata's temperature. Hearing this, Ling Mo could already imagine how extravagantly the Shatata lived. It was almost inhumane. But that doesn't make sense. How could a civilization capable of turning a planet into an air conditioner lack electricity? That's clearly unreasonable, Ling Mo said. Jiang Xian explained, because of the wealth gap, some suffer drought, some floods. We went to help the part about to die from drought this time. Chapter 353, The Legend. By the way, what blessings did you all get on your badges? Ling Mo asked curiously. Yik Kai took out his badge, a pair of emerald green wings, with a tornado sealed by chains in the center. Mine is a speed boost, speed increased by 300%. Such an increase nearly matched someone who had just awakened a speed talent. Jiang Xian also took out his badge. His badge was purple, with a chain-sealed bolt of lightning in the center. My blessing is energy amplification. My internal energy is 5 times the normal amount. At that moment, Yik Kai threw an arm over Jiang Xian's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Boss, you've got such a powerful blessing, you can't waste it. Come on, let's go entertain some guests. Ling Mo and Fuyu, that sounded kind of weird. Just then, Fuyu glanced at his phone, his expression immediately turning strange. He looked up at Ling Mo and said, someone exposed the badge's abilities online. The internet has gone crazy, many people are now regretting their earlier decisions. Hearing this, Ling Mo opened her phone. Sure enough, the hot search about awakening talents that had topped yesterday's list was no longer number 1, it had fallen well outside the top 10. The biggest mistake ever, no contest. The badge actually has this function. First shop paying high prices to buy back badges. Closing her phone, Ling Mo opened the game forum. As expected, the forum was bustling, almost like a festive celebration. The difference was, during the festival, everyone was cheerful. Now, the forum was filled with regret and complaints. Lazy loves cats, if I'd known the badge could grant blessings, I'd never have handed it in, not even if you killed me. Imamali, hindsight's 2020. I already handed it in, regret changes nothing. Nambunan, the game exploited our desire to finish quickly, luring us to hand over our badges for early exit. Lazy loves cats, you don't understand. My family is poor, I can't afford a treehouse. I wanted to stay longer in the game. A young man huddled in bed under 5 or 6 layers of blankets, still shivering. He sniffled, feeling the weight of regret almost spilling over. When the game first contacted him, offering to let him leave if he handed over the badge, he refused without hesitation. Even if he returned home, he would be freezing. Staying in the game seemed preferable. But when the game ended, expecting a return home, he instead found himself in the game space with a large prize wheel in front of him. He was very familiar with this scene. Standing before the wheel, he saw that all slots were question marks. Only by placing an item from the game onto the central tray would the rewards be revealed. The rarer the item, the better the rewards shown on the wheel. At that time, he only had one badge, so he placed it on the tray without hesitation. Soon, the question marks disappeared, replaced by various items. The young man was ecstatic. Any of these items would have been a huge gain. He thought this way at the time. Then, he drew a high-level item, frost gloves. Wearing them allowed him to unleash a blizzard from his palms, a devastating effect, though it also affected the wearer. Using the frost gloves required one not to fear the cold. Despite the side effects, it was still a high-level item. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it afterward. At that moment, the young man remained optimistic, thinking he had struck gold. This sentiment persisted until the first shop suddenly began buying back badges. The badges were valued even higher than most high-level items. At this point, the young man began to regret his actions. Eventually, someone who couldn't tolerate first shop's deceptive practices exposed the badges' true abilities online. Learning that badges could grant blessings, these players truly regretted their decisions, twisting with envy and frustration. On the other side, Ling Mo understood what had happened. It turned out that the high-end first shop had suddenly offered high prices to collect badges. Seeing the badges' value, players rushed to trade them. A player, disgusted by the shop's deceit, exposed the badges' effects on the forum, causing a huge uproar. The first shop instantly went from hero to villain. Players who hadn't yet traded were relieved, while those who had already traded were filled with regret, demanding their badges back in compensation. Unsurprisingly, there was no response. After all, the transactions had been voluntary. Even reporting to the system would achieve nothing against first shop. These players could only vent online, hoping to pressure the shop through forum outrage. As for the effectiveness of this tactic, better than nothing. Ling Mo asked K-Man curiously, the ones trying to buy back the badges, that's not the system, right? It's the Red Alliance. But blessing badges aren't hard to awaken, why don't they awaken their own, instead of tricking others? Because each person can awaken only one blessing badge. Each person's awakened badges are limited, but they can wear unlimited badges. To gain more blessings, they must deceive others to obtain their blessing badges. Moreover, there's a legend in the Federation, those who collect enough blessing badges might gain a legendary item, the recognition of eternal blessing. Being blessed by eternal blessing grants a permanent blessing. Being recognized by eternal blessing grants all blessings. After K-Man's explanation, Ling Mo finally understood. Setting aside whether the legend was true, even if false, countless people would try their luck. They reasoned that even if others failed, it didn't mean they would. What if they were the chosen one? The owner can also collect blessing badges, what if it succeeds? Ling Mo felt a momentary stir in her heart at K-Man's words, but she quickly calmed herself. Even if the legend were true, the Red Alliance had worked so hard without success. Being recognized by eternal blessing would surely be extremely difficult. Chapter 354, Libraries and Museums. The Red Alliance had existed for a long time. Things that took others hundreds of years to accomplish, there was no way she could achieve them in such a short time. So she decided it was best not to think too hard. Some things were simply meant to happen naturally, taking them seriously would only lead to frustration. Since all those people had voluntarily traded with First Shop, even complaints to the system yielded no response. As for the boycott by most players, First Shop didn't care. Their audience had always been a tiny fraction of all players. For these few, the shop didn't take their badges away, instead, it revealed the secret of the badges to them. So even now, With so many people denouncing First Shop and its backers, the shop remained unmoved, steady as ever, completely unaffected. Closing the game forum, Ling Mo stretched and then turned her attention to her space. A new batch of elf treehouses had fully grown. These treehouses seemed better than the first batch. They also grew faster. After inspection, this batch of elf treehouses is indeed higher quality than the previous batch. The probability of ordinary elves appearing is lower, and the shorter growth time should be related to the owner's second talent. Hearing K-Man's comment, Ling Mo wasn't surprised. Ever since her first talent awakened, she had already merged completely with this space. Her first talent's mutation was probably caused by the space itself. In the interstellar realm, some people who awaken a second talent can experience mutual influence between the two talents. Though rare, this phenomenon was not unheard of. Looking over the rows of elf treehouses, a few stood out. Towering, massive trees resembling palaces. Such enormous treehouses didn't sell well, few could afford them. Ling Mo counted 13 of these massive treehouses. She placed 3 in her shop for sale, while the remaining giant treehouses were sent to Yunhai Star and Chingyong Star. Since the apocalypse began, Ling Mo had collected many antiques and books. All of these had been stored in her space. Ling Mo didn't have much experience preserving antiques, and she usually read books digitally. Instead of letting these items gather dust in the space, she decided to bring them all out, and give the flower elf something to do. With a thought, the doors of several storage warehouses for antiques and books swung open. Countless books and antiques, as if drawn by some invisible force, flew toward different treehouses. After a few hours, the massive relocation was complete. During the process, Ling Mo even exhausted her internal energy once. Unknowingly, she had collected a huge number of books, classics, ancient texts, novels, student textbooks from various stages, even unfinished workbooks. Ling Mo accepted everything, filling 8 treehouses, 4 with antiques and 4 with books. Because there were so many items, Ling Mo didn't categorize them in detail. That task would be left to others, the workload was too huge for her alone. If she had done it herself, it would take at least a decade. After finishing, Ling Mo used the golden celestial eye on Chingyong Star to inform the flower elves of their task. The flower elves, hearing the assignment, immediately agreed without hesitation. Organizing books was effortless for them, and it gave them something to do. Though most flower elves got along well with humans on Chingyong Star, some preferred quiet, and humans could be a bit noisy. After discussing with the flower elves, Ling Mo quickly decided where to place the elf treehouses. She didn't place all the treehouses together. Instead, she distributed them, labeling them as museums 1 to 4 and libraries 1 to 4. The large commotion quickly attracted the attention of Chingyong Star's humans. They were familiar with elf treehouses, every base had several, but none they had seen were as large as these. A flower elf appeared to explain the situation. They learned that these were libraries built by drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the enormous treehouses, knowing there were 3 more libraries and 4 museums, they couldn't hide their excitement. Chingyong Star had many children. Beyond school, they had little extracurricular activity. Children, after settling from initial nervousness, quickly revealed their true nature, playful and curious. During lessons, they were manageable, but when idle, they would roam, chasing cats or teasing dogs, causing headaches for adults. Now, with libraries and museums, the children would have structured activities. Especially knowing there were fresh workbooks inside, the Chingyong Star leaders were even happier. They had to spread the good news. Meanwhile, Ling Mo sent the remaining 2 giant treehouses to Yunhai Star, planting them on the largest islands. Several warehouses were cleared in one go, and Ling Mo immediately felt much lighter. The empty warehouses could now store other items. Apart from the giant treehouses, there was another type, about half the size of ordinary elf treehouses, standard single rooms with a bedroom and bathroom. Ling Mo noted there were quite a few of these smaller treehouses. Perfect, they were cheaper, so more people could afford them. After quickly sorting the number of treehouses, she put them on sale. While the snow covered everything in white, players continued to quarrel over badges. Those who had their badges swindled wanted them back, while those who gave theirs up, either to finish the game quickly or for lottery chances, were randomly stirring up trouble with their hearts in the wrong place. Chapter 355, Snow Melting Generator. Some people would side with the deceived players one moment, then back first shop the next, seemingly defending the other side, but in reality, they were stirring up conflict on both ends. Amid this seemingly ordinary day, Ling Mo's elf treehouses quietly went on sale. The first to notice were, naturally, those constantly monitoring her shop. Upon seeing the elf treehouses, they immediately began purchasing while reporting the news to their superiors. This was a race of speed. Ling Mo put the treehouses up for sale and didn't bother with them afterward. Seeing Fuyu grabbing snow cleaning tools and heading out, Ling Mo followed. "Where are Chingyong and Yik Kai?" "I don't see them," she asked. Fuyu's expression was odd. "They're busy generating electricity, they don't want to waste their blessings." Recalling Yik Kai's words from this morning, Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh. Fuyu chuckled softly as well. "I just cast a divination for them. The omen shows they'll make a small fortune soon, but it won't be good for their health." "Did you tell them the result?" Ling Mo asked curiously. "Of course not," Fuyu said, looking completely justified. "If I told them, the divination wouldn't work." Ling Mo gave Fuyu a thumbs up. "Impressive." While they spoke, a sound came from the stairs. Yik Kai appeared, descending with two devices that looked like mine detectors. "Are you two going to clear the snow outside?" he asked. Fuyu shook the snow cleaning tool in hand. "If we don't clear snow, are we building snowmen?" "Perfect. Don't use those, use these." Yik Kai handed them the devices. Ling Mo inspected hers, recognizing it from Qiaman as a simplified snow-melting generator. Knowledge was one thing, using it was another. "This is a handheld, simplified snow-melting generator. Just hold it near snow, and it starts automatically. Take these batteries, you don't come back until all are fully charged." Ling Mo immediately sensed something was off. "Isn't this what you and Jiang have been working on? Why are we using it now?" Yik Kai's eyes flickered guiltily. "I got excited and accepted too many orders at once." "You two help out, won't you?" He was promptly met with two pairs of rolling eyes. Ling Mo and Fuyu left with the snow-melting generators. At first, the devices made snow clearing faster and easier. But soon, they realized a problem. The generator converted the energy from melting snow into electricity, but this process also produced water. The water collected in an internal container, which eventually filled up. Not long after, a bottle the size of a mineral water bottle popped out with a beep 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 alert. "Qiaman, check the water quality." "Scanning, scan complete." "Water quality, excellent. Safe to use." Ling Mo shook the bottle. "Looks like we won't run out of water anymore." Because the weather wasn't too cold, within seconds, the water in the bottle froze into ice. Ling Mo didn't mind, storing it in her space. They had a task to complete and couldn't afford to waste time. During cleaning, many people noticed Ling Mo and Fuyu easily clearing the snow. Every so often, a bottle like mineral water would appear, piquing curiosity. Ling Mo and her friends had a special status in the base. Young as they were, they often brought valuable items from the game, and were among the first to trade with the base. Others didn't dare to provoke them, mostly. Ling Mo stored a fully charged battery and put in a new one for charging. As she prepared to start the snow-melting generator again, a plump middle-aged man approached. "Little girl, how much for that machine?" "Sell it to me," he said, exuding wealth and authority. Ling Mo recognized him, not a player himself, but all four of his children were. Two of them had been selected during the second round. Thanks to this, he could still keep himself well-fed during the apocalypse. Ling Mo didn't want to speak with him, turning and walking quickly to Fuyu. Her demeanor outside was always like this. The man's face darkened as she walked away without looking back. Ever since his 4 children became players, everyone had treated him politely, but this was the first time someone had walked away like that. Yet seeing the machine in her hands, he couldn't leave empty-handed. He had been observing for a while. The machine not only cleared snow quickly but also charged batteries and produced a bottle of water periodically. It was a treasure he had to have. Though his 4 sons were players, they only brought back game currency or worthless items each time. Selling them to the base yielded little profit. Fu Yu, busy clearing snow, noticed Ling Mo suddenly run over with the middle-aged man in tow. She caught on immediately. Ling Mo whispered to her, "Handle the man behind me. I'm leaving first." Before Fu Yu could respond, Ling Mo had already walked away, as if the man were some natural disaster. Not a disaster exactly, but certainly someone not easy to handle. Ling Mo paused briefly and sent a message via her smart brain to Jiang Xian and Yik Kai. Fu Yu could deal with the middle-aged man, but what if the old man's 4 sons got involved? To avoid Fu Yu being overwhelmed, Ling Mo called for backup first. She stayed nearby while waiting for Jiang Xian and Yik Kai. Meanwhile, Fu Yu smiled as the middle-aged man approached, stepping forward to block his path. Chapter 356, Staged Accident. "This, uncle, you scared my sister." Fu Yu's tone wasn't harsh, but every word carried weight. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a hint of unease when he saw Fu Yu, then he quickly forced a change in expression and said, "I just wanted to have a chat with her." Who knew she'd be so rude, not even saying hello before turning to leave? Young people these days are really worse than the previous generation. Back in our time, even if you didn't know someone, you'd greet them on the street. "I really don't know what you've been learning at school." Fu Yu's smile faded, and he said, "You just said it yourself, that was your era. Times have changed. Nowadays, if a stranger suddenly approaches you outside, it's either a staged accident or a human trafficker. Shouldn't you keep your distance?" Although Fu Yu didn't directly say it, the middle-aged man felt that the words were aimed at him. Does he look like an alien or something? He only wanted to buy the device the girl was holding, not to refuse payment. Speaking of which, he noticed that Fu Yu was also holding a similar device. Originally, he had planned to use the little girl as an entry point. After all, she was timid. If he acted a bit tough or pretended to be pitiful, even if she was unwilling, she would eventually agree to the trade under pressure. But he hadn't expected her to not say a single word and just turn to leave. Seeing that he had no way to approach Ling Mo, he could only shift his target. "Young man, the device in your hands looks nice, easy, and convenient to clean. Uncle has a prop, how about trading it for your device?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man raised both hands. He wore a pair of ordinary red wool gloves. This prop had been forcibly taken from his son. Since it was just a low-level prop with limited use, his son didn't resist letting him take it. Mostly because if he didn't allow it, the man would make a huge scene, accusing his son of being unfilial. In short, he just liked causing trouble. Many players had awakened identification skills, allowing them to see a prop's level and function. To make things convenient, China collaborated with these awakened players to develop an app that could scan a prop and instantly reveal its details. For unknown props, it could even automatically update its database, extremely convenient. At that moment, Fu Yu also learned the information about the gloves. Name, warm gloves, level, low-level prop, function, gloves that constantly emit warmth, keeping your hands cozy when worn. No need. Keep the gloves yourself. Fu Yu refused without hesitation. A useless low-level prop, and he wanted to trade it for his snow-melting generator? What was he thinking? Seeing himself rejected, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, an incredulous expression appearing. "You refuse? How dare you refuse? This is a prop, understand? It's 100 times more valuable than that broken device in your hands." Fu Yu stepped back a few paces to avoid the man's spit, rubbed his ear, and calmly said, "If it's so precious, why are you trying to trade it for mine? Wouldn't it be better to keep it as a family heirloom?" "You." The middle-aged man's eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Then, his expression suddenly twisted into pain. He clutched his chest, fell to the freshly cleaned floor, struggled violently, and finally let out agonized groans. My heart. Someone help. Someone attacked me, hurry. Fuyu's expression didn't change at all, as if everything happening was exactly what he expected. He exuded an aura of calm, unshaken even as Mount Tai fell before him. He didn't panic or move to help, merely observing the man's performance like an outsider. Footsteps came from a distance. The middle-aged man assumed it was his son and shouted even louder. However, after waiting a while, it wasn't his son who arrived, but Jiang Xian and Yik Kai, who had been informed and rushed over. Ling Mo also approached from afar. Seeing the man rolling and wailing on the floor drew the attention of several bystanders. Though it wasn't his son, the man cried even louder at the sight of someone coming. Come judge for yourselves. This person tried to steal my prop. I refused, and he shoved me, an old man, to the ground. He tried to kill me. Is there no justice? At this point, Ling Mo and the others couldn't help but marvel at the man's shamelessness. This wasn't just twisting the truth, it was outright lying with eyes wide open. Had he forgotten that Ling Mo had witnessed the entire event? Fuyu remained calm, expression unchanged, like an outsider. Neighbors, hearing the commotion, paused and looked over. The man's voice sounded so fake that anyone could tell he was acting. Moreover, everyone knew the middle-aged man on the ground, it wasn't the first time he pulled such a stunt. It just hadn't been seen because Ling Mo and the others rarely went out. Though the crowd knew the man was making a scene, no one stepped forward to help. No one wanted to provoke him, after all, his 4 sons were not to be trifled with. Besides, human hearts are cold. Helping someone today doesn't guarantee anyone will help them next time. What do you want to do? Yik Kai asked Fuyu. He wasn't really asking what to do about the situation, but how to deal with the man, throw him out directly, or beat him a little first. Whatever. Fuyu replied slowly. Oh, then I'll handle it however I like. Yik Kai bent down, grabbed one of the man's legs, and dragged him away. Seeing this, the man stopped screaming and struggled to rise. One had to admit, this man wasn't wasting any of his meals, the strength in his body wasn't for nothing. He struggled so hard that Yik Kai almost lost his grip. Ling Mo clenched his hand hidden in his sleeve. The next second, the struggling middle-aged man's face turned pale. He clutched his chest, groaning in pain. Chapter 357, Island Property Certificate. Yik Kai was clearly startled by the pig-like screams. Was this an acting explosion? One had to admit, this scream felt more genuine than the previous ones. Ling Mo controlled his strength very well, enough to make the middle-aged man feel intense pain, but not enough to make him lose consciousness. And so, amidst a series of agonized screams, Yik Kai forcibly dragged the man away. Once the middle-aged man disappeared from sight, Fuyu let out a deep sigh of relief, wearing an expression that said, finally, he's gone. Weren't you looking calm just a moment ago? Ling Mo asked. Just now, Fuyu had seemed like a transcendent sage, unbothered even if the sky fell. Now it seemed that impression of emotional detachment was just an illusion. Fuyu offered a reasonable explanation. That's the passive effect of the prophetic robe. As a diviner, I need to maintain a calm, unshakable demeanor at all times. So whenever I start to feel nervous, the robe's passive effect triggers, and I act like I just did. Ling Mo and Jiang Xian. The man just now, I know him. He moved here after the previous game round ended. I heard he has 4 players in his family. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Yik Kai's voice came from a distance. 4? So what? There are 4 of us too. Are we supposed to be afraid of them? Jiang Xian glanced at Yik Kai and continued, 2 of his 4 sons have body enhancement talents, one has awakened an earth-type talent, and another a water-type talent. If all 4 team up against us, it could be troublesome. Ling Mo replied, bring them on, water meets earth. However, based on their usual methods, the 4 suns should have already shown up. Why is it so quiet? I didn't see anyone when I tossed him outside, Yik Kai said. Hearing this, a flash of satisfaction crossed Ling Mo's eyes. The absence of those 4 was obviously due to her doing. She had used her mental power to block their hearing. Unable to hear the cries for help, they never showed up. After the situation was resolved, Jiang Xian and Yik Kai didn't return to the room but stayed in the courtyard of the spirit treehouse to recharge their batteries. Ling Mo and Fuyu spent the time cleaning the snow around the treehouse. It wasn't until late afternoon, as the sun began to set and the sky darkened, that Ling Mo and Fuyu finished their work and returned inside. As soon as they entered, the unmistakable aroma of hot pot hit them. You two were out shoveling snow, so I had Zhou specially prepare hot pot, Jiang Xian said. Zhou was the name Jiang Xian gave his robot. Interestingly, after learning that Ling Mo's AI brain was called Qiaman, Jiang Xian named his own AI Yu. Yik Kai's AI was called Hurricane, and Fuyu's was Star. Ling Mo specifically asked if the other 3 AIs could be upgraded to be like his. The answer was yes. The reason these AIs were in their current state was that their cores had been removed, and the devices themselves were old. Replacing or repairing them would cost more than buying a new one, so they had been abandoned. As long as Jiang Xian and the others were willing to spend money, their AIs could match Qiaman's performance. Qiaman had emphasized that he was the latest model, with the most advanced technology and core, and even if the others were upgraded, they still couldn't compare. On the table, the hot pot soup was bubbling. Since Ling Mo couldn't handle too spicy food, except for spicy strips, Zhou had prepared a divided hot pot, one side with red oil, the other with tomato broth. Both looked extremely appetizing. The table was also filled with various ingredients, including vibrant green vegetables from Ling Mo's own garden. Though they were simple greens, they were fresh and full of vitality. At this time, very few people could enjoy such fresh, lively vegetables. While eating, the group chatted casually. Suddenly, Yik Kai placed a dozen drinks in front of Ling Mo and gestured with his eyes. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. If you toss these outside, they'll freeze in under half a minute. Ugh, that's too much trouble. Besides, if I throw the juice outside, it'll freeze into ice cubes in half a minute. How am I supposed to drink it? Hurry up. Yik Kai said. You think I'm a free beverage chiller? Make sure to pay. Ling Mo grumbled but removed her gloves. She tapped each drink twice, instantly turning them from room temperature to chilled. Yik Kai eagerly grabbed a bottle, opened it, and drank. Ah, refreshing. Want some? Ling Mo refused. No, I'm afraid it'll upset my stomach. Yik Kai didn't push, knowing Ling Mo rarely drank cold beverages except for ice treats. Oh, Mo, this is for you. Jiang Xian pulled several spatial storage from his pocket. These are items from our recent trades. Here's your share. Also, Ling Mo looked at the small red booklet Jiang Xian held. In bold letters, it read, Immovable Property Certificate. She recognized it immediately, having sold several properties when she first arrived. Property certificate? Yik Kai explained, technically, it's an island. It was recently discovered on Chingyong Star. Who would have thought that not all planetary auctions were complete? Drinking soy sauce and acting crazy, someone secretly gave China such a huge star to develop as they wish. Did they tell you this? Ling Mo asked. Jiang Xian nodded. Captain Xiecheng saw that we've collaborated many times, so he revealed some insider information. Apparently, Chingyong Star is several times larger than Blue Star. Because it's so big and development is limited, they decided to sell some unimportant, undeveloped islands. We have to pay to develop them ourselves and must complete development within 10 years, no neglect is allowed. Our portion of the generators was exchanged for 4 islands with permanent ownership, one for each of us. Others only got 70-year leases, and after that, continued use requires either paying a fee or making exceptional contributions. Ling Mo took the booklet, the island certificate, and looked at the aerial map. Quickly, Chia Man pinpointed the exact location of the island. Chapter 358, Growing Mushrooms. You have to admit, Jiang Xian had a good eye. At least the spot he chose for Ling Mo was excellent. The next day, Ling Mo woke up to the sound of a commotion outside. Looking out the window, she saw 4 burly men standing in front of the elf treehouse, with a stretcher in front of them. On the stretcher lay a man, the same middle-aged man from yesterday. Compared to yesterday, when his face was rosy and he clearly had no shortage of food or drink, the middle-aged man now looked pale, with bluish lips, clearly lifeless. The 4 young men were shouting in front of the elf treehouse, claiming that Ling Mo and her companions had killed their father and demanding compensation. Ling Mo didn't believe a single word. Her actions yesterday had been measured, she had only pinched his heart a few times, which at most would cause temporary pain. Moreover, before doing so, Ling Mo had confirmed that the man's heart was perfectly healthy. Yik Kai was also a person with restraint, he wouldn't have killed anyone. Ling Mo used her spiritual power to scan the man's body, there were no wounds anywhere. The only abnormality, his hyoid bone was broken. Case solved, the man had been strangled. Ling Mo went downstairs to check outside and saw that Jiang Xian and the other 2 were already there. Upon seeing Ling Mo, Jiang Xian said, "I've already notified Captain Xie. He told us not to go out or argue with them, it's easy to make things worse. Just leave it to him to handle." Sure enough, shortly after, the crying and shouting outside abruptly stopped. It seemed action had already been taken. A few minutes later, the front gate was knocked on. When they opened the door, a fully armored figure, wrapped head to toe, appeared. Through the thick clothing, his voice sounded muffled, "We've taken those people away. After we investigate the situation thoroughly, we'll issue a notice. Don't worry." Jiang Xian nodded and smiled, "Then please thank Captain Xie for me." The figure nodded and turned to leave. Because of the heavy clothing, his movements were slow. As he turned, his eyes, hidden behind goggles, glimpsed the lush green vegetable patch and reflected a spark of longing. He swallowed hard. Ling Mo's vegetable garden was visible to anyone passing by. In this weather, you couldn't see a single green plant anywhere, let alone vegetables. Without vegetables, people were prone to constipation, food went in but couldn't come out, leaving everyone looking miserable. Many had long suffered from constipation. The price of vegetable essence pills was skyrocketing, even surpassing the popular extreme mushroom pills at one point. The good news, the price at the small shop Don't Miss had not changed. The bad news, even if the price hadn't changed, an entire sheet of vegetable essence pills was beyond most people's reach, and even if you could afford it, you couldn't get any. Even with essence pills, nothing could compare to fresh vegetables. Unfortunately, the elf treehouse with a yard was too small. So far, this was the only one discovered. Many people had tried to buy vegetables from Ling Mo's yard at high prices, but she refused, saying there wasn't enough even for her own household. And she wasn't lying, the vegetables truly weren't enough. Although on the surface it seemed only 4 people were eating, Jiang Xian and the others would occasionally take some vegetables home to their families. Of course, it wasn't free, they would bring back food, snacks, or dishes in return. The exchange worked well for both sides, and everyone was satisfied with the arrangement. After the visitors left, Ling Mo stared at the yard, deep in thought. "What are you thinking?" Fu Yu asked. "I'm thinking, there's still some empty space in the yard. Should I plant something else? Maybe in the corners and edges I can grow mushrooms, they grow even faster than baby bok choy." Hearing this, Fu Yu nodded. "You could, but where will you get the mycelium?" Ling Mo raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I'd do it if I wasn't sure?" "I already checked, the discounted item in the system shop today is a mycelium pack. Alien mushrooms might even taste better. I've heard mushrooms grow faster, bigger, and better during thunderstorms. When you plant them, remember to ask the boss for help." Hearing that, Ling Mo gave an okay sign. "Don't worry, I won't let him off." "Hey, can you 2 talk somewhere else?" Like I don't even exist, Jiang Xian said, exasperated. We're not plotting anything bad, why hide it from you? Fu Yu said innocently. So you're saying you don't want to help me? Ling Mo glared with her big eyes, making Jiang Xian uncomfortable. No, I didn't say I didn't want to. I meant, let me know when you plan to start planting so I can prepare. We'll start now. Come help. Ling Mo was always action-oriented. As soon as she decided to grow mushrooms, she had already bought the mycelium packs, 100 in total, costing 1 gold coin. The price was half of the original. Ling Mo hadn't paid much attention to the system shop for a long time. In fact, ever since Ling Mo opened her own shop, most players didn't bother with the system shop. The prices there were higher, and quality aside, some items cost tens or hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This time, it was the system alert that reminded her. Slow had told her, not because he constantly monitored the shop, but because he had received a system email the day before. Tomorrow, a special sale you cannot miss. Ling Mo initially thought 100 packs would last a long time, but the price was too cheap, and there were hundreds of mushroom varieties. She couldn't resist and bought all of them. Of course, she couldn't use all 100 packs at once. She only took part of them and scattered the mycelium in the empty corners of the yard, filling the gaps between vegetables. After spreading the mycelium throughout the yard, Ling Mo still had some left. Looking at the elf treehouse behind her, a sudden idea struck. What if she scattered the mycelium on the treehouse itself? Would mushrooms grow? After all, the elf treehouse was still a tree at its core, so it should be fine. Chapter 359, Raising Chickens and Ducks. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. You won't know if mushrooms will grow until you try. Ling Mo immediately scattered the remaining mycelium all over the elf treehouse, top to bottom. The instructions say to keep it moist after spreading the mycelium. By tomorrow, we should see results, she said. Hearing this, Yik Kai checked the humidity in the air and said, it's a bit dry. Should we use a humidifier? I once got a super humidifier from a blind box. Yik Kai had been addicted to blind boxes, opening all sorts of items, though most were useless and stored in the warehouse. He never planned to sell them, thinking they might come in handy someday. Ling Mo remembered the humidifier he mentioned. It wasn't a household one, but a commercial model designed for vegetable greenhouses and flower shops. Perfect for this situation. They brought the humidifier from the warehouse and placed it in the center. When turned on, a fine mist sprayed out. All right, now we wait for tomorrow. Oh, and don't go outside today, you might step on the mushrooms by accident. Returning to her room, Ling Mo noticed the backyard still had some empty space. She had forgotten it while spreading the mycelium. Mostly, it was cluttered with leftover firewood and some tools. Because she was too lazy to pull things from the warehouse every time, she had just stored them in the backyard. Seeing Ling Mo staring at the backyard, Jiang Xian asked, "What are you thinking?" Just say it, we'll help fully. Yes, we're free anyway, we'll help, Yik Kai added. Ling Mo said, the elf treehouse is warm in winter and cool in summer. I'm thinking of selling some of the firewood, keeping just enough for backup, freeing up the backyard, and then making a chicken coop and a duck pen. Since we grow vegetables in the yard, the chickens and ducks will have enough to eat. Plus, we'll get fresh eggs every day. That's a good idea, but where will we get chicks and ducklings? Maybe the base has some, but they might not sell them to us, Fu Yu said. Ling Mo opened the system shop to see if what she wanted was available. If not, she'd have to smuggle some from her storage space, a bit more troublesome and requiring an excuse. After searching, she found them. Look at these, treasure chickens and snow ducks. Treasure chicken, its feathers shimmer like jewels, unique as a work of art. No two are identical, like snowflakes. Grows quickly, starts laying eggs at 15 days, best taste at 3 months. Eggs are highly nutritious, suitable for children and the elderly. Snow duck, white as snow. Loves freedom, restraining them causes stress and they won't lay eggs. Aggressive and territorial, good for guarding. Recommended to raise from a young age to form a bond. The price was reasonable, 5 silver coins each for both treasure chickens and snow ducks. Ling Mo first had Jiang Xian, Yik Kai, and Fu Yu build the chicken coop. Since snow ducks were free-range, no duck pen was needed. An hour later, a brand new chicken coop was ready. Fu Yu even dug several holes on the ground, filling them with straw for the treasure chickens to lay eggs. Then Ling Mo placed her order, 20 treasure chickens and 10 snow ducks, filling the spacious backyard. With the arrival of the chickens and ducks, the previously quiet backyard instantly became lively. Because they were new to the environment, the chickens and ducks were timid. Ling Mo had prepared food for them, fresh soldier radish vines. Though they normally disliked the taste, the treasure chickens and snow ducks loved it. Seeing the radishes, they immediately forgot their fear and pecked vigorously, as if starving. Since snow ducks recognized their owner, Ling Mo and her companions decided to take turns feeding them to let them get familiar with their scents. With the radish vines, the snow ducks ignored the yard vegetables, which relieved Ling Mo. She had already prepared herself mentally in case her vegetables got eaten. Yik Kai, watching the ducks play outside, asked, "You said not to step on the mushrooms we just spread. Won't they affect tomorrow's mushroom growth?" "They're too small to matter," Ling Mo replied. Thus, the previously quiet yard with only 4 people gradually became lively. Meanwhile, in a house at the base, a middle-aged couple took out a bottle of red potion. The woman asked, "Are you sure this works?" The man confidently said, "Of course. I spent a fortune buying this from a scalper, paying triple the original price." "That's perfect." The woman was ecstatic. "With this potion, we can become anyone's parents we want." The man proudly raised his head. "Yes, but our first choice must be people in Zone A. We need to investigate them and get their hair, ideally orphans." The woman agreed. They intended to enjoy life in Zone A. As for real orphans, she didn't have high hopes. After all, how could real orphans live in Zone A? "There's a snow clearing event tomorrow. I've taken a task in Zone A and will gather information then." "Good. Be thorough, our happiness for the rest of our lives depends on you." Elsewhere, Ling Mo also heard about a mistake in the pharmaceutical box. It produced a bloodline potion without an attribute. A bloodline potion can alter a person's genes, and a potion without an attribute can gain any gene if one is added. It's just an attributeless bloodline potion. Shouldn't cause major problems, right? Ling Mo soon dismissed the matter from her mind. Chapter 360, Introducing Chickens, Ducks, and Geese. Before going to bed, Ling Mo specifically asked Jiang Xian to release a few thunderclaps in the yard. Poor Jiang Xian, after being exhausted by Yik Kai, he finally got to rest, only to be pulled up again by Ling Mo to continue working. Under Ling Mo's instructions, Jiang Xian had to continue striking lightning from a distance for a full 15 minutes before stopping. Luckily, the yard was soundproof, otherwise who knows how many people would have had sleepless nights. However, Ling Mo forgot that while the sound could be blocked, the flashes of lightning could not. As a result, many people outside saw the scene and speculated about what was happening. The next day, Ling Mo looked out the window and saw the snow ducks confidently patrolling their territory in the yard. After a night, the ducks had fully adapted. The young ducks were extremely cute, all snow white, looking like fluffy snowballs from a distance. As they grew, the white fluff gradually turned into feathers. Ling Mo had seen snow ducks fully grown. They resembled swans more than ducks, though sturdier than normal swans. Their eggs were even larger than goose eggs. Snow ducks have wings and can fly, so breeders often trim their wings to prevent them from flying away. But these ducks were still too small, and with the protective barrier, they weren't going anywhere, so trimming could wait. Besides, Ling Mo had purchased additional treasure chickens and snow ducks, keeping some in her personal space and some on Yunhai Star. By now, Yunhai Star had changed dramatically. With Chowting's help, some nearby islands had even merged into one large landmass. Ling Mo thought she might as well raise some snow ducks there. Since treasure chickens can't swim, she chose a larger island for them. In addition to snow ducks, she bought many other duck breeds from the system shop. She was surprised, interstellar life had become so luxurious. Even meat ducks were categorized: leg ducks, wing ducks, neck ducks, head ducks, skin ducks, etc. The ducks she had previously brought back from the farm were specifically for chest meat and legs. No wonder the waste processing plant had so much piled up, they only wanted the body and legs, Ling Mo thought. Seeing all these duck varieties, she decided to buy a few of each since Chingyong Star was large enough. Even if she didn't sell them, she could enjoy them herself. After all, they were her own, so eating them was safe. Besides meat ducks, there were egg-laying ducks. Snow ducks lay single-yolk eggs suitable for adults, as well as double, triple, quintuple, and even 10-yolk eggs. Looking at the variety of duck eggs, Ling Mo realized she had never even seen a double-yolk duck egg before. She had only seen a double-yolk chicken egg once. With a decisive wave of her hand, she bought them all. She wanted to see what a 10-yolk duck egg tasted like. The chicken situation was similar, many breeds, and Ling Mo bought a few of each, enough to raise and incubate their eggs later. With chickens and ducks sorted, she naturally couldn't leave out geese and bought a small number of them as well. Ling Mo initially planned to buy more, but seeing Chingyong Star's robots already busy, she gave up. Taking it slowly was fine. She then set up milk cows and dairy goats in her space. The space, managed by robots she had brought from Tamil, was organized perfectly. Once the cows and goats appeared, the robots immediately took over their care. Even Ling Mo had to admit the robots were impressive, though very energy-consuming. She couldn't afford too many. The previous batch of elf treehouses had sold out, and new ones had been planted. The one-bedroom, one-bathroom elf treehouses sold especially well because of the low price. Besides smaller size, they were no different from regular elf treehouses. They quickly became a bestseller, with many customers requesting more. To meet demand, Ling Mo chose seeds for smaller elf treehouses, though she wasn't sure if they would grow successfully. After withdrawing her consciousness from the space, Ling Mo looked outside. Many small mushrooms had sprouted throughout the yard and on the tree trunks of the elf treehouse. Some were thumb-sized, some the size of rice grains, colorful and beautiful, almost as if the mushrooms were surrounding her. Such colorful mushrooms, if seen in the wild on Blue Star, would likely be avoided entirely. People would keep at least 3 meters away. Ling Mo noticed a pair of pale blue mushrooms growing next to her window. Noticing her gaze, the tiny mushrooms wobbled, almost as if waving hello. Hoo-hoo mushroom, a common mushroom type, pale blue, without spots or patterns. Wobbles happily when looked at. Nutrient-rich, easily digestible, can be used for cookies and baby food. These mushrooms are bigger than the manual said. Lightning really works, Ling Mo observed. She estimated she would soon harvest her first batch. In about 3 hours, you'll be able to harvest the first batch of mushrooms, came Slo's voice. 3 hours? That fast? Ling Mo was surprised. She had expected to wait until tomorrow. Not all mushrooms can be picked at once. Their growth cycles differ. After 3 hours, the short-cycle mushrooms can be harvested. Slo then showed her photos of the harvestable mushrooms to prevent mistakes, including the hoo-hoo mushroom. On the first floor, Jiang Xin, Yik Kai, and Fuyu were discussing whether to shovel snow themselves or hire others. They clearly didn't want to go out. Jiang Xin and Yik Kai still had unfinished tasks, so they preferred hiring someone. Hiring was cheap, and they could easily afford it. They could have sent Zhou, but then someone would need to watch outside. What if Zhou got stolen while unattended? Chapter 361, Harvesting Mushrooms. When Ling Mo came downstairs, Yik Kai asked if she wanted to go out to shovel snow. Shovel snow? Forget that. Come with me to pick mushrooms, Ling Mo replied. She then sent the group the pictures of the mushrooms and said, in 3 hours, these mushrooms will be ready for harvest. But our batteries aren't fully charged yet, Yik Kai timidly raised his hand. But if we don't pick the mushrooms in time, they'll get old, and old mushrooms taste terrible. Why don't you have someone else help instead? Ling Mo suggested. That way, you can also bring some back for yourselves without extra effort. Hearing this, Jiang Xian and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately contacted their family members using their smart brains. Everyone had siblings or cousins to call. How many people should we call? Yik Kai asked. Not too many. Not all mushrooms need picking, and too many people could accidentally step on them. Best to have careful people, Ling Mo advised. Got it. Soon, 6 people appeared at the door. Ling Mo opened the gate and let them in. The newcomers were stunned the moment they stepped into the yard. Everywhere they looked was filled with colorful mushrooms. There was barely any space to step on. Ling Mo and the others had deliberately left only a few small paths for walking to maximize the harvest. Following the safe paths one by one, they carefully made their way to the elf treehouse. Since Ling Mo asked for careful helpers, Jiang Xian and the others had mostly invited girls. Jiang Xian brought his 2 older sisters, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yan, 8 and 5 years older than him, respectively. The last time Ling Mo had seen them was on TV. Seeing Ling Mo, both smiled gently. Jiang Yu spoke first. Thank you for taking care of my brother, Jiang Xian, recently. Ling Mo modestly shook her head. He's helped me a lot too, we help each other. Next came Fu Yu's cousin and younger sister, Fu Yin and Fu Anan, who also greeted Ling Mo kindly. Finally, there were Yik Kai's sister, Yi Xingnan, and Yi Qing, who had met Ling Mo briefly before. The mushrooms will be ready in a little over 2 hours. You'll have to wait a bit, Ling Mo explained. We know, Yik Kai already told us, Yi Qing said. Since everyone was young, they quickly got along and started playing together. Don't forget, even though Ling Mo had lived 2 lifetimes, in her previous life she was only in her 20s. At first, she felt slightly awkward with the warmth of Jiang Yu and the others, but they handled it perfectly, so she felt comfortable. Suddenly, Fu Anan quietly approached Ling Mo, her big black eyes blinking with long eyelashes like fans. Do you need me? Ling Mo asked. Fu Anan nodded and pulled a red bracelet from her pocket. This is a gift my dad bought me with his private money for my birthday. Can I trade it for a few stems of rebirth grass? Her eyes were full of hope and pleading. What do you want that for? Kids can get nosebleeds if they eat it, Ling Mo said. Last time, Yik Kai ate only 1 stem and his nosebleed sprayed 3 meters away. It's for my dad. Grandpa has some, but he guards them jealously. Dad looks at Grandpa's wine bottles so sadly every day, it's too pitiful. Fu Anan shook her head. She felt sorry for her father, who had to beg Grandpa daily for wine. He had become practically a servant to his own father. So seeing Ling Mo, she decided to try asking. Ling Mo looked at the bracelet, it was polished with rubies and dazzling. Sure, she agreed immediately. A few stems of rebirth grass were nothing, she had plenty. Fu Anan got what she wanted and was as happy as a child. Over 2 hours later, Ling Mo's alarm rang. Everyone perked up immediately. Looking outside, they saw that the mushrooms had grown much larger than when they arrived. Some were still small, which was convenient for picking. I wanted to ask earlier, how did you get the mushrooms to grow on the tree? Yi Qing asked, staring at the elf treehouse, where mushrooms grew even better than in the yard. It was a breathtaking sight. Just planted them, Ling Mo replied. She hadn't expected such great results, it was just a sudden idea she wanted to try. To her surprise, it was a complete success. But this method isn't suitable for every elf treehouse, not all come with yards, she added. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Ling Mo suddenly thought of something and asked, Slow, these mushrooms won't damage the treehouse, right? If they did, it wouldn't be worth it. No, hearing Slo's reply, Ling Mo relaxed. She turned to Jiang Yu. If it doesn't work outside, you can try planting inside. As long as the moisture is maintained, there should be no problem. Everyone's eyes lit up, they hadn't thought of that. If it couldn't grow outside, why not try inside? For now, they focused on harvesting the mushrooms. The ground mushrooms were easy to pick, but those on the elf treehouse required tools. After great effort, all the mushrooms were finally harvested, forming a huge mushroom pile in the living room. This showed how abundant the first batch was. Only the mushrooms growing higher up remained. These were the ones Yik Kai had scattered after growing wings, leaving no spot untouched, even hanging from the treehouse branches. Finally, using tools, they harvested the rest. With the work done, everyone prepared to leave. Ling Mo gave each person plenty of mushrooms to take home. Even so, a shocking number of mushrooms remained. Chapter 362, Can it be neutralized? Let's keep some for today, roast mushrooms for dinner, and dry the rest, Chingyong Star suggested. Ling Mo nodded and began sorting the mushrooms. Different mushrooms required different preparation methods. Smoke red mushroom, when eaten, it produces a puff of smoke from the mouth, perfect for grilling, delicious taste. Ling Mo picked up a red mushroom, and Kaiman automatically started explaining it. Next, she picked up a mushroom that looked like an enlarged pointed tooth. Fong tooth mushroom, flesh is rich and tender, with a whitening effect on teeth. After categorizing all the mushrooms, a loud noise suddenly came from the warehouse. Turning around, she saw Yik Kai walking in with two machines. One looked like a massive double-door refrigerator, the other resembled a barbecue cart, complete with a large leaf on top. Both were items Yik Kai had obtained from blind boxes. Good thing we didn't listen to the boss and sell these. Look, they're finally useful, Ling Mo thought. The fridge was actually a quick-drying machine, capable of drying items rapidly while preserving their nutrients. The barbecue cart had a leaf-like hood that functioned like a smoke extractor, removing all smoke and odors during grilling. Chingyong Star teased Yik Kai, isn't it because no one bought them that you put them in storage? Although Yik Kai had pulled many items from blind boxes, most weren't practical, like the drying machine and barbecue cart. At a time when most people couldn't even afford food, few could make use of these machines. Because only the first item of its kind could fetch a high price at the base, Yik Kai had put these extras in storage. Ling Mo placed the mushrooms in the drying machine. There were too many to fit in one batch, so they had to be dried in multiple rounds. When the machine started, it roared loudly. Ling Mo noticed a silent mode button, pressed it, and the noise vanished immediately. The display showed that the first batch would finish in about an hour, a very efficient rate. Meanwhile, the barbecue cart emitted the delicious aroma of roasting mushrooms. Since the grilling would take a while, Ling Mo went over with Chingyong Star to skewer the remaining mushrooms. When will the next batch be ready? Chingyong Star asked. Ling Mo checked the mushroom maturation schedule Slow had provided. Another batch would mature tonight. These were called black pearl mushrooms, which preferred to grow in dark environments. They contained a high amount of melanin. While tasty, eating too many would temporarily turn the skin black. But this blackness could be metabolized away. Chingyong Star blurted out, then these mushrooms are perfect for you and Fuyu. Honestly, both Ling Mo and Fuyu were frighteningly pale, so pale it was almost unnatural. While a certain pale beauty could hide flaws, their shade was more ghostly than appealing. Ling Mo could fix it with makeup, but Fuyu didn't care, and many people had been startled by his appearance. Hearing Chingyong Star, Ling Mo thought it might be fun to try a little. She admitted her paleness might be from eating too many snow chestnuts. But as the saying goes, if you want the crown, you must bear the weight. The side effect was acceptable, just a bit extreme. Ling Mo turned to Slow, can this side effect be neutralized? I don't need it gone completely, just a little bit would be fine. Yes. On the mountain star grows the blood-red flower. Eating it gives even critically ill people a rosy complexion, masking any weakness. However, it must be consumed immediately after picking, or it will wither within minutes. Ling Mo realized she couldn't get this in the system mall, it was a rare, location-specific item. She shrugged, thinking fate would decide. Perhaps someday the system would send players to Mountain Star for a mission. For now, it was enough to enjoy the taste. Meanwhile, the first batch of mushrooms had finished roasting. Ling Mo took a skewer of smoke-red mushrooms and bit into one. An intensely savory flavor filled her mouth immediately. As she swallowed, white smoke uncontrollably puffed from her mouth. After everyone ate their fill, the mushrooms in the drying machine were almost done. Ling Mo collected them and stored them in the warehouse. When the treasure chickens grow up, we can use these mushrooms to make chicken and mushroom stew, Yik Kai suggested. That shouldn't take long, Ling Mo replied, as the treasure chickens grew quickly. That night, Ling Mo woke everyone at the scheduled time. The black pearl mushrooms glowed faintly in the darkness, resembling real black pearls. Harvesting carefully to avoid stepping on other mushrooms, it took several hours to collect all the black pearl mushrooms. After drying them in the machine, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Unbeknownst to them, someone with ill intentions had already set their eyes on the farm. In a dimly lit room, a couple whispered to each other. "Are you sure everything you found out is true?" the man asked. The woman nodded. "I'm certain. I saw it myself. Their yard grows all kinds of vegetables, mushrooms, and they even have ducks and chickens. They clearly aren't lacking food. I've also checked, there are 4 young people living there, likely siblings. All 4 are players, and among the first batch of players.